13-year-old Lucy falls from a bridge. She survives, but her memory is gone, replaced by nightmares. Her therapist contacts the police with her terrifying drawings, a flaming monster with glowing red eyes. The police believe it's a metaphor for trauma, but what if they're wrong? What if the monster isn't just a figment of a child's imagination? The truth is hidden in the drawings. Join me, Ian Cartwell, as we decode them on Best Twists. The answer will shock you.
Prologue. Lucy could hear it coming, crashing up the slope, thrashing through the trees behind her. It bellowed in her wake like an enraged bull elephant. She glanced back. She could see its flickering outline through the skeletal winter tree trunks, glowing blue and orange in the dark, like the almost invisible liqueur flame above a Christmas pudding. She pulled herself upwards, through branches that swiped at and scratched her face, towards the light ahead that was coming from the steady amber glow of streetlights. If she could reach it, she would find houses, cars, people, and safety. The monster behind her bellowed into the night, a foghorn of rage as it forced its way up the slope. Along with the sound of cracking branches, she could hear the pounding of heavy hooves and the deep, hoarse rasping of labored breath that she knew would be billowing clouds of vapor into the already damp mist. Lucy emerged from the undergrowth into the welcome sulphurous lights that lingered over the A259. Gasping, she stumbled onto the concrete steps that led up to a pedestrian overpass. This late at night, the road was deserted, save for the occasional car casting headlight beams up the embankments of nettles and brambles on either side. The creature was closing in. The overpass was her only chance of escape. Lucy climbed the last 3 steps onto the bridge and began to sprint across it, her trainers slapping the wet surface loudly in the unwanted stillness of night. She was halfway across when she saw that the far side was obstructed. A barrier stood in her way, completely blocking the narrow walkway. There was an advisory sign cable tied to it. Repairs in progress. No entry? The work hadn't even begun yet, and she was trapped. She could hear the beast roaring. Any moment now it would emerge from the undergrowth and come for her. She looked over the safety handrail to her left, down at the deserted road some 30 feet below. Lucy was small for her 13 years. Scrawny was how some of the more unkind girls in year 9 described her. The bridge vibrated suddenly beneath her feet, and she spun round to find the thing that had been chasing her was now at the end of the walkway, staring at her. The monster was huge, a giant. Its form was a hazy outline of flickering blue-orange flames. It was like a centaur, though its arms ended in long, jagged claws. Antlers protruded from its human-like head, and its 2 red, smoldering coal-like eyes studied her curiously. She wanted to scream for mercy, to plead with it, to tell the creature that she'd never tell anyone, that she'd forget that she'd ever seen it, if it would only let her go. The beast took a heavy, cloven-footed step onto the overpass, and the entire concrete and iron structure juddered beneath its weight. Lucy knew it would burn her to death if it reached her. She grabbed the safety rail with both hands as it came towards her, vast, flickering, and terrifying. She could feel the heat on her face as it approached. Her skin began to burn and blister. Just like that, poor, flailing, standing in the chair. Lucy didn't want to die that way. As she felt her hair beginning to singe, she pulled herself up and onto the rail, her legs dangling above the road below. The monster stopped dead in its tracks. For a moment, she wondered if it might just stay where it was and let her live, but then it tilted its head, almost like a nod. If that's how you want to die, Lucy, that's fine with me. 1. Boyd emerged from the chemo ward into the waiting room to find Charlotte in one of the orange bucket chairs, book in hand. She was reading a Margaret Atwood novel, the one with a maid wearing a weird-looking wimple on the cover. It was one of the many gifts he'd given her for Christmas. She dropped her bookmark in place, closed the cover, and tucked the book away into her bag before hurrying over to him. "How are you doing, Bill?" she asked. His arm ached where the drip of oxaliplatin had gone in. There had been a whole lighter bag of the toxic stuff, followed by a saline flush. Apart from his throbbing arm, right now he felt fine. There was something satisfying in knowing that any sneaky cancer cells lingering in his bloodstream, like dealers outside a school gate, were about to get their comeuppance. But he also knew that in a couple of hours he was going to feel like shit again. His hands and feet would be prickling with pins and needles. Peripheral neuropathy, the nurses called it. Damage to his nerve endings. Alongside that would be the other weird side effects that he still was struggling to get used to, including the constant metallic, chemical taste in his mouth. Nothing tasted of anything except diesel. He'd once siphoned fuel out of a jerry can, done the thing where you suck on the tube to get the liquid flowing. And yep, he'd flooded his mouth with the stuff and spent the rest of the day gargling anything he could find to get rid of that ghastly, persistent taste. It was like that, but for 5 straight months so far. "I'm good," he replied. "Only one more of those treatments to go, my love," Charlotte whispered and kissed him on the cheek. Oddly enough, it wasn't the 3 hours spent every 2 weeks in a comfy reclining armchair, being brought cups of tea and smiles of sympathy, while slowly being poisoned that was the worst part. The worst part was the pills that he had to take away with him. He'd receive a carrier bag of cardboard boxes filled with blister packs of big green and white lozenge-shaped bastards. He had to have 3 for breakfast, 3 for lunch, and 3 for dinner. Each one of them a giant gag-inducing fucker, another cluster bomb of cell-massacring toxic horror. On top of that were, of course, all the other expected side effects. The fatigue, the nausea, the constant piss-through-your-arse diarrhea that left him perched on a seat, often for an hour at a time, usually at 3 in the morning, either playing the morning, puzzly words on his phone or staring at his pale, knobbly knees, and wondering if the treatment was actually worth it. Finally, there was the hair loss. Just when he thought he'd dodged that particular bullet, it had finally kicked in, starting with a bald patch on the right side of the back of his head. Charlotte led Boyd out of the hospital entrance and got her ticket stamped by the parking machine. Just as she was about to make her way to the car park, she turned to him and said, "You stay here." She indicated for him to sit down on a nearby bench. "I'll get her to bring the car around." He nodded. "Ta-ta." "Wrap up, love," she reminded him. "You've got to keep your fingers warm." Boyd pulled the blanket she'd brought him around his shoulders like a poncho and tucked his mittened fingers into the snug warmth beneath his armpits as he watched her go. He only had one more chemo ward visit and one last big bag of pills after this one, and he'd be finished with the treatment. Although he'd done his best to make the entire process seem like nothing more than a passing inconvenience, it had been a grueling marathon of joy-sapping attrition. He'd seriously wondered, and more than once, if the treatment was worth it. "You're a grandfather, you daft ape, Julia." Her voice had been gradually fading away, a part of his long farewell to the woman who had once saved him. But every now and then, an echoing whisper returned to remind him she was still there. "Don't you even think about giving up." 3 months ago, when Margot Juliet Boyd had been born the 21st of November, Boyd had made Emma a solemn promise that he'd be around for her and Maggie for many years to come. He had also made a promise to Charlotte that they were going to grow old and peculiar together, and that they'd make life fun until the very end. He looked up to see his capture slowly approaching. Charlotte was driving it with her usual 5 imprudence, in case a Zimmer frame or wheelchair user decided to hurl themselves in front of her. Boyd reminded himself that he'd agreed, informally, to see Sutherland at the station in the next few days, to discuss his phased return to work. Sutherland had said he could ease himself back on a part-time basis. Light duties only, with as little or as many hours as he wanted to do in any given week. He wondered whether his hair loss would be so patchy by then that it might make sense to shave off what was left on his head. Better do the whole Kojak thing than look like an old teddy bear that the moths had set upon. Boyd got up off the bench as Charlotte pulled up beside him. He opened the door and climbed in, out of the cold wind and the occasional darts of stinging rain. "Warm bath, and then some casserole for dinner?" she suggested. He nodded again, grateful. That sounded perfect. "Two?" Okeke rolled her eyes. "Please tell me you're joking." "Nope," replied Minter. "I think that lot are the only bunch I can bring myself to vote for. They may not have been the best government, to say the least," she muttered. "But at least they're not the crazy labor lot," he finished. Okeke looked at him over her monitor. "That's your argument? That they're not labor?" Minter pushed back his chair slightly so that he could see her whole face. "Yeah, because a labor government under that shawarma would be an even greater disaster." "Starmer," she corrected. "Shawarma's kebab meat." Minter laughed. "Well, that's exactly what he looks like, right? A big block of minced lamb with a rod right up his arse." Abbott looked over from his desk and laughed. Okeke sighed heavily. "For God's sake." "No, but listen," continued Minter. "I mean, if ever there was a face that would benefit from a little facial hair on it, it's his, right? It's too fleshy by far." "Oh dear God," Okeke groaned. "It's an election, not a Tinder date, Minter. You're not being asked to vote for the prime minister you'd most like to shag." Abbott swiveled his chair around. "I quite like Farage. Thought he was all right and I'm a celebrity." "You'd shag him, would you?" asked Minter. Abbott pulled a face. "I'd share a pint with him. He seems a bit of a laugh, even if he does look like someone's dirty old uncle." Okeke's desk phone began to ring, saving her from this heated debate. One glance at the blinking light on the display told her it was internal. She picked up the handset and put a hand over her other ear to block out Minter and Abbott. "Okeke here." "It's D.C. Yates." Okeke looked up from her desk and searched the room for him. Yates was one of the crop of noobs on the floor. He'd transferred over from a uniformed position to a smartish suit very recently. "I wasn't sure how to deal with this one," Yates said. "Could you?" Okeke nodded at him. "Yeah, go on. Put it through." She heard the phone line beep to indicate she was connected. "This is Detective Sergeant Samantha Okeke. Hastings Sid," she said. "How can I help?" Hello," came the reply. "I'm Dr. Marcus Pianer." Okeke thought she detected the trace of an accent there. "Australian? Kiwi, maybe?" "How can I help you?" she asked again. "Let me see, Pianer stammered. "So I am a child and adolescent consultant psychiatrist. I work in a private practice over in Bexhill. Most of my patients are private, but a percentage of my work comes from NHS referrals." He'd said enough that she'd managed to identify the accent. It was definitely South African, not the coarse rural twang that most blokes down the pub managed to mangle and turn into a weird version of an Australian accent, but something softer and well-spoken. "Anyway, Detective Okeke, look, this is a breach of patient confidentiality, but I have a patient. Her name is Lucy Coleman. She's 13 years old. I've been treating her for the last 4 months now. She was referred to me via the Conquest Hospital Psychiatry Department. I should explain that she was admitted to the hospital about 6 months ago with severe head injuries sustained when she fell from a substantial height. She was, in fact, in a coma for several weeks. Significant brain damage was incurred, and this has resulted in a number of physiological problems in addition to psychological ones." Right. Fascinating though this was. Okeke was wondering when Dr. Marcus Pianer from South Africa was going to get to the point and tell her why he'd decided to call Hastings Sid to share this information with her. "From the admission records I managed to obtain from the hospital," he went on, "it seems as though Lucy fell from a pedestrian bridge over some road or motorway and pretty much landed on her head. To be honest, I'm surprised she survived. He paused. Right, Okeke said again. So why are you telling me this? Because she has no memory of the fall, or the events that led up to it. She has a limited verbal capacity, and something doesn't stack up. I've been trying to piece together whether this was an unfortunate accident or something more intentional. What are you saying? Okeke asked. Well, I'm not sure if it was an attempt at suicide or possibly something more sinister. Are you saying you think she was pushed? Said Okeke, perking me. Up, thought, out. As I said, verbal communication with Lucy is limited, PNR told. Her, but I think she might have been. Apart from the physical brain damage she suffered, she is showing signs of a deeply repressed traumatic experience. So what? You're saying she can't talk, not because of the fall, but because of something before that? Something that happened to her? Okeke said. Yes, precisely that. Some kind of, I would say, violent traumatic experience. It's my belief that one happened in conjunction with the other. One thing led to the other, he added, clarifying. From what I can understand, Lucy believes that 6 months ago she was pursued by some kind of monster through woodland and onto the bridge. He paused. A literal monster. She told you that? In those exact words? Asked Okeke. She draws rather than talks during our sessions. It's easier for her to communicate that way. But yes, through her drawings, that seems to be what she's telling me. Okeke noticed the others in the room had given up prattling about politics and were looking her way curiously. All right, so tell me about these drawings then, she said. She has a scene that she's drawn multiple times, PNR said. There's a bridge with her lying beneath it, and looking down from the bridge is a large... Well, I can only describe it as a flaming monster. Flamin'? Okeke queried. Asin made of flames. She uses red and orange felt tips when she draws it. A monster made out of flames, Okeke said, raising her brows at Minter. So, what does it actually look like? She asked. Apart from the flames, I mean. Her manifestation. It looks like... She heard him sucking air between his teeth. Do you know the Tasmanian Devil cartoon character? Okeke seemed to recall a Looney Tunes cartoon that featured some whirling dervish that seemed to be all teeth and claws. Vaguely, she replied. That is essentially what she has drawn. Her drawings have been remarkably consistent. He paused again. I would say that she is characterizing the traumatic event before the fall as this creature. However, the drawing of a bridge and herself lying below it are literal. Whether she is actually remembering the scene as such, or reconstructing what she's been told happened that night, I'm not sure. What did happen that night? Okeke asked. Her notes detail that she was found on a road beneath the bridge. Someone made an emergency call. An ambulance attended, and she was taken to Conquest Hospital. Do we know who the someone is? Said Okeke. No, PNR replied. Do you think the monster could represent someone she knows? Okeke suggested, partly because she was vaguely aware that young minds tended to extrapolate trauma into a metaphor, but more so because, statistically speaking, victims of violence often knew their perpetrator. Is there a history of trouble at home? Lucy lives alone with her mother. As far as I'm aware, there are no adult males in the household. No stepfathers, no boyfriends, no stepbrothers, no male siblings. You're assuming a male monster, she said. Yes. An adult? She asked. Possibly. She has drawn it larger than herself, although that could also symbolize many other things. Fear, intimidation, rage. Okay. Okeke pulled up the schedule on her monitor, looking for a time slot that she could work with. If you want to come into Hastings Station and ask for... No, I believe, Detective Sergeant Okeke. It would make far more sense if you come to my practice. I can show you what she's been drawing, and then, as she doesn't live that far away from me, we might also be able to arrange a meeting with her, if you would feel comfortable with that." Okeke looked from Minter to Abbott, and then glanced down at her in tray. "All right," she said finally. "You better give me an address." 3. Okeke scanned the pack of lean minced beef and threw it into the trolley. "On 2 packs, love." "2, please," replied Jay. "I need to protein up a bit this week." He watched her blip the handheld scanner a second time, then on impulse pulled a packet of cubed steak from the refrigerated shelf and held it out for her. "And this." "Good God, Jay, there's most of a cow in the trolley already," she said, laughing. "I'm losing muscle tone, babes," he replied, patting his biceps. He'd spent most of this and last week desk-bound in McGuire's little agency, entering information into a database. He was learning that being a PI wasn't all hiding behind lampposts and wearing funny disguises. In between the field work, there was admin, which was interesting enough when there was a digital or paper trail to be unpicked. But the bulk of it was boring as shit. He begrudged every sedentary second that his arse was parked in a chair in front of a keyboard. Every minute spent there was another minute where muscle mass was imperceptibly waning and fat cells were quietly accumulating. Okeke looked him up and down critically. "I've got to admit, you're starting to look a bit doughy in the middle, babes." "What?" Jay glanced down at his torso. He still had his office trousers and shirt on, though his tie was balled up in his trouser pocket. He tucked his shirt tightly back into the belt line to smooth out the puffiness, then patted his midriff. It did actually feel a tiny bit wobbly. His probing fingers could feel the usual ironing board resistance. "You think?" Okeke shook her head and snorted. "I'm messing with you." "All right." He stopped fussing about his physique and resumed pushing the trolley down the aisle behind her. "Yeah, funny." "It's only funny 'cause it's not true," she muttered absently, one of her family's many hand-me-down sayings. She reached for some corn mince and scanned it. "Don't worry, you're still every bit as fit as Minter." Jay sighed. "Oh, come on. His build is just display window bulk and Sam. It's all cosmetic surface muscle that looks good in a photo shoot." She pursed her lips. "He does make for decent eye candy, to be fair." Jay pouted unhappily. Okeke grinned. "I'm just fucking with you." She carried on to the end of the aisle, then turned right. "Come along," she called to him. He pushed the trolley, speeding to catch up with her as she rounded the corner. "Anyway, we're not in some glamour boy competition," he grumbled, though he'd probably win anyway. He's got the pretty boy hair. Okeke wrinkled her nose. "Doesn't particularly make a difference to me," she said. "Hair. Oh, come on. That's what all you ladies with bald guys say." Then along comes some bloke with a lion's mane of hair, tossing it around, and suddenly you're all wobbly knees. "God, please, no," Okeke laughed. "I can't stand men who do hair." She winced. "All of that over-grooming, it drives me around the bend." To be fair, he mused, she had always said that she hated vanity in men. Men who lingered too long in the company of their own reflection. Men who moisturized. And men who fussed with product. "It really puts me off," she told him on their first date. "I like a man who looks like he stumbled through a wardrobe and accidentally stepped into the right shoes on the way out." Jay reached for a couple of cartons of oat milk and decided to change the subject. "How was work today?" he asked, aiming the barcodes her way so that she could scan them. Okeke walked beside him, her eyes darting along the dairy shelves. She reached across him and grabbed some natural yogurt. "It looks as if I've got an interesting case coming up," she said. Yeah, she said. "Apparently, I'm going to be monster hunting." Jay raised an eyebrow and nodded. Most of the people Sam and her colleagues put away were monsters of one sort or another. Fair enough. I'm meeting a psychiatrist. He has a patient who believes. She looked up at Jay as she placed the yogurt into the trolley. She was pursued and attacked by an actual real-life monster. The next morning, Okeke parked on Beaulieu Road at the address she'd been given for Dr. Pienaar's psychiatric practice. It was a modest bungalow with beige pebble dash walls and a graveled front driveway. As she approached the front door, she realized she was looking at the wrong number. It was the house next door she wanted. She backed down the short driveway, peered around a bush, and found herself looking at something far grander. A large modern-style chalet with a charcoal gray slate-tiled driveway, which looked immaculate and led to a double garage. Far too slick and clean to risk parking her Datsun on. The beat-up old thing had started leaving tiny incontinence puddles of black oil beneath its engine block. Okeke walked up the gently sloping drive towards the front door. On either side of her, perfectly maintained raised beds contained the pruned-back remnants of rose bushes she imagined were probably spectacular in the summer, but looked like a haunted forest in miniature right now. She glanced at the plate glass windows along the front wall. It was all very smart and stylish, and given the location, right on the seafront, almost certainly crazily expensive. She pressed the doorbell, and while she waited for someone to answer, she tried to hazard a guess as to how much a place like this would sell for. $1 million? $1.5 million? A latch snicked and the front door opened. She half expected to see a wizened old Mrs. Doubtfire-esque housekeeper standing in the doorway. Instead, she was greeted by a tall, slim man in his mid to late 40s. His long, dark hair, just beginning to silver at the temples, tumbled down past his shoulders and onto the mustard-colored cardigan he was wearing. He wore John Lennon-style spectacles, which he'd pushed up onto his head, lifting his long fringe away from his face like an Alice band. "You must be Detective Sergeant Okeke," he said. She recognized his soft South African accent. "Dr. Pienaar?" she asked. "Marcus," he replied, offering a hand. She shook it. His grip was delicate and brief. "Well, in that case, I'm Samantha." "Come on in, Samantha," he said. She stepped inside and closed the front door behind her. The hallway was filled with light. The expected ceiling had been removed to create an airy space that reached up to the building's roof. "Is this your practice?" Okeke asked. "Yes. In my home," he said. "I have been here for, let me see, I think 10 years now." He beckoned her to follow him and led her down the hallway and into a lounge. It was artfully decked out with soft white furnishings and pieces of objet d'art, giving it a vaguely colonial feel. Floor-to-ceiling plate glass windows looked out onto a well-kept lawn, which sloped gracefully down to a long berm of grass-tufted sand dunes and the churning gray sea beyond. "My waiting room," he said. "Lovely view, isn't it?" She nodded. "Very restful." Her guesstimate of this place's market value leapt up by another couple of $100,000. He led her through another door into a smaller room. He gestured for her to step inside. "Can I make you a coffee?" "Sure. Thanks," she said gratefully. "Black. No sugar?" He smiled. "I'll be back in just a minute." She nodded, wandered over to a leather Chesterfield sofa, draped her jacket over one of its arms, and sat down. His office, or she guessed he probably called it the treatment room, was small and cozy, lined with shelves that were filled with textbooks. There was a leather couch for the patients, she presumed, with an articulated lamp looming over it, a fireplace, and a beautifully framed landscape painting of a farmhouse on the wall above. "Nice," she thought. "Very nice." His rosewood desk was cluttered with papers, psychology periodicals, an ink blotter, and an A4 pad, the top page of which was covered in notes. There was no sign of a monitor, a PC, or a laptop. It all looked very old school. On the left-hand side of his desk was a ceramic model of the human head, the bare scalp divided into a patchwork of jigsaw segments, each containing a label. Curious, Okeke got up and leant over the desk to get a closer look. Ideality, self-esteem, destructiveness, benevolence, imitation, tactile. Ah, the phrenologist's map, said Marcus behind her. She turned to find him standing in the doorway, a coffee cup and saucer in each hand. He continued towards her. It's a bit of Victorian-era pseudoscience, he said, setting her coffee down beside the ceramic model. From a time when a man could be either hung or sent to the colonies, or an asylum based on the contours and undulations of his skull. That's what passed for psychiatry back then, huh? She commented. He nodded. And, of course, this foolish nonsense fed into the emerging science of eugenics and the theory that certain kinds of people were born better than others. And you have this on your desk as a reminder of… what? Scientific ignorance? She asked him. Marcus sat down in his seat behind his desk and smiled. I have it there because it looks kind of cool, actually. Okeke returned his smile. And because that's what your patients expect to see, perhaps. He nodded. Well, it's what their very rich parents expect to see. He waved a hand around his room. I have to admit to a little stage dressing here and there. It's my version of a crystal ball and candles. Setting the mood, she supplied. Getting the ambience right. It's more reassurance, Marcus shrugged. My time doesn't come cheaply, as you might guess. The ambience helps soften the blow when it comes to them writing me a check at the end of the session. Okeke laughed. That made sense of his expensive house then. So you said you mostly deal with private patients, is that correct? Yes, he said. Rich private patients, and mostly rich parents of juveniles. He picked his coffee cup up by its tiny handle and took a delicate sip. You'd be surprised, or maybe not, at how much time wealthy parents spend worrying about the mental health of their equally wealthy children. Oh, yes. Wealth can be very corrosive to a young mind, I think. It's an unhealthy and very artificial bubble of privilege that bears no relation to the world outside it. The young patients I see are mostly struggling with depression, which makes sense in a way. If you start life with everything, life itself can quickly become a disappointment. He sipped his coffee again. Also, there are the emotional connection issues. Quite often, a child client is with their au pair or their parent's chauffeur. There is a very well-accepted correlation between excessive wealth and poor mental health, particularly inherited or what I call second-plus generational wealth. In fact, I have published some work on that very subject, which He suddenly stopped himself and smiled contritely her way. Forgive me, you're on police time. Okeke nodded. Shall we talk about Lucy? She prompted. Yes, of course. Indeed, it was me who asked you to come. Okeke smiled as sat down on the couch, then reached into her bag and pulled out her notebook. So, Lucy, he paused. She comes from the very opposite end of that economic distribution curve. So, I presume this was an NHS referral? Okeke said. Social services, Marcus replied, nodding. Lucy's mother is an alcoholic. Abusive? She asked, her pen ready to take notes. He shook his head. No, I don't think so, but she is not in a suitable headspace to cope with her daughter at the moment. Marcus finished his coffee. Perhaps the best way for me to proceed is to talk you through my sessions with Lucy so far, and the background information I received on her referral. 5. Our lot pulled into the police station's car park, only to discover that the spaces reserved for senior staff at the front of the building had been lost to a line of scaffolding poles. The only ones. Ones left were 2 disabled spots and 2 visitor spots. She picked one of the latter. "I'll be back in an hour to pick you up," she told Boyd. "Make it 2, he replied, "just to be on the safe side." She gave him a scolding look. "This is a cup of coffee and a catch-up chat with DSI Sutherland, yes? And nothing more?" He nodded. "No working?" He shook his head. "Well, if you need me any earlier, Bill, call. I'll be just down the road at the theater." "Will do." He leaned across and kissed her. "What would I bloody well do without you?" "Misbehave and get into trouble," she sighed. "Go on. Go and see your buddies." Boyd climbed out of his capture and paused to look up at the front of the station. The scaffolding went up to the very top, round the sides, and presumably enveloped the whole building. A full 360 structural straitjacket by the looks of things. But of course, there was no work being carried out at present. As Charlotte drove away, he hurried out of the cold and through the front entrance into a fuggy warmth. He waggled his lanyard at the desk sergeant to bleep him through the security gate and headed for the stairs. It had been 5, nearly 6 months since he'd last climbed them, and that visit had been his handover to Sutherland and Minter on the morning of his first round of chemo. The meeting had been a tad awkward, with a lot of forced levity. The word cancer wasn't mentioned once. Since then, the only person he had seen from work had been Okeke, who had taken to dropping in once a week. She'd settled into the routine of joining them round the dining table every Friday for fish and chips, initially to check up on him. But then, in the last few months since Emma had had Maggie, she'd devoted the rest of her time to fussing over the new arrival. Boyd pushed open the double doors to be met with the all-too-familiar muted hubbub of the SID floor. He lingered by the entrance, wondering whether to pull the beanie off his gloriously smoothly shaved head and get all the curious looks and awkward, obvious attempts to not mention it done with immediately. Sod it. Let's get it over with. He pulled off the woolen beanie and made his way through the bullpen of desks and filing cabinets towards Sutherland's office. He spotted his team alongside a couple of new faces gathered in a knot around one of the office printers. Minter, Okeke, and Warren seemed to be engaged in a heated debate. Okeke's voice carried across the floor. "Whoa, for fuck's sake, Warren, really?" As he approached them, Boyd noticed that some of the desks and partitions had been moved around in his absence. The bank of photocopiers that had been next to the windows were now in a central position, along with the water cooler. A plastic rubber plant on an adjacent table loomed over them, marking the destination as a desert island amid a placid sea of cubicles. Okeke was standing impatiently beside one of the printers with several folders tucked under one arm, and Warren was looking red-faced and harried in rolled-up shirt sleeves as his ink-splotched hands fiddled around with the machine's clogged innards. "You've blocked it up with the wrong type of paper," said Okeke. "It says 300 gm. That's exactly what I put in." "Up to 300 gm. Up to," she corrected him. "Come on. You know this printer's a snowflake and can't cope with anything thicker than toilet paper." The partition wall across the floor was still up. Flack and his merry men were bustling around beyond it, still plugging away at what Boyd thought of as the gift that keeps on not giving. Operation Rosper. "Boss?" Minder had spotted him and was staring at him, wide-eyed. "Yes, it really is me," Boyd replied. The others looked his way, fleeting expressions of shock at the sight of his hairless head, quickly replaced with welcoming smiles. Boyd patted Minter's shoulder and fist-bumped Warren. "And who are these two?" he said, indicating the new faces he'd spotted. Okeke stepped in. "This is D.C. Yates, and this is D.C. Rajan," she told him. Boyd reached out and shook their hands, still wearing his mittens. "Welcome aboard, lads. Are this lot looking after you?" Both young men nodded. "Normally you'd be getting me with a beard and messy hair," Boyd explained. But this winter I'm going for the boiled potato look." They laughed, a little uncomfortably. Minter started tinkering with the printer. "So, boss, have you finally decided to come back and help us out?" "Not yet," Boyd said. "I've got a bit more of the old chemo to go. But hopefully pretty soon." Okeke looked up at his bald head. "So you went for it then? A clean sweep?" "As opposed to sticking with the patchwork look," Boyd replied. "There's still a fair bit growing. But honestly, I look like a threadbare cushion." "How are you feeling, sir?" asked Warren. "Are you getting better?" "I'm cold mainly," said Boyd. He had so many layers on that he suspected he looked like Uncle Fester. Boyd nodded towards the windows. Normally, even on an overcast day, they allowed in enough light that the ceiling strip lights didn't blink on until well into the afternoon. But today the lights were on already. The meager gray daylight had been reduced to a sickly orange by seamless plastic sheeting wrapped around the scaffolding outside. "What's going on with the building?" he asked. "It's a full-on ROG building inspection," said Minter. "A section of the mezzanine ceiling collapsed last week. Concrete fatigue, apparently. The mezzanine floor contained the holding cells and booking-in desk." "Was anyone hurt?" Boyd asked. "Oh, no, nobody luckily," said Minter. "There's a forest of tension rods installed down there now, though. It looks like the underbelly of Hastings Pier." "Air Madge sent round a memo to everyone last week," said Okeke. "We were getting a top-to-bottom inspection of the whole building to see just how long our aging concrete is going to last." "Blimey," Boyd sighed. "I didn't know this place was that old." "It isn't," replied Minter. "It was built in the 90s, I think, but they still decided to use their IT build it despite the warnings." He shrugged. "Everything done cheap as chips, as per?" Boyd nodded. That didn't surprise him. He glanced over at Sutherland's office. "Sutherland is in, right?" he asked. "I saw him earlier, sir," said Warren. "He's probably gone for a toilet break." Okeke checked her watch. "Yeah, it's about his usual time." "Aha, Boyd!" They all turned to find Sutherland striding down the central walkway. He pulled up in front of Boyd, one freshly washed, damp hand extended. Boyd shook it lightly. "You're looking fitter than a butcher's boy," Sutherland exclaimed. "Thank you, sir," Boyd replied. "Come along with me, my good man. Let's go and have a chat away from the hoi polloi." Boyd followed him into his glass bowl of an office and closed the door as Sutherland settled down in the seat behind his desk. "I presume you've noticed this place is having something of a mutt," he began. Boyd nodded. "Okeke mentioned something about a concrete inspection?" Sutherland nodded. "Aye. Some bright spark built our station out of Weetabix, just like half the bloody schools in the country." "I heard there was a collapse downstairs," Boyd said. Sutherland sighed and shook his head. The ceiling along one side of the mezzanine dropped down into several holding cells. "No scrotes were squished in the process," he added. "Unfortunately." Boyd took a seat. "So is the building unsafe?" "Oh, don't get me started, Boyd. It's been declared safe enough for us to work in while they assess it further, whatever the hell it means. Though if it is a worst-case scenario, God knows what we're going to have to do. Wholly or partially relocate while they shore the place up, perhaps. We're already working in the middle of a bloody forest of support poles." Sutherland sighed. "And then there'll be months of noisy drilling, not to mention the cost. God help us all." "Really?" Boyd said, nodding and deciding to change the subject. Before the detective superintendent disappeared down yet another rabbit hole of financial despair, "I noticed a few new faces out there. Aye. As you know, we lost a Fox to Brighton, and also a Neil put in a request to transfer to Kent a couple of months ago." "What?" exclaimed Boyd. "Why?" Sutherland shrugged. Apparently Hastings is too boring for him. So, with Minter and Okeke shuffling upwards, we were a bit short. At the bottom, we have 3 new DCS. One of them's a local boy, a crossover from uniform. The other 2 are transfers. I'll introduce you to them all later. He leant forward, weight on his elbows, fingers interlocked. Now then, to important business. How are you doing? I'm doing okay, Boyd said. Though I'm not going to lie, it's been a pretty rough few months. I can imagine, Sutherland said. But you're coming to the end of your chemotherapy, aren't you? Boyd nodded. One more round of it to go. Toughest one, I've heard, Sutherland replied. They ramp up the dose a bit each time. He shrugged. The last one's supposed to be a real doozy. Sutherland nodded thoughtfully. Has your hair all gone, or did you shave it off? I shaved the bits that were left, said Boyd. I'm told it grows back quite quickly after the treatment. Not always, said Sutherland. Then he quickly corrected himself. But most of the time, yes it does. It's good to see you've not turned into a skinny rake, though. Which was, Boyd presumed, his polite way of saying that Boyd had gained some weight. He had. 2 stone to be precise. Did you end up with one of those strap-on bags? Sutherland asked. A stoma? Boyd shook his head. No, thank God. My surgeon told me afterwards that if I'd had to take an inch more of my bowel, then... Yes, there'd have been a bag for me. A lucky escape, then. Sutherland settled back in his seat. So if you've got another round of chemo to go, are you sure you want to start talking about your return just yet? A phased return. Yeah, Boyd said. It'd be nice to have something to do, though I'm not sure I'll be match fit for any full shifts. Not for a while anyway. Don't you worry about that, Sutherland said. We can make this as flexible as you want, Boyd. You can come and go as you please. Is that clear? Yeah, thanks, sir, Boyd replied. That sounds good. Well's that settled? Sutherland grabbed a pen. When do you want to start back? In 2, maybe 3 weeks' time? Boyd tapped his chin in consideration. Actually, make it 3. That'll give me a week to clear the effects of the last round. Sutherland jotted a date down on his pad. We can do 4 if you like. No, I hope I'll be good to go in 3, said Boyd. Well, let's call it a tentative start-back date then. Nothing I'll hold you to task over. Sutherland put his pen down and smiled at Boyd. In other news, I heard you're a granddad now. Boyd nodded and smiled. Yes, I have a granddaughter, Margot. Although that's already morphed into Maggie. Congratulations, Sutherland beamed. It's fun having someone else's kids to play with before you hand them back, eh? Except there's no handing Maggie back. Emma's living with me in Charlotte, so it's like 3 parents and 1 Sprague. He smiled again. Emma said there are too many chefs in the kitchen. Sutherland laughed. And with the 2 dogs, Boyd added. My house is starting to feel pretty occupied now. Ah, so that's why you're so keen to come back? Sutherland said. For a bit of peace and quiet? No, not at all, Boyd said. On the contrary, it was wonderful to have a family once again. I just want to feel less like a useless sofa blob. There's only so much daytime TV I can tolerate. Don't you worry, Boyd. We'll put you on to something useful. Sutherland checked his screen and spotted what must have been a reminder. Oh yes, Hatcher wanted to have a quick chat with you when you came in. Do you want me to call her down here, or... No, it's fine, Boyd said. I'll have a crack at taking the stairs. 6. Jay knocked on Mr. McGuire's door and waited. After a few moments, he heard the old man call out for him to enter. He pushed the door open and stepped into the office. Afternoon, he said. I got a message you wanted to see me. Ah, yes, McGuire said. Come on in. Take a seat. Jay sat down opposite his boss and waited for him to finish off whatever he was doing on his computer. McGuire finally looked up. There? Done, he said. Afternoon, Jay responded. Jay, McGuire began, interlocking his long, bony fingers. I'm afraid the time has come. McGuire's beady blue eyes glinted at Jay from beneath the twin nests of his bushy eyebrows. The time has come for what? Jay felt as though the seat beneath him had dropped an inch. It's time, as the Americans say, McGuire said. To shit or get off the pot. Ah, you're talking about my probation period, said Jay. McGuire nodded. We've been, rather naughtily, employing you thus far on a 0-hours contract. And to be honest, my conscience is starting to get the better of me. He reached into one of the plastic trays on his desk. It's time for me to put a ring on it, so to speak. He drew out several sheets of printed paper and placed them in front of Jay. What's this? Jay asked. Our employment contract, McGuire told him. A permanent position with all the usual employee perks and trimmings. The old man's leathery skin crinkled with just the hint of a benevolent smile. My partners and I have been rather impressed with your progress, diligence, and development over the last few months. We'd like to send you on some further training courses, but obviously that's money we wouldn't want to lay out unless we have assurances that you are here to stay for the foreseeable. Jay glanced down at the contract in his hands, with his name and details already filled in, and a box awaiting his signature and date on the last page. Jesus, he said finally. I don't know what to say, Mr. McGuire. Take it home with you and read it, McGuire replied dryly. Should never, ever sign anything you haven't read from cover to cover. Right. And, of course, discuss it with your lovely lady. This sort of job does indeed make some unreasonable demands upon a relationship. She should be a part of the decision. Yes, I will, Jay said. McGuire nodded, swiping his hands against each other like a teacher brushing off chalk dust. He then offered one of them to Jay. This might turn out to be a tad premature, but welcome aboard, Mr. Turner. Jay grasped his hand tightly and shook it. Thank you. Thanks so much for giving me the opportunity, and... All right. Stop right there, McGuire cut in abruptly. It's a contract, not an Oscar. Okeke sat in the bumper-to-bumper traffic heading down Bohemia Road towards the seafront, drizzle spattering her windshield and making the red brake lights ahead sparkle like desultory Christmas lighting. 6 o'clock was a foolhardy time to have pulled out of the station's car park, she realized. Half an hour earlier or later, and she'd have dodged the nightly home swarming of London-based workers. All the same, it gave her some useful downtime to review what Dr. Marcus P&R had shared with her earlier today. Lucy Coleman was a 13-year-old girl who lived in Norman's Bay, a few miles along the coast from Bexhill-on-Sea. 6 months ago, she had been discovered unconscious on the hard shoulder of the A259. An ambulance had been called and Lucy had been rushed to Conquest Hospital with head injuries. The traumatic brain injuries she'd endured had been considered severe. So severe, in fact, that Lucy hadn't been expected to survive them. But, miraculously, after being put into an induced coma for several weeks, she'd been slowly brought back to life. It had been immediately evident that Lucy had suffered significant brain damage to the left side of her brain, resulting in speech and language impairment and a lack of mobility in her right arm and hand. After several months of rehabilitation at Conquest, achieving limited improvement to the motor functions on her right side, Lucy had been allowed to return home to her mother. Initially, Lucy had had no memory at all of the night that she'd fallen from the bridge, but after a few weeks she'd begun to have nightmares and panic attacks. Still incapable of communicating but clearly in need of help, she'd been referred to Dr. Marcus P&R. Marcus had told Okeke that over the past 4 months he'd worked on a number of different things with Lucy, in conjunction with the treatment of her ataxia. Medication controlled the spasms and tremors, while a speech therapist helped her to learn to speak again. She was starting to put small, simple sentences together, but her primary medium of communication was her drawings. Okeke had looked at a few of Lucy's drawings. They were crudely drawn in the style of a much younger child. The sky was a blue line, the ground a green one, the clouds resembled fluffy sheep, and the sun was a circle with straight lines radiating out around it. He explained that Lucy was right-handed, but because of her mobility issues, she was having to draw with her left, which in turn meant that no line was straight and no circle was even close to being round. The drawings, though rudimentary to the point of stickman simplicity, clearly depicted a bridge and some trees on the right-hand side. There was a girl, which Marcus explained was Lucy herself, a triangle for a dress, a circle for a face, and 2 yellow lines for her long hair, midway across the bridge, and the monster peering out from behind the trees. He had shown her drawings that Lucy had made several weeks apart. The scene varied only slightly in the details. Sometimes there were more trees, sometimes less. Sometimes there was a moon, other times there was not. In one picture, Lucy was on the right side of the bridge, emerging from the cartoon-style trees, the monster behind her pursuing her up a slope. The monster itself remained consistent. It was depicted as 2 red eyes amid a top-heavy form. Sometimes it had 2 raised arms with claws at the end and no legs at the bottom, as if it drifted rather than ran. Marcus was quite certain that the pictures were very real to Lucy. They knew the bridge itself was real, and he suspected that what the monster represented was also real. He'd explained that 2 different things were at work here. Lucy had suffered brain damage, which meant that her mind was busy remapping itself around damaged tissue. But she was also dealing with a repressed traumatic memory. Something had happened to her one night 6 months ago. A sequence of events that had ended with her falling from a substantial height and nearly dying. The story Lucy had to tell was a messy collage of remembered fragments and elements of a psychotic delusion, stitched together into something that resembled a Brothers Grimm fairy tale. She believes the monster is very real, Samantha. She also believes it's out there still, looking for her, trying to find her again. 7. Jay heard the gentle thud of the front door closing over the loud sizzling of the wok. Tonight he was trying out one of Jamie Oliver's 15-minute pan-to-plate recipes. Okeke stepped into their small kitchen, phone wedged between her ear and shoulder as she juggled her jacket, bag, keys, and fags. Yeah, sure, I can Google it. What's that? She wandered over towards the cooker and sniffed the air, giving a thumbs up as feedback. That's very kind of you, Marcus. I can meet you there at, say, 11 a.m., sure. See you then? And she ended the call. Smells good, she said, peering into the wok. What do we got? Shallots and celery and sesame oil. So far, that's all. Jay looked at her. Who's Marcus? Huh. Marcus? Is he another Sid newbie? What? Oh. Okeke shook her head. It's that doctor guy I had to meet today. The psychologist? Psychiatrist, she corrected. Same thing, Jay said. Not really, Okeke replied. He's going to introduce me to his patient tomorrow. Jay trawled the playlist of conversations he'd had with Sam in the last 24 hours. The girl with the monster? Yeah. Marcus seems convinced that her monster's real. Jay pulled a skeptical face. Sin triggered by someone or something that is real. What? Do you mean like abuse or something? Jay asked. She shrugged. Could be. But he said it's one of those situations where we have to tread very lightly when we talk to her. She's fragile, vulnerable, and according to Marcus, she's become pretty detached from reality, so I've got to be careful not to feed any suggestions into her delusion. Jay nodded. More of a listening exercise, then? Right. Marcus said her description of the night she fell and sustained the TBI has been remarkably detailed and consistent, which... TBI? Traumatic brain injury. She's sharing a genuine recollection. Obviously, there couldn't have been an actual monster, but the point is she thinks there is, and she believes it's out there somewhere, trying to find her. She doesn't step outside her house other than to go to therapy sessions. She's terrified. Jay dialed the hob down a notch. So, this monster is some guy who attacked her. Okeke nodded. That's what Marcus thinks, but there's not much to go on at the moment. Right? Jay threw some diced mushrooms into the wok. Hey, baby cakes. Change of subject. I got some news to. Marcus said the elements of her story aren't random. Everything in her drawings is there for a reason, telling us something. What did he say? Ah, yes. In the landscape of a troubled mind, nothing happens for nothing. Jay raised an eyebrow and smirked. He said what? Okeke shot him a suspicious look. Don't give me that tone. He's actually well respected, I'll have you know. He's published several books. So has Joey Essex, Jay retorted, laughing. She dead-eyed him. Ha ha! No, I'm serious. I Googled him after I went to see him. He's right at the top of his field. She went to the fridge and pulled out a packet of tofu and a tray of corn chicken. Which one do you need? Neither. It's just veggies tonight. He splashed some tamari into the pan. Ain't no fake bake going on here. She put the packets back, pulled out an open bottle of rosé, and swung the fridge door shut. So anyway, tomorrow, he's gonna introduce me to Lucy. Jay watched her as she pulled a wine glass out of a cupboard, sat down at the kitchen table, poured herself a good measure, and then opened her notebook to review what she'd jotted down earlier. He opened his mouth to try again, to give her his news, that McGuire had offered him a full-time position, when she glanced up at him. Oh, and Boyd came into work today. Yeah? He grinned. The Gov is back in Dow House, eh? Starting back. Sutherland's going to ease him in very slowly. How is he? She paused. She got so used to him with his scruffy beard, his coarse, messy hair, and generally rumpled appearance that it had been a shock to see him totally bald with his face shaved clean. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she replied, He looks sort of frail. Frail? She nodded. She explained his appearance. He said his hair's only recently started falling out, so he decided to remove the whole lot rather than look tatty. Poor guy. She nodded. He looks worn out. It's not surprising, babes. He's been doing all that chemo, but he's nearly done now, right? Yeah. One more lot to go. She sighed. I just hate seeing him like that. Jay leant over and kissed the top of her head. You feel protective of him. That's what I love about you, baby. You've got a good heart. You get all the feels. She grimaced at his choice of expression and raised a brow. Feels? What are you, 12? Just down with the kids, love. 8. Dr. Marcus P and I drove a Volvo XC90 hybrid, which didn't surprise Okeke. An expensive but not too showy car, the kind of car that conveyed wealth without shouting about it. She'd felt somewhat ashamed leaving her beat-up diesel-guzzling Datsun on his pristine driveway as she climbed into his car. She really hoped to God it didn't leave a puddle of oil behind. So, how limited are Lucy's verbal skills? She asked Marcus. She has the language level of about a 6 or 7-year-old. He looked at her. Don't let that fool you, though. Her cognitive level is higher. It's her communication that's very simple. Are there any das or don'ts? Okeke asked. Anything I need to be careful of? Marcus nodded and almost smiled. Just be yourself, Samantha. Friendly, patient. It's taken me several months to win her trust. I think with you, being female, you'll make swifter progress. As they drove along the coastal road towards Pevensey, Okeke began to feel slightly awkward. Marcus wasn't a small talker, nor did he seem to want to fill the car with the burble of noise from the radio. They drove in perfect, excruciating, uncomfortable electric car silence until Okeke finally cracked. "So you're from South Africa?" she asked. He laughed. "How did you guess?" "So, how did you end up here, in East Sussex?" "My parents moved out of Joburg when Mandela and the ANC were elected." He glanced her way. "Yes, I'm very much the product of white privilege and child to a pair of racist bigots. My parents were supporters of that vile regime, so they left for England the day after Mandela came to power." Okeke opened her mouth to say something, but, for once, found herself stumped. "No," he replied quickly. "To answer your question, I don't see them at all. They live in Dorset. I don't visit them. We don't see eye to eye. The first opportunity I could, in fact, as soon as I finished school, I left the UK and returned to South Africa to study." He shrugged and the silence resumed. The Coleman's home in Mueller Close was located at the end of a cul-de-sac of single-story, 60s prefabs. The rear gardens backed onto the East Coastway train line, and the front gardens all seemed to be cluttered with various abandoned projects, ranging from rusting vehicles on concrete blocks to sofas stripped back to their springs and pine frames. The tarmac of the cul-de-sac itself was fractured and potholed, the pavements either side overgrown with tussocks of grass that had taken root in the cracks. There had been a meme on Facebook a few years back that had mocked an eye-wateringly dull-witted moment during the 2016 U.S. political campaigning. The Republican side of the political leaflet battlefield had used a picture grabbed from the internet to illustrate the dire poverty evident across the U.S. Rust Belt, blaming the do-nothing Democrats. It later turned out that the photograph they'd carelessly used was of one of the most deprived seaside towns in the UK, Jaywick Sands, near Clacton-on-Sea. Okeke wondered if Mueller Close might have made just as powerful an image depicting Midwestern American blue-collar squalor. Literally the only thing that marked it out as not made in the US of A was the Morrison's shopping bag, probably stuffed with soiled nappies, dangling by one handle from a metal fence post. As they both climbed out of Marcus's car, Okeke wondered whether they should have driven over in her Datsun. If his Volvo was gone when they came back out or was sporting a long wavy scratch down one side, she'd not be entirely surprised. The front door to the nearest house opened to reveal a middle-aged woman in joggers and a thick jumper. She looked cold as she stood in the doorway, hugging herself. She was skinny to the point of being gaunt. Her dyed, jet-black hair was showing gray roots that made it look as though she was going thin at the crown. She threw Marcus a little wave by way of a greeting. Then she cocked her head curiously as her eyes settled on Okeke. They walked towards the open door. "Hello again, Mrs. Coleman," he said, holding out his hand. "This is Detective Sergeant Samantha Okeke." Mrs. Coleman shook his hand, then took a moment to take in the fact that Okeke was both black and female. And more intriguing than both of those observations, she was a copper too. Okeke held her hand out. "Good morning, Mrs. Coleman." Mrs. Coleman stared suspiciously at it before reaching out and lightly touching her hand for a mere second. "Dr. P and I wondered if I could meet Lucy," Okeke said. "So you decided to bring the police lady here?" Mrs. Coleman said to Marcus. "Because we agreed. Because you and I both know someone tried to hurt Lucy," he replied. She kept her eyes on Okeke. "Some bastard threw her off a bridge," she said. "And Samantha wants to help me find out who that was," Marcus told her. Okeke nodded. "I'm here to help. If I can." "She doesn't go nowhere now. She barely comes out of her room," Mrs. Coleman told Okeke. "She comes to my practice, though," said Marcus. "Which is progress, Mrs. Coleman nodded. She pulled her door inwards. You better come in quick. I'm letting all me heat out. She closed the door behind them and showed them into the living room, which was to the right. It was the kind of space Okeke had seen 1,000 times before. The furniture was sparse. There was a faded, threadbare two-seater that had a blanket thrown over it to hide the worst of it, an armchair that looked as though it had lived through the 50s, and a collapsible laundry rack that stood beside the room's electric bar heater, laden with clothes in the hope that they'd eventually dry. Mrs. Coleman began to hurriedly lift the clothes off the rails and fold them. "Don't do that on my account," said Okeke. Marcus had obviously not forewarned Mrs. Coleman of his visit. "Honestly," pressed Okeke, "it's impossible to dry things this time of year." "I've got a tumble dryer," Mrs. Coleman replied a little defensively. "I just can't afford to use it," Okeke guessed. She noticed several crumpled cans of cider on the floor beside the sofa, but at least there were no ashtrays, no Rizlas, and no pipes or needles. She's a drinker, but not a drug user. Okeke realized Marcus had wanted her to see the Coleman's house in its usual state, and not at its best. "Can I make you both a cuppa?" Mrs. Coleman asked. "Could I have a coffee?" replied Okeke. Mrs. Coleman shook her head. "Only got tea, love." "Well, black tea would be lovely then, thank you," said Okeke. "Dr. Pienaar?" She pronounced the first part like pie. "Just some hot water, thank you, Mrs. Coleman." "Grab a seat, and I'll see if I can get Lucy out of her room." Mrs. Coleman left Okeke and Marcus alone in the living room. A moment later, they heard her lowered voice from down the small hallway. Soft and encouraging at first, then ramping up to a reed-thin whine of frustrated pleading. After a while, Mrs. Coleman came back into the living room. "Won't be long," she said to Okeke and Marcus as she headed into the kitchen, which was on the other side of the living room, at the back of the house. The kettle clacked as it was switched on, and soon it started to burble. As Okeke glanced at Marcus, the living room door creaked softly and pale fingertips curled around the edge. They were followed by tresses of knotty blonde hair and one blue eye, wide and suspicious, darting from Marcus to Okeke. The rest of the face slowly slid into view. "Hello, Lucy," said Marcus gently. "This is my friend Samantha. Would you like to meet her?" Lucy timidly took another step forward. She stared at Okeke for a good few seconds before finally opening her mouth and raising her left finger to point at her. "Brown?" Okeke smiled. "Yes, I'm Brown." "It's a very wide neighborhood," whispered Marcus. "I'm well aware. So is most of Sussex," Okeke replied out of the side of her mouth. "Lucy, do you want to come in?" She noticed that the girl had a thick blanket wrapped around her shoulders. "It's nice and warm in here." Lucy took a moment to consider this, and then finally came round the door. Despite the blanket, she was shivering, her feet bare. "You look freezing," said Okeke. "Why don't you come and join us on the sofa? It's nice and warm here." Marcus nodded reassuringly. Lucy took another few seconds to decide what she was going to do. At last, she made her decision and shuffled over towards them. Okeke patted a space between her and Marcus. "Come and sit here. We can make a nice, warm Lucy sandwich." Lucy giggled and sat down, tucking her feet up beneath her and pulling the blanket to her chin with her good hand. Marcus nodded and smiled at Okeke. "I think she likes you." Okeke looked down at the girl. She was 13. But it was easy to forget that from the way she behaved. As Marcus had told her, Lucy's communication skills seemed to have regressed to a much younger age. They heard the tinkling of a spoon in a mug, and Mrs. Coleman came back into the living room with a tray and 3 mugs, which she set down on the seat of the armchair. She returned to the door and quickly closed it. Okeke guessed it was the only room in the house with the heating on. "I'm sorry, I haven't got no biscuits in at the moment," she said as she handed a mug to Marcus, and then one to Okeke. Normally I got digestives in. Oh, don't worry about that, replied Okeke. I'm trying to shake off some Christmas pounds. Mrs. Coleman settled down in her armchair with her mug cupped in both hands. Dr. P and I weren't expecting a visit. Isn't Lucy's next session the day after tomorrow? He nodded. It is. But as I said outside, I wanted Lucy to meet Sam. Lucy looked up at Okeke. Sam? Sounds like a boy's name, doesn't it? Okeke. Lucy nodded. She smiled. It's short for Samantha. So you're a copper? Said Mrs. Coleman. Okeke nodded. I'm from Hastings, Sid. Dr. P&R contacted me about Lucy's accident. It were no accident, Mrs. Coleman replied. Some bastard pushed her off a bridge. Okeke couldn't recall seeing a bridge on the way over. Where's the bridge? She asked. I mean, it's pretty flat around here, isn't it? And I didn't see one nearby. There's an overpass somewhere on the A259, Mrs. Coleman replied. That's where it was. Okeke looked at Marcus. Did your notes say exactly where Lucy was picked up by the ambulance? He shook his head. Okeke turned back to Mrs. Coleman. Can you be more specific? She asked. Whereabouts on the road was it? Mrs. Coleman shrugged. I was frantic that night. I was about to call the police, and then the hospital called me to say Lucy was in intensive care after a fall. Okeke pulled her notebook out and made a note to see if the call-out log from 6 months ago could be checked. What time did you get the call? She asked. Mrs. Coleman shrugged again. Late. I mean, early. It was like 2 or 3, I think. Hadn't you thought to call the police earlier to report Lucy missing? Okeke asked. Mrs. Coleman looked down at her steaming mug of tea, her pale face prickling with blotches of red. No, I hadn't. Okeke felt Marcus's foot nudge hers discreetly. Of course. Mrs. Coleman had a drink problem. Lucy used to go out on her own. A bit, she murmured. Before. Okeke smiled. Teenagers, eh? Mrs. Coleman nodded, clearly grateful that the issue of her 13-year-old daughter being out and about and unaccounted for that night had been dropped. Okeke glanced down at Lucy and noticed that the blanket had been pulled up a little higher, over the bridge of her nose. Were there places that Lucy would regularly go to when she went out? She asked. She went to the playground down the road, Mrs. Coleman said. Sometimes she went to the beach or the shops. And do you know if there was anyone she hung out with regularly? Mrs. Coleman shook her head, then finally offered a reply. Other kids. School friends? Okeke pressed. She didn't really have any, said Mrs. Coleman. Local kids it would have been. Were they the same age? Or a similar age? Okeke asked. Mrs. Coleman nodded. Okeke noted that Lucy's entire face was now entirely hidden beneath the blanket, with just her messy long hair sprouting out above it. Like a turtle, she'd been slowly sliding down into her shell. The questions that Okeke was asking her mom were clearly making her uncomfortable. Okeke wondered if she might glean more useful information by taking a look around Lucy's room. She remembered her own childhood. Her bedroom had been her world. Her mental landscape externalized and mapped out across 6 square meters. Lucy, she said softly, would you like to show me your bedroom? The hair-crested blanket remained perfectly still. I just want to see if I can get some ideas for mine, she continued. Mine's really rubbish. There was still no response. Would it be okay if I just go in and have a little look? I won't be long. She wheedled. The blanket bundle finally twitched. There was the slightest of nods. 9. Okeke headed down the frigid dark hallway, aware that there were 2 ceiling lights, both off, and a radiator that was stone cold. Mrs. Coleman was clearly doing everything she could to slow the relentless whirring discs of her electric meter. At the end of the hall was a door with Lucy's room spelled out in jumbled stick-on letters. Okeke pushed the door open and stepped inside. Lucy's bedroom as cold as the hallway. Condensation dripped down the window and a small puddle had formed along the narrow plastic sill at the bottom. Looking at the window frame reminded Okeke that this place was a 60s prefab, which meant thin aluminum outer walls and little or no insulation in the cavity between that and the plasterboard. It wasn't much better than a caravan for keeping the warmth in and the cold out. The space was cluttered with an accumulation of Lucy's possessions that, like geological strata, revealed her whole life so far. Dolls and soft toys shared space with the pink carry case of a makeup starter set and an old iPad. Lucy clearly had begun to step over the threshold between child and teen, before her accident at least. There was a poster of Ariana Grande on one wall, a poster of BTS on another. Okeke was far from up to date on what tweens and early teens considered cool these days, but the room suggested Lucy that had been just about on the mark. Okeke wandered over to a cardboard box stuffed with Cindy dolls and various other toys. She pulled out a plastic pony and smiled as she examined it more closely. "Ha!" she said under her breath. It was the very same one that she'd had as a child, light brown with a blonde mane. She remembered part of her morning ritual had been to pour her pony a small bowl of her mom's muesli and make the munching sounds as her pony, ate. Okeke put it back into the cardboard box. She was tempted to look one up on eBay and hit the buy now button, just for old time's sake. Jay, undoubtedly, would be amused that his arse-kicking partner still had a soft spot for a certain tacky plastic pony. She stood up straight and continued to survey Lucy's small bedroom. She noticed a small wooden desk pushed against one wall. Its well-worn and pitted surface was cluttered with stationery, glitter glue, felt tips and paper and crayons. Also on the desk was an A4 pad of lined paper, used pages folded over the top to make way for the next clean sheet. She picked it up and flicked back to see what Lucy had filled them with. The first pages were cluttered with idle doodles, spirals, swirls, swirls, and hearts, all drawn shakily by her non-dominant left hand and in a variety of gaudy colors. She flipped to another page, revealing a black line drawing. Okeke recognized the bridge, a wobbly horizontal line with a couple of vertical supports. The ground beneath sloped up on either side to meet it. Mrs. Coleman had mentioned a pedestrian overpass. The slopes on Lucy's drawing looked like roadside embankments. The monster was once again present, standing in the middle of the bridge, looking menacingly down at a stick-figure girl, who was lying on her back and staring up. There was vivid red on the ground, all around her head. Okeke flipped through the next few pages. There were several more drawings along the lines, and others that showed wobbly rectangles on wheels. Buses? Trucks? She turned the page and found herself looking at a picture of a giant claw-like hand reaching down from the sky, as if to grab a stick man with a sad face who was sitting on a chair. Okeke tucked the pad under her arm and headed out of the small frigid room and back to the living room. As she entered, she saw that Lucy's head had emerged from her tortoise shell of a blanket, and she was watching Teletubbies on the TV while Marcus and Mrs. Coleman talked idly about the weather. Marcus was commenting how, even after 10 years back in the UK, he still struggled with the UK's persistent cold and damp. "Lucy?" Okeke sat down again on the sofa beside her. "I found your pad of drawings." Lucy glanced disinterestedly at it, her eyes flicking straight back to the TV. "Would you mind if I borrowed it, to look through at home?" Okeke asked. Lucy remained still, her attention on the scary sunbaby slowly rising into an impossibly perfect blue sky. "I'll bring it back in a few days." Lucy turned to Okeke, Come back, Okeke nodded. If you don't mind. Lucy smiled, clearly pleased with the idea. Okay. 10, 3. Jay loomed over the ancient machine like an Easter Island effigy, watching the scanner's light pulse and listening to the rhythmic clackety-clacking of internal rollers as warm photocopies spooled. Out, onto the tray. McGuire had cautioned him at the very beginning that the job wouldn't all be field work following unsuspecting targets or using spy cameras. There'd be plenty of dull office work to do as well. Which, for once, had come nicely timed. It was dark, wet, and windy. Not just wet, but vile wet, with rain spearing down at a spiteful and stinging 45-degree angle. Private eye or doormat, it was a good time to be inside. Jay glanced at the clock. It was 4:15 p.m., another hour and 3/4, and he'd be done for the day. McGuire, bless him, hadn't nudged him on the job offer at all today. Jay had said that he'd needed more time to talk it through with Sam first, and McGuire had understood. It wasn't as if Sam would object. On the contrary, she'd be happy for him. It was the first proper rung on his brand new career ladder. All the same, he really was keen to chat to her first. Perhaps even make a big thing about signing the contract with a bottle of Prosecco on ice. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He fished it out, expecting to see Sam's pouting face on the screen, but instead it read unknown ID. He answered the call. Jay Turner, who's this? Oh, I get who's this, do I? The voice was deep, female and American. Is that Ronnie? She cut in. Uh-huh. Yeah, it is. From the training course, he asked stupidly. The very same, she replied. How many others do you know? Actually, I'm kinda hurt my name hasn't flashed up on your screen. She said that as if it was a question. But then, Jay recalled, everything she said came out sounding like a question. Americans, Australians, Kiwis, and posh girls from Essex, they all seemed to have the same querying inflection at the end. He stammered. He didn't even remember exchanging numbers. The final, very celebratory night down the pub at the end of the course had been a bit of a blur, and that had been many months ago. Never mind. I'll take that on the chin, I guess, she said. Jesus, I'm sorry, Ronnie. I wasn't expecting you to call out of the blue, he said. Clearly. How the fuck are you? He bumbled. How the heck you Brits managed to make that word sound charming? I'll never know, she said with a chuckle. But yeah, I'm good, thanks. You? Samey job at the same place, but it's a permanent position now, he told her. Ah, shame, she replied. Huh? No congratulations, he said. She clucked her tongue. Okay, well, congrats and dang. Why dang? He asked, curious. I was reaching out to you because I had an interesting proposal to throw your way, she said. He smirked. The last proposal she'd thrown his way had been a somewhat awkward one. Whence, he supposed, his not storing her number on his phone. It was a job offer, she clarified. A big job offer. Jay looked around the small open office area. At 25 by 25, it was the size of a generous lounge and no more. And if it wasn't for the clackety-clack of the photocopier, it would have been silent enough for a keen ear to hear the spill from his phone. Just a sec, Ronnie. I'm kinda busy. Maybe I can call you back, he said. Wait, what? Is this you blowing me off? You haven't heard the goddamn offer yet. No. It's just, he spluttered. Is it awkward? Ronnie supplied. What? The wife's there? The boss? Or they're both there? Jijing you. She laughed. No. Look, just let me call you back. "When I take a break," he said. Jay heard her cackle again. "When I take a break," she mimicked with the voice of a desperate name-tag-wearing minion. "You call me later then, big man." "Right, doll. And put my name in contacts this time, asshole." Okeke looked up from the printed scans she'd made of Lucy's scrawls. Abbott was standing at the window, looking out at the flapping orange plastic sheets that were attached to the scaffolding. "Wind's picked up," he commented. Through the glass, they could hear the scaffolding jangling and rattling, the plastic covers snapping and rustling like the sails on a yacht. "Not sure that lot outside is going to last the night." Minter joined them at the window. "That sheeting's going to shake all those poles loose. It'll be like a giant game of pickup sticks out there in the morning." Okeke was more concerned that the building, with its safety-expired concrete, might not be standing in the morning. She checked her watch. It was 4:15 p.m., another hour and a bit, and she'd be driving home in that filthy weather. She had a vague notion that the sea was at the high tide mark at about 5 or 6, and that raging wind would be throwing spumes of foam up into the air to drift across the seafront road. It was a dark and stormy night. She turned her attention back to the drawings in her hands. Lucy's nightmarish drawings. Okeke had scanned 17 of them, ignoring the pages of swirls and glittery hearts, obviously from before the incident. The pictures varied in clarity, as though some had been drawn in the dark. Those ones were almost indecipherable scribbles in one color, presumably the first felt tip she could find. The most commonly repeated composition was the bridge, a wavering horizontal line with 2 wavering lines holding it up. The details varied, though. In some, the stick girl was on the bridge, and below in others, the monster was either on the right or in the middle, looking down. In a few, Lucy had drawn a bunch of trees on the right of the bridge. And then there was the one of the stick girl lying on the ground beneath the bridge with a puddle of red blood beneath her head. Lucy had even drawn a box on wheels that presumably was the ambulance and 2 stick men looming over the body. The paramedics? Okeke wondered if these were actual memories or embellishments. A couple of drawings had a little Red Riding Hood feel to them. Stick girl Lucy in her triangle dress with her 2 yellow lines of hair flapping behind her, running through a haunted wood. Behind her, the monster in pursuit, all red angry eyes and orange flames. In one of the drawings, she'd given the monster antlers, or perhaps they were horns. The ground was always markedly sloped. "Are there any hills around here?" Okeke pondered. Beyond Bexhill, Sussex inclined gently down to the sea. There were no chalk-white cliffs or undulating hills. The coastal area was as flat as a pool table. She examined a drawing depicting a row of rectangles on circles and stick girl Lucy running among them. "Are those trucks? Had Lucy been run along a busy road? Were those trucks that had passed by her that night?" Okeke made a note. It would be a long shot, but a passing trucker might have seen a young girl running along around the road and called it in. The final image was puzzling and decidedly unsettling. It was the one that Lucy had drawn of the giant claw-like hand descending from the sky to grab a stick man sitting on a chair. She'd drawn a sad face on the man's circular head. Okeke, embracing the idea that they might be metaphorical images, wondered what the claw actually represented. Looming danger? And more importantly, who the hell was the stick man supposed to be? 11. Back home, Okeke had just unlocked the front door and stepped out of the rain when her phone buzzed. It was Marcus. She shrugged off her soaked leather jacket and tapped the screen. "Yeah?" "Samantha, you just called me," Marcus said. "Yeah, thanks for getting back to me," Okeke replied. "I've got a quick question for you." "Go on," he said. "In your sessions with Lucy, did she ever draw a giant claw?" Okeke asked. "Sometimes she draws her monster with arms and big claws," Marcus said. "No, I mean something like a large claw on its own, in the sky," Okeke clarified. "Not that I recall," Marcus said. is that on the pad you took home with you? I just wondered if it's meant to be her monster or something else. Okeke stepped into the kitchen to put the kettle on, but stopped at the threshold. Jay was at the kitchen table with a bottle of red wine open and 2 glasses beside it. It's not Friday. What's he up to? Perhaps it was an addition she made later. Sometimes she returns to her drawings and adds in more details, said Marcus. I tend to discount those because I believe she's simply trying to make her drawings look better. He paused. For me. Okeke also noted that Jay had laid the table for dinner. Nicely. There were even a couple of tea candles. She clocked a couple of pizzas in the oven and the cheeky smirk on his face, which could mean only one thing. He'd randomly decided that tonight was going to be a red wine-fueled Netflix and chill night. She sighed inwardly. He was feeling horny. Christ, not tonight. Do keep that in mind, Samantha, said Marcus. I know it's tempting to want to apply meaning to every little thing in her pictures. Yeah, I know, Okeke said, but the sketches she made at home do seem to suggest a sequence of events. She's running beside what I think could be trucks, running through a wood, running up a hill, then she's on the bridge. In all of them, the monster is chasing her. That looks to me very much like a narrative. It looks like a storybook, in fact. Indeed, Marcus said. But our minds are hardwired to form narratives where we can. The bridge that she keeps depicting, I think, is a genuine recollection. But the other images you describe could simply be her trying to find a way to explain to herself why she was on a bridge in the first place. They're pretty detailed. She's taken some time on some of them, Okeke told him. Well, that would also make me a little suspicious, Samantha. If she's taking time to draw things properly, coloring things in, then she's trying to create a more impressive picture. He paused. Often she wants to please. Shall I email the scans I made of them? Okeke offered. Yes, please do. I'll ask her about them at our next session, Marcus said. She made a note of his email address and hung up. Then she slapped the kettle on. Do you fancy a coffee, love? She asked, reaching into the cabinet above the kettle. Jay turned to look her way, bottle of red in one hand. Actually, I was thinking you and me could share this bottle of Chateau de Planck tonight. I can't, she replied quickly, spooning coffee granules into her mug. I want to keep a clear head. I've got some work to do. Okay, Jay said. Then, hey, I got a bit of news for you, babe. Big news. She nodded. Okay, well, let me just do this quick thing, and then you can tell me after. He glanced at the oven, but the pizzas are nearly ready. Okeke poured not quite boiled water from the kettle into her mug. Would you keep it warm? She picked up her shoulder bag and headed towards the hallway. I won't be long. Jay wilted, then sighed. Want me to bring it through? She smiled guiltily. Oh, babes, would you? Okeke had wanted to have a go in the afternoon and had interpreting the drawings as a clue to where exactly Lucy had been. The night she fell from the bridge, but other work had got in the way. She set her laptop on the coffee table in their lounge and loaded Google Earth. She understood Marcus's caution in jumping too readily to the conclusion that a child's doodles might have a literal meaning to them. Boys and girls drew unicorns flying in the sky and robot giants towering over skyscrapers. Clearly flights of fancy, but the story's sequence in Lucy's drawings felt different. Okeke decided to focus on the one detail that seemed most consistent in the pictures, the bridge. She dropped a pin on the location of the Coleman's home. Zooming out, she could see that the cul-de-sac was one of many. Within a network of housing, with prefabs set at the end of each curving lane like daisy petals. The house was not too far from the seafront. She scrolled around until she came across the A259, following its winding path as it swerved inland west of Bexhill, and then back towards the coast as it approached Norman's Bay and Pevensey. Okeke zoomed in on the satellite image as she continued tracking it. The gray thread of the road straightened out north of Norman's Bay. On the inland side of it were mottled empty fields. On the seaward side were what looked like wetlands. She continued inching her way along the road, hoping to catch sight of the bridge and signs of any hills or any woodland bordering the road. Trees were scarce, she noted. The flanking countryside was all salt-sprayed downs, punctuated by flood ditches, and divided by spindly, wavy country roads. She slowly followed the A259 as it passed by Norman's Bay and approached the outskirts of Pevensey. Okeke suddenly found herself looking at a narrow strip of woodland running alongside the road. She stopped and zoomed in further. A small, isolated wood ran along the southern coastal side for what looked like several hundred yards. Halfway along the patch of woodland, she spotted a faint, pale strip running over the A259. The bridge. "Gotcha," she whispered. She zoomed out a little to see how far from Norman's Bay it was, keeping in mind that it had to be a plausible distance for Lucy. As she did so, immediately below the narrow strip of woodland, she came across a familiar sight, a neat loop of static caravans dotted along an almost triangular track. A campsite. She scrolled to the right. Norman's Bay wasn't that far away, less than a mile. She returned to the campsite and zoomed in closer. Some sort of work appeared to be in progress at the camp, at least at the time the image had been taken. There were vacant hard standings and the faint twin lines of deep, rutted digger tracks crisscrossing the site, along with what appeared to be tarp-covered skips. Okeke checked the data attribution link at the bottom of the screen. The imagery had been captured in June 2022. Not that long ago then. It looked as though the site was either being given a facelift or knocked down for redevelopment. This part of the coast seemed to be a graveyard of campsites. She shuddered at the memory of Gerald Nix. A couple of years ago now, she and Boyd had tracked him down to an abandoned campsite. Boyd and Jay had almost lost their lives that night. Gerald Nix had definitely lost his. "Here you go," said Jay. He placed a large plate of sliced pizza on the coffee table, left the room and returned with the bottle of wine and the 2 glasses. He sat down on the sofa next to her. "So, babes, what are you up to?" Okeke reached for a pizza slice without pulling her eyes away from the screen. This girl Lucy. This poor bloody girl. "The monster one?" Jay asked. Okeke nodded. "She's a traumatized mess. She's only 13. She should be going to school, watching TikTok videos and doing what girls her age do. Instead, she's this withdrawn hermit who hides away in her room. She watches Teletubbies, for God's sake." Okeke took a bite out of her pizza. She pointed at the faint line running across the zoomed-in A259. "Now I think this is the bridge she fell from." Jay winced. "That'll be a drop, all right. And she survived?" "Barely." Okeke sipped her coffee. "Marcus thinks that what we're getting from her is a mixture of memories and delusion. Psychosis, repressed trauma, and brain damage." She suddenly remembered Jay had mentioned he had some news he wanted to share with her. "So what's the big news? You said you had something you wanted to tell me?" Jay beamed and uncorked the wine bottle, then poured some into the 2 glasses he brought with him. "And McGuire collared me yesterday," he told her. "Said he wanted to offer me a permanent job." "What? He's finally going to make an honest man out of you?" Okeke grinned. Jay nodded, still smiling. She reached out and wrapped a hand around the bristly back of his head and kissed him on the mouth. What? You big clever bastard." "I know I am," he said, taking a slug of his wine. "And the job comes with all the usual perks." "Huh?" "Annual leave, pension contribution, further training. Blah, blah, blah. It's a proper, actual job." "Nice," she said. She picked up her glass and clinked his. "Well done, you." "So, you want to go out?" he asked. "To the pub? To celebrate? She pulled a second pizza slice from the plate. Well, she looked at her laptop. I was going to do a bit more work here, she said. Jay sighed. Oh, come on. I want to check something out and then update Marcus, she told him. Marcus again, Jay huffed. Dr. PR, the psychiatrist I told you about, she said absently. I know, the clever, famous, rich one, right? Said Jay. She laughed. Yeah, you could say that. His place is pretty lush. You've been to his house? Jay asked tetchily. His practice? Yeah, she said, oblivious to his irritation. So talk about Lucy. Right. Jay reached for the bottle to top her up, but Okeke put a hand over her glass. Sorry, Jay. Not tonight, eh? She smiled guiltily, aware that he had plans. A bottle of red and maybe a bit of celebratory rolling around upstairs. Look, I'm a bit tired. Is it okay if perhaps we celebrate at the weekend? Have a meal out or something? Jay sighed again. Fine. His shoulders sagged. I suppose they'll celebrate this big milestone in my life by watching some telly. She patted his knee. Isn't there some Top Gear or something for you to catch up on? 12. The next morning, Okeke pulled up on the hard shoulder opposite the entrance to the campsite to find that her suspicions had been confirmed. It had been closed down and was now awaiting development. A sign, which had been cable-tied to the chain-link fence running across the entrance, declared that Salt Lane Holiday Camp was to be the site of an exciting new development of several hundred seafront properties, complete with a golf course and sports club. She watched the rain spattering against her windscreen for a while, in the vain hope that it was just a passing shower, but it looked as though it would linger, probably on and off, all day. She grabbed her anorak from the passenger seat, along with a pair of woolly gloves and a beanie from her bag, and climbed out of her car. She'd told Minter that she'd be in a little later this morning after her unspecified work-related errand. He hadn't bothered to inquire any further. They both had in trays full of legwork tasks on minor cases to shoehorn into their days. Okeke crossed the road to the chain-link fence, hoping to see a portable unit set up inside that might house a site manager or foreman at whom she could wave her warrant card. But the place appeared to be deserted, as indicated by the Google Earth imagery. Work had begun. There were ruts where diggers had been moving around, but nothing that looked recent. There was no sign of any equipment or diggers for bored kids to mess about with. And no foreman's office. She walked along the front perimeter fence, on the lookout for, well, anyone. There seemed to be a fair bit of the campsite left standing. She observed a reception building, and next to it a short parade of sea-facing shops. A chippy, a convenience store, a laundrette, an ice cream parlor, and an amusement arcade. Plywood covered every window. All of them graffitied and several jimmied at the corners to reveal dark openings. An infestation of kids, she mused. Down tools for long enough and they'd turn up like ants looking for sugar spills. She spotted a section of fencing that had been tampered with. The chain link had been snipped from the support pole and lifted up like a petticoat, revealing a bit of ankle. Okeke paused as she looked at the gap. It would be easy enough to bend down and scoot under. Might as well, she muttered, puffing out a cloud of steam. Without hesitation, she ducked down under the fencing and stood up straight on the other side. A few years ago, as a freshly recruited detective constable, she would have been horrified at the idea of doing this, citing guidelines that she would be in danger of undermining evidence admissibility. If she found something the CPA might be interested in further down the line, as a result of effectively breaking in without just cause, they'd have to make one hell of a case to be allowed to use it. She smiled as she imagined Boyd muttering something about box ticking and arse covering. Since joining Hastings Sid, she'd discovered that most rules were there for a reason, but not all of them. Taking a moment to think what she should do next, Okeke briefly wondered whether she was in danger of being overzealous. The last 5 months or so had been a slog through an entree of petty crimes, in comparison to the previous year. That had resulted in just one desultory 2K successfully getting a CPS sign-off, and a promotion to sergeant, which meant, seriously, she should know better than to go snooping without the correct warrant. Yet here she stood, feeling like Scooby-Doo's eager beaver Thelma, ready to solve a mystery all by herself. She wasn't even sure what she was looking for. Had she been a little too keen to interpret a child's trauma-related drawings as the key to the mystery of who pushed Lucy? There was no clue that Lucy had even been to this place. What Okeke did know was that Lucy's pictures had depicted trees on a slope. Enough trees to be considered a small wood. Well, all right. The only trees in a cluster large enough to call a wood were at the far end of the campsite, and 2 of the drawings had indicated sloping woodland. Okeke turned to face inland and looked around. The trees beyond the perimeter fence seemed to ascend a modest embankment, and within the perimeter were rows and rows of static caravans. Boxes on wheels. Maybe not so overzealous then? Okeke thought. She crossed the weed-tufted ground towards the parade of shops. This might be investigating on a hunch, the kind of detective work Sutherland derisively snorted at. But so far nothing was telling her she'd wasted half an hour of her day by driving out here. Okeke peered through the dark entrance of the amusement arcade, Salty's Fun House, which had a plywood board dangling precariously over the main door. The muted, overcast morning light did little to push the gloom back beyond the first few arcade machines, and the fleck paint fiberglass figurines standing 4 feet high beside them. It looked like a Smurf with a 99-flake quiff of hair and a manic smile, a cross between Sonic the Hedgehog and Chucky. She guessed it must be the camp's mascot, Salty. "Hello," she called out. Her voice bounced around inside. She didn't want to surprise anyone, nor be surprised herself. "Police here. Anyone inside?" She listened for a reply, but heard nothing apart from the steady hiss of drizzling rain outside and the tap-tap-tap of water coming from somewhere within. If Salty's little kingdom had come a cropper during the pandemic, then it would have been left untended for a couple of years now. Okeke called out again and waited a few minutes before pulling the damp and dangling plywood off its remaining screw and setting it down on the ground outside the arcade's entrance. There was, by now, a little more daylight pushing its way through. She stepped into the arcade and looked around. It seemed as though most, if not all, the gaming machines had been left behind. There were a mixture of 80s and 90s computer classics in their gaudy cabinets. Mortal Kombat, Marvel vs. Capcom, Pac-Man, and a host of more traditional coin gobblers, Tupu coin pushers, temp slot machines, keymaster cabinets, and toy grabbers. She approached the nearest coin pusher and saw that the glass cabinet had been smashed in and most of the trinkets, prize gadgets, and coins had been removed. It was easy to see why the boards over the entrance had been jacked off. The arcade had been full of easy pickings. Okeke stepped further into the building, moving among the rows of machines, the pallid light from the doorway just bright enough for her not to need a torch. She paused beside a grabber cabinet. Again, the glass had been smashed and most of the worthwhile goodies inside had been taken, leaving behind the cheap plastic toys that no one in their right mind would bother cutting their arms on broken glass to reach for. She turned her phone's torchlight on. Immediately, shadows jumped around her and launched themselves across the low ceiling. She aimed the light at the smashed cabinet and shards of broken glass resting on the plastic toys, glinting back at her. A brick was nestled among them, and above dangled the cabinet's claw. 3 digits hung limply, useless even when not powered by pound coins and vain hope. If they'd ever managed to lift any worthwhile prize from the bed of plastic crap below, she'd be shocked. Okeke was about to explore more of the arcade when the glow from her phone's light picked out a detail beyond the grabber. She stepped around the cabinet and found herself looking at a clear space amid the machines. In the center of it was a chair, an office chair. Her heart bumped in her chest. The trees, the static caravans, And now the chair. She turned to look at the grabber and its limp arm and the claw. Cautiously, she made her way over to the chair, and as she drew up beside it, she felt the treads of her pumps sticking to the floor. She could smell something too, the faint odor of burnt rubber, and something else, something vaguely tangy. Okeke aimed the torchlight downwards. She was standing in a thick puddle of something glutinous and dark, like the kind of lubricating grease that mechanics smeared across cogwheels and valve threads. The chair had been burned, the seat rendered down to its metal frame, the plastic melted away and solidified into a hard bubbled crust around its casters. The puddle, which had pooled around the plastic, clearly hadn't come from the office chair. There was too much of it. Slow realization dawned as Okeke took in the pair of blackened, grease-covered handcuffs dangling at the base of the metal support strut of the backrest. Her eyes settled on a pair of human footprints in the congealed puddle beneath the chair. "Oh, fuck," she croaked. 13. Sully carefully scooped up some of the dark brown grease into a specimen tube. He wiped the excess away from its neck and screwed the lid on. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Okeke. Somebody might have decided to hold a hog roast out here," he said. "That's not even funny," Okeke huffed, before nodding at the handcuffs dangling from the back support. Somebody was cuffed to the chair. Sully looked down at the two distinct footprints in the fat. "You think?" There wasn't the usual sparkle of mischief in his eyes this morning. Like I said, let's not jump to conclusions. One piece of forensics at a time. Okeke remained where she stood, a good 6 feet away from the blackened chair. Having wiped most of the grease from her trainers with a tissue earlier, she wasn't prepared to go back for more. As it was, these trainers were going straight into the bin when she got home. Even if she threw them in the washing machine, she knew she'd never be able to wear them again, knowing that she'd been standing in an inch of solidified human fat. Minter drew up beside her with some collapsed tripods tucked under one arm. "Where do you want these floods set up, Sully?" he asked. "Stand them up there," Sully replied. "I'll adjust them, and mind where you place them. I really don't want to have to scrub the pads later." "Righto." Minter looked down at the smears and scrapes of glistening muck on the floor. "That's a lot of dripping. Would have been fatal, right? If that was, an actual person." "Oh yes," said Sully. "If it's bubbled out to this degree, then they'd have had to be cooking for a while." "So we're due a body. Somewhere nearby, hopefully," said Okeke. Sully got to his feet and quickly filled in an evidence label before sticking it to the side of the sample tube. "Yes, there will be a body. But don't get your hopes up that it'll be in one piece. I'd imagine there would have been a very brittle cadaver left behind. You'll probably be hunting for wholly carbonized fragments." Minter nodded. He looked at Okeke. "This is the perfect location to dump body parts. Have you spotted those junk piles outside?" "Yeah," Okeke said. "That's the first place we should probably get the lads to search. If this mess is from a human," Minter added. "I mean, there's no reason to spaff manpower until we're 100% sure we've got a murder, is there?" "I'll prioritize with Alessi," said Sully. "There's no reason I shouldn't have clarification that this is human fat for you later this afternoon. A DNA profile, though." "Yeah, I know," replied Okeke. She pointed at the sample tube in its rack. "You want me to drop that off at Alessi on the way back?" "No, that's fine. I need Mags to log it in at our end first," Sully told her. Okeke fumbled in her pockets. "I need to go outside for a fag. The smell is really starting to make me want to barf." "I thought you were made of stronger stuff," said Minter. "I'm okay with seeing it," she replied. "Not so good at breathing it." Minter followed her outside into the drizzle. The main gate had been forced open and there were now several vehicles parked outside the parade. Sully found a Sid car and Leslie Poole's car. She was still sitting behind the wheel, keeping out of the rain, and making notes on her tablet. There was also a van parked at the end, with half a dozen uniformed officers waiting inside. Okeke lit up, took a long drag, then expelled a rolling cloud of blue-gray smoke. Thank Christ for that. Formaldehyde and alcohol cleanser I can handle, but that's next level. So when we get back, you'll have to walk me through what led you to take a look-see out here, said Minter. In the middle of nowhere, he looked at her suspiciously. Totally randomly. Just a hunch, Minty. That's all, she replied. Oh dear, Minter said, shaking his head. Sutherland wa'n't like that. She gave Minter a potted update. The call from Dr. Pienaar, meeting him at his practice, Lucy's fall and rehabilitation, then meeting Lucy and picking through her drawings. Blimey, you've covered a lot of ground in just a few days, he replied after she'd finished. And not shared any, I notice, he added with a hurt look on his face. What about letting your bloody mate know what you're up to, eh? I didn't know what it was going to lead to until just now. She looked at her watch. Well, till an hour ago anyway. What's your take on this girl Lucy then? Minter asked. Is she a bona fide witness? He shrugged his shoulders. Or a participant, maybe. Are we talking about a gang of teens who, I don't know, found a rough sleeper and... Okeke glanced his way, saying nothing, and did this? She thought it through. Could it have been a gang of kids? A prank that went too far? Perhaps they'd found a rough sleeper who died here? Boredom. Curiosity and peer pressure could steer kids into dark places pretty rapidly. She shook her head. The girl's a traumatized mess, she replied. But do you think she could know who did this? Or who the victim was? Minter wondered. Maybe, Okeke said, but her mind's scrambled eggs at the moment. I mean, she could have witnessed what happened, or she could have found the body sometime after. I don't know. And you say you think she was chased through some woods? Minter asked. Okeke nodded. She ended up on the overpass over there, she replied, nodding towards the far end of the camp and the clump of woodland. I hate to think she witnessed it, but I suspect she did. I suspect she saw or even knew the people who did it. People? You think there were more than one? Said Minter. Okeke shrugged. Honestly, I can't imagine it would be easy for one person to cuff another to a chair. Not unless... They thought it was part of a game, Minter said. Okeke felt her stomach churn. Kids these days watch torture videos on the dark web for fun. Could they have egged each other on in secret chat rooms, picking out potential victims from among their schoolmates? The handcuffs still attached to the chair suggested the incident had been premeditated, and that made it all the worse. The cuffs, said Minter out loud. Clearly he was thinking along the same lines as Okeke. Someone brought cuffs, which means they knew their victim would need to be restrained once he, or she, realized what was happening. He sighed, burned alive. Jesus. Okeke blew out another cloud of smoke, and they both watched it drift across the weed-tufted ground of the campsite as they listened to the steady hiss of drizzle and the tapping of overflow from a nearby gutter. I'm still hoping that's pork fat, said Minter. He looked her way. Some bored kid stole a pig from a farm and set it on fire for shits and giggles. Okeke turned to him. The handcuffs. Maybe they thought it might escape. She didn't smile. She didn't blame Minter for trying to make light of it, because the potential grim reality was just too horrific. I'm with you, Minty. I really hope it turns out to be a pig. 14. Jay took a sip of coffee from his flask and jotted down another entry onto the notepad that was balanced on his thighs. 12. 16. FG 56. JDV. Mercedes. Gold wash. They'd opened for business at 9 and had already done 12 washes. 3 golds, interior, exterior, wax, 7 silvers, interior, and 2 bronzes. The team of 4 car washers were keeping very busy today. Jay capped his flask and set it back down in the cup holder, picked up his iPhone and took a picture of the owner of the Mercedes, who was making a payment with his watch. "Another one bites the dust," he sang tunelessly under his breath. The owner of Jamie's Washeroo, a car-washing franchise that seemed to have established a concession at virtually every supermarket car park in Sussex, was one Mr. James Allister. Mr. Allister had approached McGuire's agency, convinced that several of his franchise operators were underreporting the amount of business they were actually doing, and instead pocketing takings, which meant, more importantly, that he was not, more importantly, getting his 25% cut. Jay had been brought into the initial consultation meeting by McGuire so that he could be introduced. "This is our field specialist, Jay Turner," McGuire had said. "Trained, I might add, by none other than the CIA for just this kind of covert surveillance work." Not to mention, Jay had very much yearned to add managing to outfox MI5 for a few days at least. Several months back, bragging rights he would have loved to be able to share with anyone, except if he did, he'd probably end up in prison for the rest of his natural life. Or, he suspected, he'd be snatched by some Secret Service squad and dropped into the North Sea from a Chinook. Mr. Allister eyed him up and down briefly and nodded, satisfied that Jay Turner looked the part of a highly trained operative. "I want these thieving little shits caught red-handed," he growled. "I know for certain they're not using the proper franchise payment app and they're taking my fucking cash. Turner will log every customer that goes through, and then we can do a tally against their submitted takings, Mr. Allister. We'll find out what's going on," McGuire had assured him. "It's theft," Allister replied. "That's what's going on." The phone on the passenger seat beside him buzzed. The screen lit up with unknown ID. "Hello, Jay Turner speaking," he answered. "You didn't call me back." This time round, he immediately recognized Ronnie's drawl. Shit. I forgot. Sorry, Ronnie." Only he hadn't really forgotten. Of course he hadn't. He just dithered and delayed, unable to summon the balls to ring her and politely inform her that he was happy where he was, but thanks for thinking of him all the same. He'd been hoping she'd have moved on to someone else by now. "Look, Jay, I'm calling you a second time because, A, I think you're exactly the right guy for this job, and B," he heard her filthy chuckle, "and B, we've got chemistry." "Chemistry?" Jay echoed, feigning ignorance. "Uh-huh," Ronnie chuckled again. "Come on, the air was damn well sizzling between us and wherever the hell that place was." "Croydon," Jay supplied. "Right." She laughed again. "Hey, I'm just pulling your dick. Listen, this is a totally legit opportunity, all right? This isn't me trying to dive into your pants." "Again," he reminded her, smirking. "I was drunk," she conceded with that filthy chuckle of hers. "This is decent frickin' money, Jay. You don't want to miss out." "How decent?" Jay asked, intrigued. "Aha," she croaked. "So you can be bought. How much?" "Well, you tell me, Jay. What is that little hamster wheel outfit is paying you down in Brighton?" "Hastings? Whatever. How much?" He rounded it up. 15 quid an hour. Ronnie whistled down the phone. "Jesus. You Brits really do work for nutshells, don't ya? So quadruple it." Jay narrowed his eyes as he took a moment to juggle the maths. Jesus. Is that great long silence the sound of you working it out? Said Ronnie. 60 pounds an hour, numbnuts. 4 times what you're earning at the moment. Shit, Jay said. Right. So? Now do I have your goddamn attention? He watched another car pull into Jamie's Washeroo's cordon, while one of car washers wandered over to ask what service they wanted. Instinctively, Jay reached for his pad and began to scribble down the time and car registration number. "It must be worth at least having a pint with me for that kind of money," Ronnie said. "Pint, you're back in the UK?" Jay asked her. "I'm at Heathrow," she replied. "I'm meeting the client here, then I'm back to Miami in a couple of days. You want to hear details about this job or not?" Jay pulled his phone away from his ear, activated the camera app, and took a snap of the car owner making a card payment. He put the phone back to his ear. "I'm guessing I've got to go all the way over to Heathrow to hear these details?" "Uh-huh." He didn't like that she was toying with him, as if he was some big dumb horse that she was luring across a field by waggling a juicy carrot in front of his chops. "7E5, she crooned down the line. "By the way, I did make some other contacts while I was over, so—" "All right," Jay gave in. "Go on then. But just the one pint. Okay." 15. Okeke spent the afternoon walking Minter through the details she'd gathered over the last 3 days. If Alessi confirmed the fat is human, then this would become a murder case, and either Minter or Abbott, as the only available dis on the floor, would be CO. It was more likely Minter than Abbott, though, she thought. "And the doc reckons this is what she saw," said Minter, picking through the copies of Lucy's scribbled drawings. Fragments of memory, or perhaps fragments of make-believe. I'm not 100% sure." He scowled at the images as he slowly studied them, one after the other. He lingered on the one with the stick girl lying on the ground, an ambulance parked beside her, and a dark scribbled presence glowering down over the handrail of the bridge above. This is literally like that bit in a horror movie when the possessed kid shows his parents that creepy drawing of his imaginary friend. Okeke nodded. "It's very creepy." "So, she remembers the first responders?" Minter said, pointing at the ambulance. Okeke shrugged. "Maybe. Or she just could have put them there because she knows that's what happened after she fell. Or was pushed," she added. Minter looked at another drawing. This one featured tree trunks and a figure with 2 glaring red eyes and swirls of orange around it. "Is this her monster chasing her through the woods?" he asked. Okeke nodded. "That's what drew me to the campsite. I checked Google Earth. There's no woodland to speak of where she lives. I mean, there's the odd tree here and there, but nothing that properly resembles a wood, except for the bit at the end of the Salt Lane campsite. So, if the orange and red bits are meant to be flames, what does that mean? That the poor, bloody bugger that was burned while cuffed to the office chair chased after her? While still on fire?" Okeke shrugged. Maybe it's jumbled up in her mind. Or it's symbolic, which is what Marcus said is a possibility. Minter glanced at her. "Marcus, is it?" "Dr. Pienaar, the child psychiatrist," she replied. Minter grinned slyly. "Or Marcus," he said, purring the man's name. "Oh, behave," she replied, swatting him. The double doors swung open and Sully entered the preternaturally orange-hued SID floor. He made his way over to Okeke and Minter. "Human fat cells," he announced as he pulled up beside them, a sheet of paper in hand. "There's no need to be rude," said Minter. Sully dead-eyed him and held the paper out. "Who's having this?" he asked. "Well, as it's a murder," started Minter. He winced at Okeke apologetically. "Sorry. He'll be coming to me, won't it?" He took the printout from Sully. "I'm CO." "Well, great, 'cause that's completely fair," Okeke pointed out. "It's my find, but your case. And anyway, Abbott's senior to you. Sutherland'll pick him, so don't let your head disappear too far up your arse." Sutherland finished looking through Lucy's drawings and the crime scene photographs that Sully had taken of the chair in the middle of the amusement arcade. He placed them back in the folder, which he slid across his desk to Minter. "That's bloody horrific," he said, his face draining of color. "That's actually one of the most bloody awful things I think I've seen." Sully's photographs, taken with the aid of the floodlights he'd set up around the chair, had, by necessity, focused on the small details as opposed to the crime scene in its entirety. The rim of fat left around the side of the melted plastic seat, the groove in the thick puddle on the floor where he'd taken a sample, and the two roughly oval indentations made by the feet of the victim while the grease from the body had cooled and cooled and cooled, congealed around them. The absence of the body seemed to make it worse. "And you think this young girl is involved somehow, Minter?" Sutherland asked. "Not involved per se," Minter replied. "But," he glanced at Okeke, "we think it's plausible that she might have been a witness." "If I were to voice a theory," Okeke cut in, "I'd say she witnessed the murder. Perhaps the perpetrator spotted her and chased after her through the campsite and out onto the overpass." "Which she fell from?" Sutherland asked. "Or was thrown from," Okeke said. "And she's now badly brain damaged, you say?" Sutherland asked. She nodded. "She sustained a pretty traumatic head injury. She nearly died. But she's alive. Is she interviewable?" "She's recovering physiologically, but she doesn't talk," Okeke told him. "Or not very much anyway. I mean, she's okay, but she has what may be permanent brain damage. She's clearly psychologically damaged. She's nearly 14 years old, but she's regressed to the behavior of a 5 or 6-year-old. In that case, do you honestly think you're going to get anything reliable or coherent out of her?" Sutherland asked. Okeke shrugged. "Those drawings led me to the crime scene, sir." "That's a fair point, Okeke." Sutherland pulled a face. "But the CPs will want more than fanciful drawings if you get as far as a suspect and court case." Okeke held her tongue. The drawings might be childlike, but they weren't difficult to interpret. And fanciful. What exactly were the chances that Lucy's wild imagination would lead directly to a crime scene? "She may well prove to be central to this investigation," said Minter. "Those drawings suggest very clearly that she saw what happened." Sutherland puffed air. "I see a girl being chased through woods, a girl on a bridge and a man in a chair with a giant claw above his head." "The claw was one of those arcade grabber machines," said Okeke. "I think she has a memory of seeing the victim through that machine's glass cabinet." Sutherland whistled. "It's all very woolly. Her scribbles may have led you to a crime scene, but if she can't be interviewed, she'll be bugger all use in any subsequent prosecution." "I suppose it's one step at a time, sir," replied Minter. "We've got to find who did it first." "And who died there," added Okeke. Sutherland pushed his seat back from the desk. "All right then. Minter, you better get a wiggle on. Pick your team and get started, will you?" "So I'm CO," he said, glancing at Okeke. "Oh, of course." Sutherland scowled. "Don't look so bloody surprised. I just thought that—" "Abbott?" Sutherland shook his head. "He's about as useful as a chocolate fire guard." He nodded at the faces on the floor. "You've got 5 DCs to play with. Make sure you use some of the new boys." "Right." Minter tucked Sully's forensics folder under one arm and stood up. "Do we get the incident room?" Sutherland peered over the top of his specs. "Is that a serious question? Of course you do. You might need to get Flax boys to tidy up first, though. They were using it for an op last week." Minter shut the door to Sutherland's office as soon as he and Okeke were out in the corridor and took in a deep breath. "Yay, for you, Sio," said Okeke flatly. "What's the first order of business then, Gov?" "Gov?" Minter narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Are you taking the piss already, Okeke?" She patted his arm. I'll let you have one genuine Gouvet a day. How's that sound? 16. Minter looked up from the hastily scrawled notes on his pad at the team he'd herded into the incident room. Okeke, of course, was going to be his second in evidence chain guardian. Dog. He had her sitting next to him. Opposite, at the other end of the conference table, were Sully and Magnuson. On one side were Warren and Meal. On the other were DCS Rajan and Yates. Rajan was a transfer from Liverpool. Freshly out of uniform, he was wearing what looked to Minter like a Primark suit that looked as though it might still have the price tag on it somewhere. Rajan was tall and lanky, his dark hair a tall brush cut that added another 3 or 4 inches to his height. Yates, on the other hand, was short and slight with a high forehead. He looked like the gene splice product of Ant and Dec. All right then, Minter began. So, we've got ourselves a murder case, but no actual body. Yet, he turned to look at the image projected onto the whiteboard. This is a satellite image of Norman's Bay, he told them. For those of you that have just arrived in the area, he added, directing his gaze towards Rajan. That's just out beyond Bexhill. Right. So where's Bexhill then? Asked DC Rajan. Beyond St. Leonard's, replied Sully. Which in turn is beyond Hastings. You'll get the hang of it eventually. And it all joins up into one long smear along the coast, added Warren. Honestly, you can't tell where one bit ends and the next bit starts. Rajan nodded. Fair enough. We have clear evidence, Minter resumed, that a murder took place here. At Salt Lane Holiday Camp, he said, tapping the projected image. Someone was burned to death there, roughly. 6 months ago, supplied Magnuson. Going on the fat samples. Shit. Are we sure they were alive? Warren asked. I mean, could it have been an attempt to get rid of a body? They were burned to death, Okeke repeated. There were restraints attached to a chair. Jesus, Warren muttered. The victim may have been dead, cut and Sully. He glanced at Okeke. I'm just saying, the victim might have been killed first. Let's not assume the cuffs were there to secure a struggling victim. They might have been used to hold the body on the chair. Christ, let's hope so, said Warren. But do we know whether the victim's actually dead? Asked DC Rajan, and not some burn victim who got checked into hospital. How long ago did you say? 6 months, Minter replied. The body released a very large puddle of fat. If they'd been alive when it started, they wouldn't have been by the end. That's proper Sunday roast cooked, said Magnuson. Minter nodded. So it's a murder, not a burns victim, Rajan. Raj will do, Gov, the new DC said with a smile. Righto. Yeah, so, anyway, it would have been fatal. There was no chance of them walking away from that. So our first priority. Well, actually, our first 2 priorities are finding a body and also finding out who the victim was. He turned to Warren and Eel. You two, I want you on Mispers. Do we know if the Vic was male or female? Asked O'Neill. Minter glanced Sully's way, who shrugged and said, Not until we hear back from Alessi. So we're looking at Mispers of all ages and genders reported in the last 5 to 7 months? Asked O'Neill. Until we have anything more to go on, then yes. Minter turned to Okeke. I want you back at the campsite, supervising the fingertip searches. All right, she replied. Take Rajan Yates with you. It looked towards the end of the table. And Magnuson too, in case anything does turn up. Is that okay with you, Sully? One moment, I'll consult, Sully replied. He turned to Magnuson. Karen? She nodded keenly, and Sully turned back to Minter. My colleague. Is available for field work, yes, he replied. Thanks for asking. What about Lucy? Asked Okeke. Magnuson interrupted. Sorry, Sam. I just want to say, I don't want hordes of uniforms pulling everything apart before I get a chance to look at the scene. Minter spread his hands. Fine. And Lucy? Okeke repeated. Who's Lucy? Asked O'Neill. A potential witness, she replied, before explaining more fully. Minter nodded. As Okeke said, she's a witness. Potentially another victim of the same perpetrator or perpetrators. So, she will, I'm sure, prove to be very useful down the line. But first, we need our body and our victim's ID. He glanced at his watch. All right then, ladies and gents. It's 2:30. We've got a few productive hours left this afternoon. Unless anything groundbreaking happens, we'll reconvene here tomorrow morning at 10 for a regroup and an update. Everyone began to push their chairs back. Oh, one more thing, Minter said. The room stilled and fell silent. As was said earlier, this happened around 6 months ago, people. Which means whoever did it probably thinks they got away. With it, there's also the possibility that the victim might not even have been missed yet. And before you go, Minter raised, then wagged his finger at them. This is not a breaking news story. I want it under the radar for now, and I'd like to keep it that way for as long as possible. All right? Let's see if we can get a little bit ahead before any ruddy nonsense leaks out. Minter watched them push their chairs under the table and file out of the room. Okeke stayed, slowly gathering her notes and placing them in her folder. What is it? He asked her. She looked up at him. Nothing. No? He shook his head suspiciously. You're lingering. What is it? What is it wrong? Because there's usually something you can't wait to pick me up on. She stood up. You're wrong, actually. I was going to say, good job, mate. She tutted at him. But typical you. You had to ruin the moment. 17. Jay wondered if he would recognize her. It had been a while since he'd done that surveillance course in London, and of course a lot had gone down in the immediate aftermath. There'd been there. Small matter of being hunted down and cornered by a shady department of His Majesty's Secret Service, being whisked away with a hood over his head and then interviewed, very politely, in the basement of some bunker and forced to sign the official Secrets Act. Those things had somewhat overshadowed his recollection of Ronnie Kirk. But he did recognize her as soon as he spotted her sitting at a table near the large plate glass windows that looked out upon the comings and goings of Terminal 3. It had gone 5, and the sky was almost dark. Beyond the observation window, floodlights and winking red and blue navigation lights picked out buzzing clouds of drizzle and reflected off every rain-slicked surface. Ronnie was still sporting her aggressively cut wedge of crow's feather black hair, but this time around she wore a dark gray power suit, rather than the jeans and leather jacket that he remembered. She noticed him too, and waved him over to join her. As he approached, he saw she had both coffee and whiskey on the table. Well, hey there, Mr. Turner, she purred with her 20 fags a day voice. All right, he said vaguely defensively. He offered her his hand as she stood up. She batted it to one side and pulled him into a hug. Mind if I go and grab Coffee's yours, she replied. The Jack's mine. Sit down, she commanded. He pulled out the seat opposite her and sat down. My flight back home isn't for a couple of hours, so there's no tear-assing rush here. How are you doing, big man? He nodded. Yeah, good. Keeping well. You? Good, she replied. Very good, which is why I reached out to you. She brushed her slanting fringe back behind her ear, and he noticed that for the first time her goth-like piercings were absent. I made some useful contacts when I came over for the course. So far they've more than paid for that course. Nice. And it's led me to this job. She teased him with an irritatingly long pause. It's a 60 pounds an hour job, he prompted. She nodded. So, now you want to hear the details, right? Jay had driven up from Hastings with a firm plan lodged in his head. He had come to listen. Nothing more. He wasn't going to make any decisions today. Certainly nothing that would commit him to anything. Well, not until he'd talked it over with Sam, at any rate. "I have a British client called Malcolm Wakefield," she said. "Built up a business from being a truck driver. He's big in imports, exports, logistics, that kind of thing. The guy's loaded. He flips back and forth across the Atlantic all the time for business. Anyway," she leaned forward and lowered her voice a little. "He has a younger wife, a much younger wife, who he plans to divorce this year." "Plans to?" Jay said. "Yeah, plans to. He's a planner. What can I say?" Ronnie took the tiniest, daintiest sip of her whiskey. He's had enough of her and wants to get rid, but Ronnie's face creased into a sly grin. Jay cocked an eyebrow. "There's always a but." "But," she continued, "the idiot didn't do the smart thing when he got married. He didn't set out a prenup agreement. He just charged in head first. It was love, right? And now what? He's worried she'll take him for half?" Jay asked. Ronnie nodded. "Maybe not half, but a big enough piece that it's gonna hurt. They've been married 6 years, which means she'll get a mandated minimum slice of his pie, particularly if he's the one suing for divorce." "Only 6 years? It won't be that big a slice, surely?" She shrugged. "Big enough that he's pissed, but anyway, it's not about the money according to him. It's about the principle. He's convinced she's been cheating on him from the get-go." "He knows, or thinks," said Jay. "He says he knows, but I suspect he just hopes," Ronnie replied. "If she's been screwing the pool boy, then he gets to squirm out of a very painful divorce settlement. I think he's over her. He just wants a cost-effective exit." Jay sipped his coffee. "So where does this job you're offering me fit into all this?" "Well," she grinned, "he wants someone to watch her for a few months. He wants round-the-clock surveillance, logs of her movements, and if possible, a few really juicy pictures of her snuggling up with some other guy. A dossier of deceitfulness, right?" "Okay." Jay settled back in his seat. "You said months?" She nodded. "Us in..." "It's for 3 months initially," she replied. "But then a rolling one. Month contract until you've got enough dirt on her to wrap things up for him." "Enough? Being what exactly?" She shrugged. "That's down to him. But the more incriminating, the better. If you can catch her flat on her back with some dude between her legs, I guess Malcolm will be very pleased. He'll want weekly updates with you to see what you've got. When he thinks he's got enough, he'll call things off." She leaned forward and touched his arm. "But the 3 months is up front, okay? So if you get the money shot on day one, you'll still get that 3 months fee." "Nice," he said, nodding to himself. "You want to know what that amounts to?" she asked. 4 or 5 times what I get a month now, I suppose," Jay replied. She laughed. "Go on. Let me see you do the math." He pursed his lips as he ran the numbers somewhat optimistically. "Say, maybe like 9, 10 grand a month?" "And the rest," she said. "He's paying you around the clock, man. That's not a 50-hour week, Jay. That's like 160. Something." She squeezed his arm. "You're looking at 40 large a month." Jay did his best to keep his jaw from dropping open. Obviously, he must have failed because Ronnie laughed. "If only you could see your face right now." 30 grand. Times 3, she added. "And if it rolls on to another month, that's another 30. You could be looking at 120K for 4 months' work. Not bad, huh?" "Shit," he muttered. The number sounded utterly ridiculous. An announcement declaring the last call for a flight to Miami caused them both to pause for a few moments. He narrowed his eyes. So why aren't you taking it for yourself? Oh, I'm getting a nice commission out of this, she replied. For sure. If he likes you and takes you on, I'll do just fine. Thanks. Even so, why don't you want this? It sounds too good to be true, Jay mused. He wants a male pie. And a Brit, she told him. Why? She pursed her lips. I don't know. I guess he's got serious trust issues with women. But why a Brit? Jay pressed. She shook her head. That's just what he wants, Jay. I guess he wants to deal with someone he can read, someone he can trust. She shrugged. Maybe he's just super patriotic and wants to give his money to a fellow Brit. Does it matter? She took another sip of whiskey. So, now you know. Do you want in? The job that Ronnie had outlined for him sounded ridiculously good. One of those scenarios where a thing that sounded too good to be true almost certainly was. He figured there had to be a catch. There's a gotcha, he replied. Right? There's got to be a catch in there somewhere. She nodded. I suppose the catch is that the job's not a quick drive up to London, she said, nodding at the observation window. It's over in the US. 3 months away from home, she replied. 3 months away from your fiancé. He couldn't remember telling her Sam was his fiancé. Or maybe he had. In a drunken, blind panic to escape her predatory carnal advances, maybe he'd said something about having imminent plans to get hitched. Jay, I guess that's why the money's good. Malcolm wants your time around the clock for 3 months. No breaks. No weekends off. No quick trips back home to sweethearts. And he's prepared to pay you for that. Well, I have to think about it, Jay said. Talk it over with Sam, you know. That's fair, Ronnie said. Just don't take your time about it. He's dealing with me now, but that doesn't mean he won't start talking to someone else if you take too long to give me a nice please. 18. What the actual fuck? It's just 3 months, babes, he replied. It's a 3-month contract for 120 grand. Okeke took a threatening bite out of her avocado ciabatta. And sorry. Who's this Ronnie? Some random dodgy bloke you just met in a pub? She's a woman, actually, he replied. Oh, nah. No, I ain't. Okeke stopped chewing, a bulge momentarily frozen in her right cheek. I met her on that surveillance course, he added. I did tell you about her. She finished her chunk of sandwich and washed it down with a slug of beer. Nope. You didn't mention any women to me. I mentioned Ronnie. She's American. She's got her own detective agency. No, you didn't. I'd have remembered that. No, I definitely did, Jay said. Okeke pushed her plate to one side, suddenly not feeling as hungry as she declared 5 minutes ago. So let me get this straight. You want to piss off to America for 3 months with some woman you met at a conference 6 months ago? Nah, with her. It's a job that Jay tried. So, how long has this been in the planning? She asked. She glanced at his phone beside his plate. If I have a look at that, am I going to find months and months of text between you and her? What? No, Jay exclaimed. Then give it here. Let me have a look. I can't, he replied. That's my McGuire phone. The phone was paid for by his employer. All calls were logged. Everything in his photo library was protected by client confidentiality. Oh, right, she huffed. Well, that's very convenient. So where's your personal one? At home. And if I trawl through that, You'll find absolutely nothing, baby, Jay promised. Provided you get to it first, right? She said, knowing she was being unreasonable but unable to stop herself. Hey, Now, come on. He was starting to get annoyed. This wasn't going the way he'd expected it to. He'd been utterly convinced that she'd be blinking like a deer caught in the headlights of an advancing truck at the mention of over $100,000 in his hand. Their hands in 3 months' time. Look, there's nothing going on, Sam. There's nothing to be jealous about. I'm not bloody jealous, she snapped. I just don't like being blindsided like this. Her voice had got loud, and heads were starting to turn their way in the bistro. Hey, keep it down, love, he said. She leant in. I find out on our date night that you drove up this afternoon to Heathrow to meet some woman you've never mentioned to me before. To talk about flying off to America with her for 3 months, and I've got to keep it down. Jesus, Sam, there's nothing going on here, okay? I mean, not from my side. Not from your side? Shit. What does that mean? He winced. Now that was a detail he really hadn't intended to share. She's very, you know. Sam shook her head. No, I don't know. Go on. Very forward. She's American. Like, you know, very direct. Direct? As in wanting to shag you direct? He recalled, through a foggy 3-pint haze, her coming right out and asking him if he was up for a little casual sex. Literally, that bluntly. I think she's sort of into me. But look, it's not mutual, okay? She reached out to me not because of that, but because I fit the job. What's the job? Okeke sighed. The client's a Brit, and he wants a PI over in the US who's a fellow Brit. She frowned, silent for a moment. So you've had 2 job offers? In 2 days, he added, smiling. I guess I'm not the big idiot you think I am. Her face softened, and she reached across the table to hold his hand. I never called you an idiot. You just figured trying to be a detective was a bit of a stretch for an ex-doorman? Private eye, she corrected. There's a difference, love. He pulled his hand out from under hers. Right. Well, obviously I'll never be copper material like you, Boyd and Minter. Oh, come on. Don't get all defensive. Becoming a police detective is about putting the years in, Jay. Logging the experience, doing the training. I mean, she sighed again. You literally just decided overnight that you wanted to go from being a bouncer to detective. You took a bunch of Revel NVQs and bingo. And look where I am, he replied. I've just had an offer that's, what? 3 times your annual salary? Doing what, though? She sucked air between her teeth. I mean, this job, is it even legit work? You mean, is it dodgy? I mean, is it legal? That kind of crazy money, Jay. You don't get that for doing a normal day's work. It's legal. Yeah? Because this Ronnie says it is? I know what the work is, he replied. It's nothing dodge. It's inconvenience money, Sam. Like when you work on an oil platform and can't see your family for... I don't think they get paid $30K a month for being away from home, she pointed out. Look, it's legit, all right? Okeke tutted. You're not doing it. What? Jay exclaimed. I said you're not doing it. No one pays out that kind of money unless there's a flippin' catch. She felt a vibration in her pocket and let go of his hand. Sorry. She pulled away from him and fumbled inside her jacket. She pulled out her phone and glanced at the screen. Sorry, it's work? Minter? He asked. She raised a finger to hush him and answered, Oh, Marcus. What's the... He noticed the expression on her face change. She got up from the table and fumbled in her jacket for her cigarettes. Where? She said, sounding worried. Jay watched her hurry out of the small bistro into the street outside, light up and begin pacing up and down outside the window. All done? He looked up at the waitress as she collected their plates. "You two ready for your mains?" He sighed. "Better hold on for a bit. That's okay." He nodded at Sam puffing and striding outside. "How did you find out about that?" asked Okeke. "I saw the police vehicles in front of the campsite as I drove past," replied Marcus. "I also saw men in forensic suits. Am I getting this correct? Has a body been found there?" Minder had been quite right. Whatever had happened there had occurred 6 months ago, and for all that time no one had been any the wiser. They really could do with a few days' head start before the press sniffed out the grisly story. Hence the news embargo and lack of a press conference. She shouldn't even be speaking about this outside Sid. However, the grisly discovery at Salt Lane had been down to one of Marcus's patients, and he'd been the one to reach out to Hastings Sid in the first place. She didn't think it was right to freeze him out, because what if it had something to do with Lucy? What if all this could help them find out what happened to her? "There's no body, not yet," she replied. "But there's clear evidence that a murder took place there, some months ago?" "Good God. Tell me this isn't in any way linked to Lucy," he said. "I'm sorry, but it's plausible that there is a link," she explained. How she'd used Lucy's drawings, Google Earth, and a hunch to zero in on the bridge that Lucy had fallen from and followed the route she must have taken to get there. The campsite has been sitting empty for the last 2.5 years. It's clear that kids have been picking over the place for some time. "Who was murdered?" Marcus asked. "We don't know yet. It could have been well, I don't speculate just yet, Marcus. But the bottom line is that Lucy almost definitely witnessed it." "Right." She halted herself. "Exactly how much are you sharing here?" Marcus had brought this to her, she reasoned. He had suggested that Lucy might have witnessed something. Okeke took a breath. "I'm almost certain Lucy witnessed someone being burned to death," she said. "Dear God," Marcus whispered. "That explains the flames, the mental trauma, everything, yeah." Okeke took a puff on her cigarette, and I think she saw it, then was probably spotted and chased. There's a pedestrian bridge over the I-259, which runs along the back of the camp. It's likely that's where she was cornered. She heard him taking a deep breath. "My God," he muttered. "You were absolutely right to reach out to the police, Marcus. Lucy did see something very real. I'm pretty sure she's a murder witness." 19. The following Monday, Magnuson had the body parts laid out on the tarp beneath the cover of the forensics tent. They were spread out meticulously, each part tagged with a label like "Exhibits unearthed at some archaeological dig." "This is our victim," she announced. Or some of him anyway. Okeke and Minder hunkered down beside her to examine the blackened fragments more closely. "Here is the left calf and foot, and here is the left lower arm. It may not look like one, but that's another foot over there," she said. "Was the body cut up after it was burnt?" asked Minter. Magnuson shook her head. "There are no signs of cutting. The tendons holding the skeleton together would have been brittle enough to snap easily, like crispy bacon rind. I would say it was simply pulled to pieces and dumped." "Is there any sign of the torso and head?" asked Minter. "Not yet," she replied. "We're sifting our way through the rubbish piles one by one." Okeke pulled on a nitrile glove and picked up the blackened husk that had once been the right foot. "You said snapped, so the body would have been disassembled when it was cold?" She placed the foot back down on the tarp. Magnuson nodded. "Yes. The body would have had to have completely cooled down first. I would say it would have been left for a day or two, perhaps. Then the perpetrators would have come back to break it down and dispose of it." "Are these parts too badly burnt to get any DNA out of?" asked Minter. Magnuson shrugged. "These smaller parts won't give us anything. They look thoroughly cooked through to me. Alessi might get lucky with extracting something from the middle of the torso. Or the head, if we can find it. It takes a remarkably long time to bake a carcass this size, right the way through to the middle. "Do you mind if we step outside?" Minter muttered to Okeke. Okeke got up and joined him as he pushed through the flaps of the forensics tent and stood outside in the drizzle. "You okay?" she asked. He puffed his cheeks and blew out a flickering ghost of a breath. "It smells like baked mince in there. Like school dinners," he said. She pulled a face. "It smells of nothing. It's your imagination." He shook his head. "Too much forensics has made you nose blind, okay?" He looked around the campsite. Sully had drafted in some additional forensic technicians from Eastbourne and Brighton to help with picking through the debris piles. There were a dozen officers combing the grounds in their high-vis rain jackets, searching the remaining static caravans and the other buildings on the site. "How are our Dumb and Dumber doing with the Mispers?" he asked after a while. "I spoke to Warren and Neil this morning," she said. "They've got a very long list that they're keen to start filtering down to a sensible, much shorter one. If Alessi can extract some viable DNA, hopefully we won't need to play guess who then." He turned to her. "This girl, Lucy Coleman. If she's our prime witness, then maybe we should bring her in and have a little chat with her." Okeke grimaced. "What?" said Minter. "She's really very fragile," she said. "Obviously her parents can come in too." No, Okeke shook her head. "She's only got a mom. But her mom's not that great either. She's an alcoholic. I really wouldn't suggest bringing them in." "Okay, what if we go to her?" Minter asked. "Lucy can barely talk," Okeke said. "We're not dealing with a regular teenager, Minter. We're dealing with a traumatized child who hides inside her room. We'll need to talk to her, Okeke," Minter cut in. She sighed. "You've got a child who's suffered substantial brain damage and is also dealing with PTSD. All Marcus has really managed to extract out of her is a memory salad. A mixture of fragments, some of which might be real, some imagined. Don't be expecting a coherent interview out of her, Minty. Seriously. She's one loud hand clap away from curling up into a screaming ball. She won't step out of her home. She doesn't trust anyone, particularly men." That's not much help, is it?" Minter said. "All right, maybe we'll leave her alone for the moment." Okeke continued staring at the distant tree line. She realized she was looking down a faint, muddy track with rows of static caravans either side of it. She turned round towards the promenade of shops and the amusement arcade, then back to the tree line. She must have run that way. She nodded down the track, towards those trees. "And the pedestrian bridge is just beyond them?" Minter asked. Okeke nodded. "Do you want to walk the route?" He glanced up at the overcast sky. It was drizzling lightly now, but it looked as though the clouds, a foreboding dark gray, might dump a heavy load on them at any moment. "I'd let that pass first," he said. "It's just water," she replied with a sigh. She'd come wearing an anorak and wellies. Minter hadn't planned ahead and had come out wearing his suit and loafers. "Well, I'm going to go and check it out," she said. "Take DC what's-his-face with you." Minter looked around for their new DC. "Raj or Yates, where are they?" "I think they're in the arcade chatting to Sully." Okeke shook her head. "Don't worry, I'd prefer to walk it alone." Minter shrugged. "Go on, knock yourself out then." While Minter went to join Rajan and Yates, Okeke headed down the track. The grass on either side had grown tall and was riddled with nettles. Beneath the abandoned caravans and relishing the shade and year-round moisture, blackberry bushes had begun to establish themselves. Lucy must have run right down this track. Okeke guessed that if Lucy had been chased in the daylight, and it had, as they hypothesized, been 6 months ago, then it would have not been wholly dark until 9 or 10 in the evening. Lucy might have been able to see the trees, and could possibly have considered losing herself in them. But if it had been dark, which was more likely given the time that she'd been found, had she simply run in a random direction? Or, being a local girl, maybe she'd known that the trees led to the A259, especially if she'd had a propensity for wandering around the area. That's what I'd have done, Okeke mused. Headed for the main road and hoped to flag someone down. Okeke watched a couple of uniformed officers emerging from one of the caravans to her left. She nodded at them as she strode by in her wellies, then shook her head at the Muppets in their work shoes as they hopped their way across the waterlogged ground like flies across a pond. She approached the line of trees, rising steadily up the embankment. A sagging barbed wire fence ran along the bottom, marking the boundary of the campsite. She lifted the wire and ducked down beneath it. As she did so, she spotted a small clump of blonde hair snarled on one of the barbs. Lucy's? It was about the same color, but then it could have belonged to anyone. She pulled out a roll of fluorescent crime scene tape from her shoulder bag and ran 6 feet of it between the two nearest posts. Rather than try to untangle the hair and bag it herself, she'd let one of Sully's team deal with it. While they were at it, it might make sense for them to swab the barbed wire as well. She paused on the far side to send Sully a text, to let him know where she'd stuck the forensic tape, and to inform him that he might want to deal with it pronto. The narrow strip of woodland ascended steeply. Beneath the skeletal trees, dense foliage and snarling brambles made it appear almost impenetrable. But if Lucy had been terrified and running for her life, she'd have pushed through and upwards regardless. Okeke began to make her way up the slope, dislodging showers of rain droplets from the low-hanging branches as she pushed them aside. After only a minute of struggling upwards, slipping on a bed of sodden leaves and tripping on hidden roots, she'd all but lost sight of the camp. She was now surrounded by thick undergrowth. Looking directly upwards, she could see the dark gray sky through a spider's web of bare branches. 6 months ago, those branches would have been thick with leaves, the sky completely lost from sight. If Lucy's mind was spitting out only fragments of memory, then Okeke could well imagine that a snapshot recollection of where she was stood now could manifest itself as her standing in the middle of a deep, dark wood. She took a dozen more strides up the embankment. Then, pushing through a thicket of brambles and ducking below a bare branch that snagged at the sleeve of her vinyl anorak, Okeke finally emerged onto some wet concrete steps. There were half a dozen of them heading left and up. Dozens more descended, doubling back until they reached the ground in a hard shoulder parking area. Okeke made a mental note to check whether it was a regular stopover for truckers. If one or two had been parked there, they might recall having seen or heard something that night. She climbed the last few steps and looked out at the pedestrian overpass. It was 6 feet wide and flanked by metal safety railings. She walked along it and stopped to look out over the railings. Below her was the A259. A truck rumbled beneath her, and, with a hiss, kicked up a fantail of standing rainwater as it continued on its way towards Eastbourne. The approaching traffic's headlights picked out beams of drizzle. The receding vehicles on the far side trailed glistening red tarmac in their wake. At the far end of the bridge, orange mesh netting was stretched tautly from rail to rail, with a sign tethered to it that announced that the bridge was closed pending long overdue maintenance. It looked as though it had been there for some time, perhaps since last summer. Had Lucy seen it? She'd have had nowhere to run if so. Okeke looked down at the road below again. The drop was easily 30 feet, easily fatal. Her earlier hope that maybe Lucy had run alongside the road was dashed. She must have taken the exact same route as she'd just done, ending up here on the bridge, alone, in the dark. Okeke had doubted very much that any truck driver approaching from either direction would have seen anything at all. 20. Boyd watched Emma at work, cleaning her daughter's bum with a wet wipe. "You're getting to be a bit of a pro at that," he said. Emma had Maggie lying on a mat on the dining table. Spread out on either side were the tools of motherhood: a bag of wipes, a breeze block-sized pack of Pampers, a roll of dog poo bags to contain the mess, and a tub of talcum powder. "It seems like only yesterday that your mom was doing that for you," Boyd commented fondly. Emma curled her bottom lip as she wiped at the sludge that had worked its way up the small of Maggie's back. "Please tell me my gunk wasn't this color." Maggie's chubby little legs were pedaling the air as Emma wiped away, an amused grin on her little face as her eyes settled on Boyd and she recognized him. He waggled his gloved fingers at her. "Hey there, little Miss Trouble," he cooed. He peered at the dirty wipes that were yet to be bagged. "Yours, if I recall, was dark, black as pitch. God knows what Mom was feeding you. Crude oil?" "It's this formula stuff," replied Emma. "It comes out of her like korma." Boyd grimaced. "Bloody hell, Emma. That's a menu option I'm not going to choose again in a hurry." "That makes two of us." She rolled Maggie onto her left side, lifted both her kicking legs in one hand and gave her behind and back a liberal sprinkling of talc. He huffed out a dry laugh. She paused. "What?" "It's weird." He shook his head. "Almost surreal." "What is this?" "Family life." Again, he rubbed the tips of his fingers together, absently testing the prickling sensation in both hands. "Family life version 202. She reached for a fresh nappy from the pack. "Dad, what?" She looked at him. "How does all this make you feel?" "How'd you mean?" he asked her. About Mom? Noah?" The question threw him off balance for a moment. "You're asking if this is hard on me?" Emma nodded. Like you said, this is version 2. Does having a new Boyd in the house make you feel like, I don't know, like you and me are leaving Mom and Noah behind, abandoning them?" "Jesus, Emma," he whispered. "A bit of warning next time, eh?" She continued fussing with Maggie. "Does it?" "That's a bloody difficult one to answer," he said. Suppose I'm asking because, I don't know, it's got to be different for you and me, right? We're coming at this from different places." "How do you mean?" he asked. She began to fold the tabs of the nappy around Maggie. Noah and Mom. They were my childhood. They belonged to my life before. Don't get me wrong, I miss them so much. Hey, I know that, Ems," Boyd interjected. "But that was my life. My other life. My life part 1. So I'm a mom now, which for me kinda makes this a new life. Emma Boyd part 2. The sequel, so to speak." He smiled. "I feel like I'm a very different person." "Well," she paused. "Yeah, actually, a different person. I was a teen then. I'm an adult, a mom now." She turned to look at him again. "But it's not the same for you, is it, Dad? Do you get what I'm saying?" Yeah, I think so," Boyd said. She was right. There was perhaps a difference between them. For her, Maggie marked a beginning. A brand new life. But for Boyd, it was all about the memories. The mess, the smells, the noises brought back jumbled vignettes from years ago. Pleasant callbacks to another time. But not another life. Another act, perhaps. A very welcome one. "Life goes on, doesn't it?" he replied. "Life continues." He smiled to reassure her he wasn't dwelling on the old memories. "It just goes to show that you never know what lies around the corner, eh?" Emma finished tucking everything in and lifted Maggie off the mat and onto her shoulder. Maggie gurgled happily as she continued to study Boyd's curious hairless appearance. Emma turned around to head to the lounge and paused. "You know, Dad, there was a time I thought I'd lose both my parents. Her voice hitched ever so slightly. "I thought you weren't going to make it." He winced, slightly embarrassed to be taken back to then, to the aftermath. "The thing is, I did make it," he said. He reached out and squeezed her shoulder. "And here I am. 21. Wait, you did what?" He knew she'd heard him, but Sam clearly wanted him to repeat himself. He knew she wanted him to say it out loud a second time in the hope that he might hear just how dumb he sounded and enable her to turn this into one of her teachable moments. "I said," Jay sighed. "I turned down McGuire's job and I'm taking the U.S. contract." Okeke shrugged her bag and coat off onto the back of the kitchen stool. He could see the bulge of her tongue behind her lips running slowly across her gums. She only did that when she was really pissed. "I told McGuire that I was really grateful to him for giving me a chance, and that I've had a great time working there," Jay added, hearing the defensive note in his voice. He realized he sounded like a naughty boy caught looking at the Victoria's Secrets catalog. "It's done, Sam. I'm doing it," he concluded defiantly. "You can fucking well undo it," she snapped back. Jay had prepared himself to face her wrath. As a general rule, she was cool. Until she wasn't, at which point she tended to quickly escalate to a nukes-launched level of aggro. "No, Sam. I'm doing it. Like I said, it's done. But you've just been offered a full-time job with McGuire's agency, after months of working towards it. And now what? Some American tart has batted her eyelashes at you, flattered your big male ego with a come-on, and... Jay laughed. He knew he shouldn't have. "Don't you fucking pull that dumb. Hey, babes, face at me," she yelled. He dropped the grin quickly. "So, this is about Ronnie, eh? This is about you being jealous?" "No," she replied. "This is about you being stupid." Exasperated, he spread his hands. How is it stupid? It's a no-brainer." "You said it," she sighed. "Jesus, Jay, you said over $100K for 3 months, cash in hand. No questions asked." He nodded. "Are you really that gullible? That naive?" she asked. She was aiming below the belt with yet another dig about his lack of smarts, his lack of maturity. Until now, actually, until recent months, he'd found it kinda cute. Maybe even a little bit of a turn-on. It made him feel like some roughneck stud being schooled by a randy Mrs. Robinson. But, truth be told, that ongoing vibe between them had begun to wear thin of late. He felt he'd earned the right to think of himself as something more than just her bit of arm candy. He wasn't some knuckle-dragging ape that she'd rescued, shaved, washed, and put in a smart suit. Over the last year, he put in a lot of hard work, read some actual books, gone to college and done the NVQs that he needed to do. Not to mention the fact that when the shit had hit the fan last year, it had been his know-how they'd all relied on when they discovered government spooks were after them. "Jay," Okeke said, breaking the silence. She dialed her scolding voice back several notches to something that sounded more conciliatory. "Babes, this is very much something that can be undone. McGuire likes you. A lot, right? He'll take you back in a heartbeat." She leaned forward, spread her hands, and slid them across the kitchen table towards his. "You don't need to gamble on a big payday like this, love." He let her fingers slide over his and stroked the back of his hand. He liked that. "Between us, with you working at McGuire's and me on a sergeant's pay, we'll be earning enough to build up a deposit and stop paying silly buggers rent for this place." She smiled. "We can finally get on the property ladder together, eh?" Her softly voice and the hand-stroking was beginning to dilute his indignant, righteous anger. It was, in fact, starting to make him think of something else. He let one of his big fists relax, his index finger stretching out like an unfurling caterpillar to gently make contact with the tip of hers. "That's it, babes," she whispered gently. "Let's not fall out over this. we've got a pretty decent game plan, right? You and me? We'll save. We'll buy a place, then we'll make some beautiful rugrats. He let that hang for a moment. It was a decent plan. But then Ron's take-it-or-leave-it offer was one that would get them there years ahead of schedule. Sure, it sounded a little shady, but then the whole industry of private investigation was somewhat shady. Look, just think it over, Okeke said. Sleep on it. She squeezed the tip of his finger tentatively. Hey there, Muscles. You up for a bottle of red and some makeup, Nookie? She grinned. You can play Mr. Repairman, and then I'll be Lady Shaggington. She squeezed his finger again and smiled. This hasn't been your smartest decision. He let the little dig go. It had come from a good place, he told himself. It had just been poorly worded. She sighed. I just worry that you're not using your head. Sam, it would take me 4 or 5 years working at McGuire's to make that kind of money, he pointed out. And even then, we'd be living off it, running it down. Paying the bloody rent for starters. I'm using my head. It's cash in hand, she reminded him. 120,000? You're definitely not using your head. Where do you think that kind of money comes from? Particularly that kind of money in cash form? Jay shrugged. The client's a rich bloke. What exactly have you been asked to do? She asked him. Jay was wary about stepping over the professional line and sharing confidential details. But then in the last 2 years, since Boyd had come down from London, she'd shared enough work secrets with him to get herself sacked a dozen times over. He wants me to watch his wife, he said. You mean bodyguard her? Okeke asked. No, I mean watch her. He thinks she's cheating on him. So why you? If he lives in America, why isn't he hiring some PI over there? She wondered aloud. He's a Brit. Ronnie says he wants a fellow Brit to do the job. Okeke got up from the table, opened the bottom unit beside the sink, and pulled out a bottle of red. And this Ronnie? Do you know her well enough to trust her? She's got her own detective agency, Jay said. I didn't ask that. I asked how well you know her. Not very well, he admitted. And why did she specifically single you out? Okeke plucked a couple of wine glasses from the drip tray beside the sink. Presumably she met a whole load of other Piz at that seminar. Why me specifically? He could tell her what he suspected. That Ronnie might still be hoping for a little fun on the side. Not that he was in the slightest bit interested in that. She thinks I'd get on well with the client, he said. Okeke sat down again, set the glasses out and poured. The client who has that kind of money sloshing around his cash. She said he's in logistics, importing, exporting, that sort of thing. Okeke looked at him and raised one of her brows. You know what kind of people have a lot of cash and are into exporting and importing. He sighed back. Yeah, I'm not a complete moron. And yet you're still considering trotting off over there to work for some dodgy-sounding bloke you don't know. He hadn't officially accepted the job yet, but he'd told Ronnie he was happy to meet the client face-to-face. She got back quickly to say Malcolm was keen to meet him. The man was happy to meet him in Kent tomorrow, and if he felt as though Jay was his man, then he'd give Ronnie a call to set things up. It's all arranged, babe. It's happening, Jay said. Jesus, she sat back. So this isn't hypothetical? This is a done deal. Yeah, he lied. Her face hardened. Fuck! She took a slug of her wine. This is the kind of big stuff we're meant to discuss with each other first, Jay. It's only 3 months, Sam, he replied calmly. Then I'll be back home, with a juicy down payment for a place. I mean, that's not bad, eh? Really? Well, how do you think we'll explain to Nationwide or whoever we go to for our mortgage how that much money has suddenly appeared in our account? She asked. I just put it in over a few months, I guess. Sneak it in, he said. And what if they ask where it's from, or it triggers a flag? Or the tax people are alerted and come asking why you haven't declared it. What then, genius? Jay shrugged. It's unlikely. And what if that money is laundered money? Dirty money? Drug money? She pressed. What do you think happens to you? What the hell do you think that'll do for my career? What do I say if they ask me if I knew you'd vanished for 3 months and come back with a sack full of notes? Oh, come on, babes, Jay said. No, she shook her head. This has J-level stupid written all over it. She pushed the button. He felt his temper rise. Oh, fuck off, he snapped, pushing his stool back and standing. Dottie. Where are you going? She shouted. Out! He yelled. He turned his back on her. He could feel the color rising in his cheeks, along with the urge to ball up one of his hands into a fist and punch something. Hard. Jay, come back here, he heard her call out after him. This discussion isn't over. He grabbed his coat from the peg, pulled the front door open and slammed it hard behind him. It wasn't the first walkout row they'd ever had, but it had been a while since the last. In fact, the last time I'd stormed out, and it was always him. He'd had Lee a place to go to. Not this time. The bloody garage it is then. 22. Kevin Sullivan entered the permanently orange-hued twilight of the CE main floor. The plastic sheeting over the scaffolding lent the entire area the vague ambience of an upper layer of Dante's. Hell! He picked out Dementor sitting at his desk, his sausage fingers laboriously pecking out words. Sully weaved his way through the maze of desks and filing cabinets and presented himself to the D with a soft cough into his fist. Minter failed to respond. Sully coughed again. Morning, Detective Inspector. Minter looked up from typing his notes. All right, Sully mate. I didn't see you there. What can I do you for? LSC managed to get a viable DNA sample out of the femur bone, Sully told him. He handed the DNA report to Minter. Oh, blimey. That was bloody quick, Minter said. I thought they normally took a couple of days. That's what they always say, replied Sully. How's a general piece of advice for you, Minter? Always under-promise and over-deliver. That seems to impress everyone. So? Do we have a hit? Minter asked. Yes. I already ran it through the NDAD, Sully replied. And? Sully smiled. He handed Minter another paper. He knew he could have emailed both pieces of information, but there was something satisfying about swanning across to the SID side of the first floor with flapping sheets in one hand and loudly announcing that his department had promptly delivered on something important. Minter scanned the printout and read the contents under his breath. Martin Archer, previous for petty theft, possession, dealing, sometime inside. He looked up at Sully, who was still standing there, apparently waiting for him to say something else. Oh, thanks, Sully. Good work, mate, he said. Much better, Sully smirked. Manners can be taught, apparently. He turned on his heels, headed back to the double doors and pushed his way through them. Minter looked again at the printout. It was the first page of the PNC record with only the basics recorded. He checked his watch. It was 9:40 a.m. His team would hopefully, if he didn't need to herd them, be assembled in the incident room by 10 a.m., which gave him enough time to read and digest the full report before grabbing himself a coffee and making his own way there. He logged into LEDs and entered Archer's ID number into the search bar. The man's latest mugshot appeared almost immediately, followed by extensive notes. Minter found himself looking at a man in his mid to late 30s. The mugshot was dated 12 June 2018. So Martin Archer had clearly managed to stay out of trouble for the last 5 years. He had the all-too-predictable profile of a long-term drug addict. Plenty of form when it came to burglaries, shoplifting, and handling stolen goods. Most of the offenses on his rap sheet dated back to the early noughties, when he would have been in his late teens and early 20s. His criminal record suggested that a 5-year stretch inside had not cured him of his addiction to heroin. On the contrary, His time in prison had resulted in an additional addiction to synthetic cannabis, or spice as it was more commonly known. His last arrest had been on suspicion of burglary. He'd been brought in as the most likely suspect, but then had been released. And the charge dropped. That brief update, the last one entered on his PNC, had been added by DCI Flack. There was no more to say about Martin Archer other than the poor fucking bastard had died in the most horrible way. Minter got up from his desk and wandered over towards the shoulder-high partition that enclosed the Operation Rosper side of the SID floor. He peered over. The dozen-strong team had made a big show of marking the space as their turf with potted plants, a smart coffee machine, and printouts of amusing, pithy memes. He spotted a poster of Ned Flanders on the wall beside a water cooler, and smirked when he suddenly realized the resemblance the cartoon character bore to Flack. Indeed, DCI Flack was sitting at his desk, just a few feet away from the poster, tapping away at his keyboard. Minter raised his hand and waved it to catch Flack's attention, and after a couple of seconds, Flack glanced Minter's way. "Permission to cross the border?" Minter called out. Flack pushed his chair back, got up and wandered over. "It's all right, Minter. I'm coming out for a piss anyway. What can I do for you?" "Just a quick chat if that's okay with you, sir," Minter said. Flack nodded and walked along the partition wall with him until they came to the gap that functioned as the gateway between his fiefdom and the rest of Hastings' SID. "I could do with a coffee as well," said Flack. "Walk with me." Minter had Sully's printout in his hand and he waved it in Flack's direction. "I'm investigating a murder that happened up at Norman's Bay," he said. "About 6 months ago." "Norman's Bay?" Flack frowned. "That's up Eastbourne Way?" "Yes, that's it. Near Pevensey." "Got it." Flack nodded as they entered the kitchenette. He slapped the kettle on. "Well," Minter said, "the victim was murdered in one of the campsites there, Salt Lane. It's closed down now. Has been for a while, I think." "Christ! Those places are a magnet for scrotes and kids. So you were saying, a murder?" "A particularly brutal one, sir," Minter added. Flack raised a brow. "The poor bugger was burned to death," Minter told him. The DCI's expression of idle curiosity quickly transformed into a grimace of horror. "Good God!" "Exactly. He was cuffed to a chair. An accelerant was poured onto him, probably petrol, and then he was set on fire. Well, according to our ECI bods anyway," Minter said. "Jesus!" hissed Flack. The kettle began to burble softly, as if it too was horrified. "Seriously?" Minter nodded. That's barbaric." Minter nodded again. "Yes, sir, it is." "When did you say this happened?" Flack asked. "About 6 months ago," Minter replied. "The thing is, we've managed to identify the victim from the burned remains. I mean, these were really very badly carbonized, but still." "You got DNA?" Minter nodded. Alessi Forensics managed to extract a little bone marrow from a part that was not properly cooked through. Anyway, the sample had a hit on the NAD, so we have an ID. I think you might be familiar with him, perhaps. He placed the printout on the counter beside the kettle. DCI Flack stared at the photograph in silence, his brows flickering and nodding for a moment, then suddenly both arching. "Jesus fucking Christ! Yes!" "You recognize him then?" said Minter. "That's Robbo," Flack said. "Robbo?" Flack looked at him. "Martin Archer. Archer. Robin Hood. Robbo." He lowered his voice. "That's our code name." "Code name?" Minter asked. Flack glanced at the doorway to the kitchenette, then spoke with a lowered voice. "My chiz list. He was one of my regular informers." Flack shook his head slowly. "One of the more reliable ones." He looked up at Minter. You're absolutely certain about the ID? Minter nodded. The color seemed to be slowly draining from the DCE's face. Are you all right there, sir? He asked. Do you want to sit down for a moment? No. Jesus. I'm fine. He took a long, deep breath and puffed it out. Robbo, Martin, was one of my first sign-ups. I'm the one who actually recruited him. He looked down at the sheet again. Burned to death, you say? Yes, sir. We're pretty certain the poor bugger was alive, perhaps even conscious when... The poor fucking bastard, whispered Flack, his normally mottled red face now a pasty white. He steadied himself against the counter and took another deep breath. Oh, Christ. I feel sick. Are you sure you don't want to sit, sir? Minter asked again. No, I just need a moment. Just give me a moment. Flack turned away and headed out of the kitchenette and towards the toilets. Minter stood where he was, listening to the kettle as it burbled away. 23. Minter had been expecting the team briefing to be a quick one, but all of a sudden, he found he had two unexpected heavyweights joining them. Flack and Sutherland. All right then, folks, he began uncertainly. Let's settle down and get started, shall we? The big news we have this morning is that we have a bona fide ID for our John Doe. He looked at Sully, pretty sure that he would be more than keen to pipe up. Sully, do you have anything to say on that? Oh, of course. Sully sipped his coffee. Well, Karen Magnusson's been up at the campsite picking through the debris piles. There's still no sign of a torso or a head, but we'll keep looking. I would suspect our killers made more of an effort to conceal those because they figured they might have identifiable features on them. Anyway, the gratifying news is that Alessi managed to dig out some viable DNA, and we have a hit on the NNAT. Our victim is a Martin Archer. Or he was anyway. Minder looked down at his notes. Martin Archer had a long history of drug use. He had formed for burglary, theft, possession, and dealing. He had a couple of spells inside, the longest of which was 3 years. There's no close family that we can find so far, so he's unlikely to have been reported missing and unlikely to be in your search piles. But it's worth checking just in case it throws up somebody we can question about him. He checked his notes again. One possible witness to the murder is a local teenager, Lucy Coleman. She's 13 years old. Do you want to speak about her, okay? Okeke nodded. As you know, it was her psychiatrist who first brought Lucy to my attention. She glanced at Sutherland, then Flack. Minter hadn't had a chance yet to explain to her why Flack and Sutherland had decided to sit in on the meeting. She figured it would become evident soon enough and carried on. The working theory is that she witnessed the murder of Martin Archer, but was discovered by the killer or killers, then chased through the camp and up into a neck of woodland, then onto a pedestrian overpass, where she was caught and most likely thrown down onto the road below with every intention of killing her. She was thrown from the bridge? Repeated Sutherland, presumably hoping it would look like a suicide. Okeke nodded. That's my guess. If she'd actually died, we wouldn't be sitting here now. The burned body would have been found anyway, at some point, O'Neill pointed out. Possibly, Okeke replied. But I wouldn't rule out that the killer, or killers, were hoping that developers were at the point of knocking the campsite down with bulldozers and carting away the debris to be dumped in landfill somewhere. So, she continued, we toyed with the idea that the murder might have been a chance encounter. Perhaps a rough sleeper who was discovered by... Please don't say kids, muttered Sutherland. Monsters more like, Magnusson added. Okeke shook her head. We don't think that's what happened. There were cuffs found at the scene. She pulled out one of Sulla's photos and slid it across the table for Flack and Sutherland to examine. Somebody brought cuffs, which means it was almost certainly premeditated. We also think it had to be more than one killer, added Minter. The cuffs would suggest the victim needed to be restrained, He cleared his throat. Certainly he would have if he knew what was coming. Then Minter looked directly at Flack. The victim, Martin Archer, is known to the Operation Rosper team. Okeke did a double take. Which is why DCI Flack's here, he explained to his team. He glanced back at Flack. Sir, do you want to give us a little background on Archer? Sutherland stepped in. Hold on. Before we go any further. He turned in his seat to face Flack. Geoff, do you want to talk openly about this? If this is operationally sensitive intel? It's fine, sir, Flack replied. Archer was an informer on my chiz list. One of the more reliable ones, truth be told. He shook his head. Most of the lower-level county lines runners know him, and he knows them. In fact, I'd say he knew pretty much anyone who's anyone in the drugs business in Hastings and St. Leonard's. Martin's code name was Robbo. Flack got up from his seat, went over to the digital whiteboard and tapped the menu bar. Martin Archer's gown image was projected onto the board. I last checked in with Robbo about 6 or 7 months ago, and to be honest, I've not heard from him since. Usually the way things work is that an informer will reach out if they have any useful intel. If not, then once every couple of months we'll contact them for a routine catch-up. It's not always about intel gathering. Sometimes you just want to make sure they're doing okay. Have a roof over their head, something to eat. That kind of thing, he shrugged. They're people, right? Not just sources of information. Flack looked at the photograph. Though Robbo's been off the grid since the middle of last year. I tried to get in touch a couple of times and got nowhere, so I presumed he'd moved out of the area. Obviously, the poor bastard hadn't done anything of the sort. Did he have anything for you the last time you saw him that suggested he had beef with someone? Asked Minter. That's usually the first question I ask, Flack told him. How are you doing? Any red flags? But no. The last time he seemed okay. You're right, though, that's going to be our primary focus. It's going to be our primary focus. Ugh. He stopped and looked at the projected image on the whiteboard. It's barbaric. Counting line style? Asked Sutherland. Flack shook his head vigorously. No, not like this. If there's something to settle, a turf disagreement will usually end up with a stabbing. This is... Christ, this is another level completely. A message killing? Asked Sutherland. Is it possible he was found out as an informer? It's possible, but unlikely. Unless he was very careless and actually told someone. Flack sighed. No snitch I know of is that stupid. Being a grass is worse than being a cop. Being a grass will get you killed, and pretty damn quick. Flack turned to Sutherland. If I may, sir, I'd like to take on this investigation. Sutherland stroked his top lip thoughtfully. Well, actually, I was going to suggest that as a way forward. You've got a lot of highly sensitive intel on your side? Yes, we have. All right then, said Sutherland. As of now, Flack is Sayo. He glanced at Minter. Sorry, Minter. Minter shrugged. It makes sense, sir, he muttered. Flack returned to the conference table but remained standing. Okay, I'm going to run this investigation like a dictator. My Rosper team know how I am. Everything goes through me first. I don't want any off-piste investigations, no running hunches, no talking shop beyond this room. He glanced at Okeke, then Warren and, Neil. I know you three are used to a more collaborative approach with Boyd, but on our side of the floor, we have to be a lot more careful. Everything links up. Everything's connected. Everyone knows everyone else out there. A careless name drop can lead to something exactly like this, he said, looking once again at Archer's face. I may be a dictator, but hopefully I'm not a dick. He smiled. Which means I'm open to feedback, suggestions, ideas. But like I said, I am your first point of call for everything. Is that clear? Minter and the others nodded. Right then, Rolls. Minter, You'll be my second. My action log gatekeeper. Is okay? I know from Boyd you're good on forensics. So you're evidence chain boss. Also, I want you to stay on this girl, Lucy Coleman, she supplied. It seems she may be our only potential witness. My Rosper team will be your intelligence pool, and going forward some of them may well join our meetings. However, the active investigation into this murder will be run by you lot. My people have their own jobs to do. I want you to run the murder investigation from this room. Is that understood? Sutherland nodded. The incident room's yours, Flack. Good. Well, since everyone sitting here is now aware of Rosper's link with the victim, you are going to be privy to confidential intel. With that in mind, you may find yourselves on the other side of the Great Partition Wall. Just remember, what you see or hear in that section stays there, all right? He glanced at Sutherland. Is that okay with you, sir? Fine by me, replied Sutherland. Warren, and he frowned at DC Rajan. Sorry, I'm DC Ravindra Rajan, sir, he replied. I want both of you doing door-to-doors in the Norman's Bay area. That's the nearby estate. I want you eyeballing for security cameras on the road leading to the campsite. I know what happened was 6 months ago, but we might get lucky with some old data. O'Neill? Sear? I want you to do a deep dive on Martin Archer. Find his known associates, his neighbors, anyone he had dealings with. A lot of that information will already be in the Rosper database. Come and see me after and I'll give you what we have. Right, Gov, O'Neill replied. Flack turned once more to stare at the photograph projected onto the whiteboard. I want the bastards that did this to Martin. I want to find them and string them up by their fucking balls. 24. Have you got a moment, DS Okeke? Flack asked as she was about to leave. She stopped by the door and let the others file out of the incident room. Sir? Flack closed the door. He and Okeke had the room to themselves. This Lucy Coleman, he said. How reliable a witness is she going to be? Okeke grimaced. Not very reliable at all at the moment, she admitted. Could she be, though? Down the line, I mean. I'm thinking ahead to the CPS stage if we get there, that is. Okeke shrugged. She had no idea whether Lucy would ever be a valid witness in any prosecution. She might be able to help us ID faces, maybe. At some point. But I'd never suggest putting her anywhere near a courtroom, she told him. What about an interview room? You mean here? At the station? She frowned. Flack nodded. If we brought her in and I ran some photos past her? We've got mugshots of pretty much every drug-related scrot in the area on our database. I don't know. Dr. P&R has been working with her for months, and she's only just begun to open up, she said hesitantly. Dr. P&R? Flack asked. He's her psychiatrist. It was him who first reached out to us. She explained the situation to Flack as P&R had, first time round to Okeke. Look, said Flack when she'd finished. I understand your reticence, but we don't have to make it traumatic for her. We could use the family interview room, have a responsible adult with her. You could handle presenting the photos if you feel you've built some kind of rapport with her. I suppose I could ask Dr. P&R what he suggests, Okeke said. But I think he'd agree with me and would be very concerned about us showing her photos to ID. He could sit in too. Flack tried again. It could just be you and him in the room if you like. Some photo books, a little gentle questioning. We need to have something from her, Okeke, other than a few drawings. I can ask, she repeated. Well, ask then, Flack said, his patience waning, and quickly. I don't want to set her recovery back, but she's our only potential witness. I want the bastards who did this, Okeke, more than I've ever wanted to collar anyone. Robbo didn't deserve that. She caught an inflection of emotion in his voice. You liked him? Flack huffed. Well, I wouldn't have brought him home for dinner with my family, but yeah, he was one of the good guys. If you can say that about anyone caught up in this business, I'll ask, she said once more. Good. Insist. Please. He opened the door for her. And good work, by the way. Okeke nodded. Thank you, sir. She headed out through the double doors and down the stairs. Warren was ahead of her, both of them fumbling in their jackets for fags and lighters. She caught up with him outside just as he was lighting up. Poor old Minty, eh? He mused as he lit her cigarette for her. He keeps almost getting CO, then someone swoops in and takes a tea. Away from him at the last minute. True, Okeke said. Though I get the feeling he's happy to hand this one over to Flack. Why's that? Warren asked. Because of the overlap with Rosper. There's no way he'd be able to lead this his way. There's too much encroachment on Flack's turf. There'd be butting heads the whole time. Fair, he replied. Right. She sighed and fished in her pockets for her phone. I've got to make an awkward call. Wish me luck. She dialed Marcus's number and took a few steps away from Warren so that he wouldn't overhear the exchange. Marcus answered it on the third ring. Samantha? Yes, she said. What's the latest? Do you have an ID on this body at the campsite? He asked. We do, yes, she told him. And? I'm afraid I can't tell you more. Have you spoken to Lucy in the last few days? She asked. No, she wasn't up to it last week, but I've rescheduled to see her this afternoon, he said. Well, about that, she began. The senior officer on this case would like you to bring her in to the station to look at some mug shots. What? As soon as possible. Maybe it could be this afternoon. He's hoping she might be able to pick out a face or two. No, absolutely not, Marcus said, horrified. She has learned to feel safe in just two places, her home and my practice, and it has taken months to build this level of trust. That would set her back, Samantha, chronically. I understand that, Okeke said, but this is now a murder investigation and she's potentially our only witness. Marcus paused. Could your senior officer come to my practice with his photographs? He asked. I'm afraid not, she replied. We can't take them out of the building. Actually, not even off the SID floor, for security reasons. But look, you'd be allowed to come in with her, if that would help. Her mom, too. And I handle the session. She'll be in a room with just the three of us. I think she trusts me enough. She crossed her fingers and glanced over at Warren, who was puffing away on his cigarette, seemingly lost in thought. Pionar paused again. Then he finally spoke. I'm not really going to have a choice in this, am I? Let me talk with Lucy and her mother first. I will ask her if she feels up to doing this and we can go from there. 25. DC Rajan knocked on the door of the property. It rattled flimsily. He suspected a lazy shoulder shunt would probably stave it in. He took a respectful step back into the messy front yard. The homes in this Norman's Bay cul-de-sac were pretty much static caravans masquerading as bungalows. A few residents had tried hiding their prefab origins behind stick-on veneers of crazy paving stonework, while some of the plastic windows had fake lead lining stuck on them. They were every bit as sad and flimsy as the post-war prefabs estates around Whitburn. A figure inside shuffled towards the frosted glass. Rajan heard the snick of several chains and bolts being slid to one side. Then finally the door opened to reveal a small old man with a thick bristly thatch of buzz-cut gray hair and a pair of wildly overgrown Gandalf eyebrows. The man looked Rajan up and down, his eyes taking in his shoes, then ascending until they finally rested on his face. At which point Rajan grinned, and comically the old man recoiled slightly. Morning, said Rajan, holding out his police lanyard. I'm DC Rajan from Hastings Sid. The old man scowled. Eh? I'm the police, mate, Rajan clarified. He pulled out his notebook and pen in case the lanyard alone wasn't enough to convince the old. Bugger. We're knocking on doors around the estate this morning to ask about the girl that lives over at number 6. The Colemans, the man replied grumpily. That's right, replied Rajan. Lucy Coleman. Bloody little horror, he said. What's she gone and done now? Rajan opened his pad. Can I take your name first, please? He asked. Colin, 2LS. And your surname? Rajan asked. It's Mr. Colin, the man replied. All right. Rajan jotted down that the man didn't want to disclose his first name. You called her a little horror. She's a bit of a troublemaker then, is she? Mr. Colin nodded. She's always wandering around when she should be at school, nicking things and the like. What sort of trouble does she get into? What does she nick? Rajan asked. She waits around for them delivery vans. So many bloody parcels go missing around here. Things are always getting nicked from my front yard when I'm not in. Her mother's not much better, mind. She's drunk out of her bloody skull most of the time. Rajan noted that down. So, Lucy, he began. I've not seen her hanging about much recently, Mr. Colin told him. Rajan nodded. He'd been instructed by Deminter to volunteer nothing more than the bare bones. She had an accident a few months back, he said. I heard, Colin replied. She fell off something, right? Rajan nodded. Yeah, it happened about the end of last August. Can you remember back to... Bugger off, Mr. Colin grunted. I can remember back to the bloody war, lad. What do you want to know? Right. Sorry, Rajan smiled. Back to the war, eh? Mr. Colin nodded. I can remember the D-Day bombers. Thick as crows in the sky they were, and the black American soldiers stationed just down the road. Hundreds of them? He paused. Then, added nice lot, though. Well behaved. Good manners. That Lucy over the road, she's no manners at all. Bloody rude little brat. Always effing this and effing that. Even telling me to F myself when I told her to bugger off away from my front yard. Did she hang around in a gang? Rajan asked. Mr. Colin shook his head. Nah. She was always on her own. It's trouble enough with just the one of her. He paused. Come to think of it, she's kept herself to herself since that accident. Though I can't say I'm sorry about that. What about her family? Rajan tried again. Do the Colemans have any visitors? Mr. Colin shook his head. Not that I've seen. It's just the mum and daughter, far as I know. He paused thoughtfully. There's a man with long hair in a nice car who picks Lucy up once or twice a week. I think he's from the social or something. Rajan noted that down too. Why are you lot out here then? Mr. Colin asked. She in proper trouble, is she? Rajan shook his head. We think she got in a fight with someone back when she had the accident. Can you think of anyone who might have had a problem with her? The old man chuckled. Only everyone in Mule are close, son. Rajan nodded. Okay. Well, try a few more of your neighbors and see what they have to say. He snapped his notebook shut. Anyway. Sorry to trouble you and thanks for your help, sir. He turned and started to head off. See? Now that's manners, Mr. Colin called after him. Where you come from anyway, lad? Rajan paused. Then he turned. Smiled and ramped up his Geordie accent. Newcastle. 26. We're in here, Lucy. Okeke held the door open for her. The family room was designed to look less intimidating than the other bare, utilitarian interview rooms. There was no interview table in this one, nor uncomfortable plastic bucket chairs or visible digital interview recorder. There was, however, a dark blue L-shaped sofa, a low coffee table, and prints of calm and expressionist artwork on the walls. Come on, love, said Mrs. Coleman. She reached for her daughter's hand. It's safe in here, as safe as home. Marcus stepped past Lucy and into the room. as she stood in the hallway peering inside suspiciously. He went over to the sofa and sat down. "It's very comfy," he said, smiling at her. His eyes were drawn to something stored beneath the coffee table. "Oh, what have we here? Puzzles. Coloring books, and what is this?" He reached down and pulled out a colorful box. "It looks like a bracelet-making kit to me." Lucy's eyes narrowed for a moment, then widened slightly. "A Glow Girl Loom Band set," said Mrs. Coleman. "You've wanted one of those for ages, haven't you?" Lucy took a couple of steps forward into the room. "They glow in the dark," she whispered. Her mother followed her into the room. "Do you want to have a go at making one, love?" Lucy nodded, sat down on the sofa next to Marcus, and began to pull the contents out of the box. Okeke gently shut the door and sat down on a child's stool beside the table. She had Flack's mugshot albums tucked away out of sight for the moment. The first order of business was to get Lucy to relax. Okeke leant forward to look at the tiny bands of brightly colored plastic that Lucy had spread across the table. Marcus picked up a couple and seemed confused about what to do with them. "They go together," whispered Lucy. "Like this." Okeke watched as Lucy carefully placed different colored bands on the kit's pegboard and hooked them together, her immobile right hand acting as an anchor, her left doing most of the work. "Oh, that's cool," Okeke remarked as Lucy held up the result. "Cassie has this," said Lucy. Okeke looked at Mrs. Coleman for clarification. "Cassie's a friend from school. Or she was until the thing happened," she explained. "She doesn't see Cassie anymore?" Okeke asked. Mrs. Coleman shook her head. "Of course not. She doesn't see anyone anymore." Lucy was considering different bands for a second bracelet. Marcus fumbled with some bands, deliberately making a hash of it, so that Lucy would have to step in and show him how it was done. Okeke let them carry on for a while longer, until she could see that Lucy was fully immersed in the activity. "Lucy," she began with a casual tone, "have you ever played that game, Guess Who?" "Faces you push down?" Lucy said, not looking up from what she was doing. "That's right," Okeke said. Lucy nodded. "At school." "Well, I'd like to play a similar game with you if that's okay. I've got a book here, full of photographs of people." She smiled. "Somewhat. Might seem a little scary and angry, but they're all just photographs. Would you take a look at it with me?" Lucy looked up from her bracelet in progress. Her curiosity piqued. "Now," added Okeke, "if you see a face you recognize, all you've got to do is point at it for me. Shall we give it a go?" Lucy nodded. Okeke looked at Mrs. Coleman, who nodded too. Okeke opened her shoulder bag and pulled out the first of the two books. The plain red cover had the words, "Operation Rosper. Known members. Team eyes only," scrawled untidily across it with a Sharpie. She flipped the cover open and laid the book down on the coffee table. The first page showed a grid of 6 surly faces. "Don't they look angry and ugly?" said Okeke, grinning conspiratorially. Lucy nodded again, as she slowly studied each of the 6 images. Finally, she looked up at Okeke and shook her head. "Ah, good job. Shall we do another?" Okeke slowly turned the page over. "How about these?" Okeke emerged from the family room 20 minutes later to get Lucy a drink from the vending machine down the corridor. DCI Flack was waiting outside. "Any joy?" he asked. She shook her head. "Nothing." "And you've been through both books?" Flack asked. "Uh-huh, both, but she didn't recognize anyone," Okeke said. "Damn it," Flack puffed with obvious frustration. "How is she doing?" "She's fine," Okeke said. "We were busy making friendship bracelets in there." "Loom bands, is it?" Flack asked. "My daughter decorated the entire house with those bloody things when she was younger." Okeke did a double take. For some reason, she'd always assumed he lived alone in a grubby flat that stank of stale takeaways and Old Spice. "I think I'll go in and have a chat with her, since she's here," Flack said. Before Okeke could recover from the revelation that Flack had a daughter and raise an objection, he'd opened the door and stepped into the room. Lucy glanced up from the mess of plastic bands on the table. Her eyes rounded at the sight of the male stranger towering over her. "Hello, Lucy," he announced. "I'm Detective Chief Inspector Flack." Okeke hurried back into the room. "Sir, maybe this isn't the best idea." Flack, realizing he must look intimidating, staring down at Lucy like a giant. So he squatted down, huffing with the effort, his knees crackling as he descended. "You can call me Jeff if you like," he added, attempting to soften his gruff voice. Lucy stared at him silently, her craft project forgotten about. "Lucy," he began, "I know you've been through a terrible, terrible experience, that you saw something horrible back at that campsite." Okeke noticed Dr. Pienaar's brows locking together, presumably a warning to Flack to tread carefully. "Listen, love," Flack started again. "We know a bad man, or bad men, did something horrible to another man, and we think that maybe you saw that happening." Dr. Pienaar shook his head vigorously behind Lucy's back. "Stop. Enough. And we think those bad men saw you watching them. Is that right?" Okeke could see the color draining from Lucy's face. "And they chased after you, didn't they? Did they chase you into some woods? And onto a bridge?" Lucy's eyes rounded. Her good hand trembled, the loom band she was holding wriggling like a worm beneath. "That's enough," snapped Dr. Pienaar. He looked at Lucy's mother, then eyeballed Flack. "All right, Detective Chief Inspector Flack, why, I think we are done here." "You were standing on that bridge over the road, weren't you?" Flack persisted. "Then what happened? Can you remember? Did they push you off? Did you fall? Were you trying to escape?" Dr. Pienaar stood up and reached for Lucy's left hand. "Come on, Lucy. Mrs. Coleman, we're going home." "Wait," snapped Flack. "I'm not done." Dr. Pienaar glared down at Okeke. "Samantha, you assured me there'd be no oral interview. Just the pictures." "I'm really sorry, Marcus," Okeke replied, at a loss as to why Flack was questioning Lucy like this. "Look, just hold on," Flack barked. He stood up to block Pienaar from leaving. "Just hold on a second. Lucy," he bent down to her level again. "Lucy, for God's sake! A man was murdered on that campsite. Burned to death. Please, Lucy. You need to tell us what you saw." "Enough, you ignorant fool!" Dr. Pienaar pulled Lucy past Flack and headed to the door. Mrs. Coleman followed in their wake. "Hey!" hollered Flack. "We're not done." Pienaar turned to address Flack. "With all due respect, repressed memories are like splinters. They will come out in their own time, but this is like digging for them with a bulldozer." He turned and exited the room. Flack was left, ruddy-faced and breathing hard. Okeke glared at him. "For fuck's sake, sir. I told you, no interrogation." "Jesus Christ. Just go after them, will you?" he growled. Okeke hurried into the hallway and caught up with them. So sorry about that," she blurted. "I just want to get her home as quickly as possible," said Dr. Pienaar. Okeke reached for the double doors. "Okay, the way out's this way." She stepped through and beckoned them towards the stairs. Then she turned to Lucy, who had pulled her hood over her head. All that could be seen of her face was her quivering pale chin. "I'm so sorry, sweetheart," she said. "Home," Lucy whimpered. "I want home." "That's where we're going, love," said Mrs. Coleman. Okeke took the first couple of steps down. "Come on, I'll buzz you out." They were halfway to the ground floor when Okeke heard an ear-splitting scream. She spun round to see that Lucy had let go of her mom's hand. She sprinted past Okeke and down the stairs to the bottom. Okeke looked up. She glimpsed two uniformed officers, wearing tactical vests and equipped with batons and cuffs, standing at the top of the flight of stairs. There were looks of utter confusion on their faces. Okeke turned back and ran after Lucy. At the bottom, she saw a flash of Lucy's pink trainers as she disappeared out of the front door. She'd managed to barge past someone who had been buzzed in at the front desk. "Stop her!" Okeke yelled, hoping there was someone outside taking a fag break. She hurried out into the torrential rain to see Lucy running across the car park towards the exit onto Bohemia Road. Okeke gave chase and promptly heard the slap of footsteps on wet tarmac behind her as Marcus caught up. Lucy was running down Bohemia Road toward the seafront, sprinting, as if running for her very life. 27. "Shit! We're not going to catch up with her," Marcus exclaimed. Then he cupped his hands around his mouth. "Lucy!" he yelled. Lucy kept running. Mrs. Coleman finally caught up with them at the car park's entrance, wheezing from the effort. "Oh my God, where is she? Where's Lucy?" Okeke pointed down Bohemia Road at the receding flash of Lucy's pink trainers, all but lost amid the pulsing veil of rain. "I'll get some of our people out after her," said Okeke. She fished for her phone in her pocket, pulled it out and called the station. "Hastings Pole." She cut across the operator. "Duty officer, please." She waited for the call to be transferred then. "This is DS Okeke, Hastings Sid. We've got an extremely vulnerable juvenile female just escaped from our station." "On Bohemia Road?" "Yes," she confirmed. "What's her description?" "She's 13 years old, IC1, long blonde hair. She's wearing a pink hoodie, dark blue bottoms, and pink trainers. Can you get a local bolo out to any units in the..." "I'm just entering that now. Is she a danger to herself or anyone else?" "Herself. She's a self-harm risk. She's extremely volatile." Okeke heard a keyboard clattering. "I've added that. What's her name?" "Lucy. Lucy Coleman," Okeke said. "All right. That's on the system and I'm sending it out now," the operator confirmed. Okeke thanked him and ended the call. "Come on. We should go down to the front," she said to Marcus and Mrs. Coleman. 10 minutes later, they reached the White Rock Theater on the main seafront road. "Does she know Hastings at all?" Okeke asked Mrs. Coleman. Mrs. Coleman shook her head. "Not really." Okeke gestured left. There were shops along the front. "She might have ducked into one of those," she said. Mrs. Coleman immediately turned and jogged along the pavement, calling out her daughter's name as she poked her head through the door of each shop in turn. Her voice quickly lost amid the hiss of the rain and the rumbling of heavy waves riding the rumbling of heavy waves. "Beach just over the road." "I'll check the beach," said Okeke. "I'll try the pier," Dr. Piener said. Okeke waved a hand in the air to stop approaching cars on both sides of the road, and they jogged across to the rust-colored asphalt promenade. She bore left, running along the promenade until she reached a flight of steps that took her down to the shingle beach. It was deserted, unsurprisingly. The gusting wind was kicking up specters of foam from the tops of the waves rolling in, soaking her face with mean-spirited stings of salt spray. The tide appeared to be midway up the beach. She was unsure as to whether it was on the rise or fall. Either way, the waves were energetically washing over the shingle. She turned to her right to look beneath the pier, expecting that to be equally deserted with nothing but a lattice of glistening wooden stilts taking their relentless battering from the sea. However, among the wet woodwork, she spotted a figure tucked into a ball in the dark and narrow space where the shingle rose sharply to meet the pier's decking. Lucy ... Okeke crunched along the wet pebbles towards her, hoping that Lucy wouldn't jump to her feet and run again. "Lucy!" Okeke called out. "It's me. It's Samantha." Lucy's head lifted at the mention of her name, and for a moment, Okeke was certain she was going to run. "Please, Lucy. It's me. You're safe, love. I'm not going to hurt you." Lucy stared. Her hair hung in soaked ropes around her face. She was drenched and shivering. Okeke ducked down as she stepped into the dark, wet space. Drops of rain spattered down between the waterlogged planks of decking above. "Hey, there," she whispered softly as she crawled to within a few feet of the girl. "It's just me, lovely. Just me." Lucy's lips were a corpse-like blue, her face as pale as porcelain. She wasn't just shivering, she was shuddering violently, and Okeke suspected it wasn't just from the biting wind. It's sheer terror. "Come on," Okeke said gently, extending her hand, freezing cold herself now. "Let's get dry. Let's get warm." Lucy slowly uncurled herself and scrambled on her hands and knees across the pebbles towards Okeke. As soon as she could reach her, Okeke grabbed her hand and pulled her into a hug, wrapping her arms tightly around the girl. Lucy hugged her back, tightly, desperately. She buried her wet face in Okeke's neck. "It's okay," Okeke whispered softly. "It's okay, love. It's not. Okeke loosened her hold and leaned back to take a good look at her. "Lucy, sweetheart, what made you do that? What made you run like that?" I saw the monster." 28. Dr. P and I took a long sip of his wine. Dear God, I needed that. What a nightmare. Okeke nodded and took a long slug of hers. Having returned Mrs. Coleman and her daughter to their home, she'd asked Marcus to drive her to the Primark in Pevensey. She'd bought a pair of cheap trainers and jeans to change into, so that she could get out of her sodden work clothes. She found she was still shivering in short bursts every now and then, despite being dry now and sitting close to the pub's crackling fireplace. The Merlot was helping a little with that too. Okeke glanced out of the window and stared into the darkness outside. If this had been midsummer, she'd have been looking out on the Kooten Beach, perhaps at children still running around, reluctant to call it a day just yet. "This has greatly set her back," Marcus said after a while. They'd left Lucy sleeping in her bedroom, heavily sedated, with Mrs. Coleman stroking her forehead. Marcus and Okeke had whispered their goodbyes to them before letting themselves out. Okeke took another gulp of her wine. She'd told herself she'd just have the one glass to warm up. Her car was parked on Marcus's drive and she still had to drive home. Hopefully Jay's temper tantrum would be over, and he'd be back home and willing to discuss his reckless career decision like a grown-up. "We need to talk about what happened on the stairwell," said Okeke. Marcus shook his head, still angry. "Your boss is exactly what I said, an ignorant fool." "I know. I was right there," Okeke replied, nodding. She looked around. The retreat pub was deserted. It was midweek, midwinter, and mid-rain. She wasn't exactly surprised that they were the only two customers there. "I did too," she said. "It was like the bull in a china shop," Marcus said. "What was he doing just crashing into the room like that, like a freight train? That man needs some serious training on how to interact with vulnerable children." "Agreed," Okeke said. "But I don't think it was Flack who triggered her screaming and running. I think Lucy saw something in the stairwell that freaked her out. She was already at the tipping point," he huffed. "Those mugshots, your stupid boss barging in like that." "She told me she saw her monster," said Okeke. Marcus stared at her. "What?" She said, "I saw the monster." "She said that? Those words exactly?" Marcus asked. Yes, Okeke said. When? On the beach, she replied. When I found her, she told me she saw the monster in the police station. In the police station, Marcus echoed. Okeke nodded. It must have been something she saw on the stairs. That's when she properly freaked. Marcus sighed heavily, then closed his eyes. I'm trying to remember. It was all so damned quick. She was looking up the stairs, Okeke said. There were a couple of uniformed officers on the stairs. Marcus opened his eyes and looked at her. They were kitted up to go out for a shift, she added. He frowned, not sure what that detail signified, if anything. The cuffs, Marcus. In fact, Okeke closed her eyes to recall that frozen moment. The two men had been wide-eyed and gawping at Lucy's shrill scream. One of them had a pair of cuffs dangling from his hand. Either he was adjusting them or clipping them to his equipment belt when Lucy had looked up. Perhaps the clinking, rattling sound had caught her attention. The cuffs? Marcus was confused. Okeke hadn't yet shared any details of the crime scene with him. Reluctantly, she told him about the handcuffs that they'd found, secured around the back support of the chair, the metal links clogged with human fat. My God, he sighed. Okeke had had a particularly nasty nightmare about that last night. Martin Archer, thrashing and screaming, the cuffs clanking against the support as he struggled in vain to escape the agony of being burned alive. God, whispered Marcus. Yes. Yes. A detail like that could cut right through everything. Okeke nodded. What will that have done to her? She wondered. Marcus gazed at his own wrists. Well, it would have made it very real for her. He sighed. God verdamn this poor, poor child. Okeke pulled the car keys out of her pocket and they jangled noisily in the darkness. She'd had 2 medium glasses of wine over 2 hours. She calculated that she'd metabolized enough alcohol to be the right side of legal. She stood at the front of her car. Marcus joined her, admiring its scratches and dents. She's seen a bit of the world, this one, he said. She smiled. No, I parked by sense of touch. He laughed and nodded at his house. You want a coffee before you go? He smiled. Clear your head. A coffee in another half hour would put her safely beyond the red line if she was stopped and breathalyzed. And truth be told, the thought of going home to Jay and rehashing their exchange from last night wasn't a particularly appealing one. She'd enjoyed her evening with Marcus. They'd spent the latter part of it talking about themselves. She'd found him to be intriguing. He had a passion for Audrey Hepburn movies, but also Cars and Top Gear, which he claimed he'd watched avidly after returning to South Africa. Politically, he was refreshingly left of center, but his values and manners were charmingly old-fashioned and conservative. Marcus smiled. So, Ms. Okeke, it's been a difficult day all told, but it's had a pleasant end to it. She nodded. Well, if you're not coming in, I'll say good evening. He leant towards her and she turned her cheek, expecting a polite brushed kiss. But at the last moment, he paused and lingered an inch or so away from her face. Time seemed to stop. Emboldened by the wine, she felt the temptation to turn her face just a fraction more his way, to line her lips up with his. The moment passed, and she took a small step back. I'd better go, she said. Marcus clenched his eyes shut, suddenly embarrassed. Sorry. I stepped over the line, didn't I? She ignored the question, calculating it was probably better to pretend nothing at all had happened and move swiftly on. Night, Marcus, she said. We can regroup and discuss next steps tomorrow, okay? He nodded, the flicker of disappointment on his face quickly smothered with a genial smile. Nice. Good. I plan to check on Lucy first thing in the morning. I can update you after that. Okeke nodded crisply, professionally, and then ruined it by giving him an unnecessary, awkward wave. She swiftly climbed into her car, started the engine, and began to reverse, cursing under her breath as she checked over her shoulder that she wasn't going to roll over any of his flower beds. She drove up Beaulieu Road and, with the afterglow of her second glass of wine now rapidly fading away and his well-lit driveway receding in the rearview mirror, she assured herself that she'd made the sensible decision. Jay heard her key turn in the lock, and a moment later, the door was shut. He was sitting at the kitchen table once again, waiting once again. He felt as though he was on the cusp of becoming the kind of person he never thought he'd be. Bitter, jealous, needy, suffocating. He could imagine how he must look, sitting there at the table, with his phone clasped in one balled fist and his temper coiled up like an overwound clock spring ready to twang. It wasn't a good look. Okeke entered the kitchen. "Oh, hello," she said, decided to come back then. Jay had one question lined up for her. How honestly she answered it would determine in which direction this conversation would head. "Where have you been?" he asked. She stopped midway through shrugging off her jacket and bag. "Sorry," she said, stalling. "I said, where have you been this evening?" Jay repeated. She looked at the clock on the kitchen wall. It was nearly 9. Working. He felt suddenly sick. Working. Right? He was surprised at how sad and pitiful that had sounded. Not righteous or angry, bitter or enraged. Just resigned. The worst of his suspicions had been confirmed. "Babes, you okay?" Okeke asked. Jay observed that Sam was wearing different clothes to the ones she usually wore for work. She wore dark blue trousers instead of jeans and a patterned blouse he'd never seen before. And her shoes, ooh, new. They were cheap new shoes, to be fair, but new ones all the same. He didn't bother commenting. He didn't want to hear her lie to him again. "Not really," he said finally. All evening he'd been debating what he'd say if she out and out lied to him. They'd had a relationship for the last few years that had relied heavily on trust, but with their odd working patterns and the long hours, they both knew that their relationship wouldn't function at all if that simple foundation failed. He feared it just had. He hadn't yet decided whether he was going to admit to her that he'd actually stooped so low this evening as to check her phone's location on his Find My app. He'd even taken a couple of screen grabs, one showing her pin pegged at a seafront pub called The Retreat, and another with her pin dropped outside a very nice-looking house, which he'd looked up, only to discover that, surprise, 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 belonged to Dr. Marcus P.N.R. He'd tormented himself further by looking up Dr. P.R. on LinkedIn, and his heart had sunk like a stone. Marcus wasn't some wizened, old, bespectacled Freud-like shrink in a rumpled corduroy jacket. Far from it. At first glance, he'd have said that PR wasn't her type. He was, in fact, the very opposite of Jay. Lanky, long-haired, bearded, and at least 10 years older. His long dark locks were silvered at the temples, and his goatee showed artful stripes of peppered gray at the corners of his mouth. He was a striking-looking mature man, who could have, at a pinch, doubled for Viggo Watch's face in Lord of the Rings. On top of that, he was smart, which was something Sam would definitely have been drawn to. He was certainly smarter than Jay, and probably able to discuss subjects such as forensics with her, and art, poetry, politics, life, the universe, and pretty much everything, really. "Babes?" Sam was staring at him, concerned. "What's up?" He'd planned to have it out with her if he caught her in a lie. He'd planned to show her the screen grabs, show her the LinkedIn profile, show her I'd do the due diligence before letting rip at her for betraying that trust they leaned on so heavily. And then, with his anger vented, he'd planned to ask her more calmly if he really had been her Mr. Right, or merely her convenient Mr. Right for now. Until someone better came along. But his prepared speech went out of the window as she bent down and kissed his forehead. "Well, fine. I'm fucking knackered," she sighed. "Been a long day at the station, eh?" said Jay. "Tell me about it," she replied. He could smell the wine on her breath. "I'm starving," she said. "Dinner's in the microwave," he replied flatly. "Mac and cheese." "Oh, Ta," she said, pulling the microwave's door open and touching the food with her knuckle to see if it needed heating up. He smiled wearily. "Help yourself, babes." "Smells really good," she said, smiling. "Thanks." He watched her dial a few minutes on the microwave and listened to it hum as her dinner rotated slowly inside. This evening he didn't have it in him to fight. He decided to sleep on things. Perhaps he was adding 2 and 2 and getting 5. Perhaps he was assembling a story that wasn't there, based on a few fragments of circumstantial evidence and an "I am too knackered to explain myself right now" white lie. Or maybe he was just too scared to call her out and hear her reply. "Okay, babes. Maybe you're right. Maybe we should call it a day." 29. Okeke arranged to meet Marcus outside the Coleman's home the next morning. As she drove into the cul-de-sac, she spotted his Volvo parked on the curb and his silhouette in the driver's seat. She pulled up behind him, climbed out and walked up to his side of his car. He was on the phone, but it looked as though he was wrapping the call up. A moment later, he opened the door and got out. "Sorry about that. Another client," he said. "Oh." All I can say is, teenage boy plus porn equals a rather annoyed boarding school. Okeke's brows bounced. Aren't most teenage boys intrigued by porn? Marcus grabbed his jacket from the passenger seat. "While I have to disagree respectfully with Freud, with boys this age," he smiled. "The drive to hump anything with a pulse is pretty much all they have." Okeke laughed. They walked up to the Coleman's front door. "Does Mrs. Coleman know we're coming?" she asked. He nodded. "I called her first thing." "How is Lucy?" Marcus tutted. "Not so good." The door opened before he could knock, and Lucy's mother ushered them quickly inside. "She's in a terrible state," she said, leading them into the living room, where they found Lucy on the sofa. She was bundled up inside a fluffy hoodie, the hood tugged up over her head and her hands inside the sleeves. Only the pale tip of her nose and chin could be seen. She was rocking gently as she watched the television. Okeke turned to see what she was watching. Teletubbies. Again. "Lucy, love," said her mother. "We've got visitors. Can you turn it down?" The top of a remote control emerged from one of the furry sleeves, and the sound of the TV dipped down to a tolerable background murmur. Marcus sat down beside Lucy. "How are you, Lucy?" he asked. He ducked down and lifted the rim of her hoodie up a little so that they could make eye contact. "How are you in there?" Lucy didn't respond. Her eyes remained stubbornly locked on the screen. Okeke squatted so she was eye level with Lucy. "Hello there," she said softly. "How are you doing this morning?" Lucy's eyes flickered away from the telly to glance at Okeke, then back to the screen. "It took me all of last night to warm up again," said Okeke, rubbing her hands together. "That rain was freezing, wasn't it?" Lucy gave the tiniest nod. It was warm in the living room. Mrs. Coleman had obviously decided to spend some money on the heating, even if it meant going without elsewhere. "I don't think I've ever been that frickin' cold in my whole life," Okeke added. The near-miss swear word triggered a fleeting blink, and you'd miss its smile on Lucy's lips. Marcus drew back and stood up. "Mrs. Coleman? Doris? Shall we go and make some tea in the kitchen?" Mrs. Coleman started to protest, but Marcus nodded towards the door. "I will help you." "Please," he smiled. "I insist." They left the living room to Okeke and Lucy and the quietly burbling TV VOI. "Look, I'm so sorry we frightened you yesterday," said Okeke. "I wanted to bring those pictures to you here, not have you dragged into the police station." "Wasn't the pictures," Lucy whispered. Okeke nodded. "You told me when we were both under the pier, you told me you saw the monster. Do you remember that? Lucy nodded. Can you tell me where you saw it? Exactly where? Lucy's eyes flicked back to the TV and stayed there. Lucy, Okeke prompted. Lucy continued to stare at the screen. Was it something you saw when we were on the stairs? Okeke asked. Lucy's brown eyes darted back to meet Okeke's, but she said nothing. Was it the handcuffs, love? Okeke tried. Lucy shook her head. Okeke narrowed her eyes and frowned. She was doing her best to rebuild that snatched moment on the stairwell. Marcus and Mrs. Coleman had been behind her as she'd led them down the stairs to the security gate. Lucy had been between them, holding her mother's hand. She recalled the sound of a door swinging shut, echoing down from the landing above the SID floor, followed by the rapid clatter of footsteps on the stairs and jangling keys and handcuffs. What was it that made you run, Lucy? Okeke began. Where did you see the monster? The stairs, Lucy replied. Above us. I saw his face. 30. Are you really going to do this, mate? Jay muttered to himself as he signaled and took the turning off the M2 towards the A2 on. And over. Yeah, he answered himself. I bloody well am. Jay had indeed slept on things, and he'd awoken to an empty bed. Sam had clearly decided to go into work early without saying goodbye, and a firm resolve to prove to himself that he was so much more than her long-suffering other half, that if she really was checking out of their relationship, he was big enough and strong enough to move on, too. Last night, Sam had lied. I was working. She could easily have said to him, I was having a pint with Dr. P&R. It was a shitty day, Jay, and we both needed one, that he would have been able to file under work beers, no big drama. She did that all the time with Boyd and the others. But catching her lying, or at the very least, editing the truth had changed everything. That was one big red flag in Jay's book. And perhaps, thinking about it, it wasn't the first one. Ever since Louis' murder, he'd been sensing more and more red flags. Maybe without his best mate to hang out with nearly every day, he'd become dependent on Sam for companionship. Maybe she'd been feeling suffocated by his undiluted affection and attention. And once that toxic little thought crept into a relationship, it had a habit of metastasizing. His options then were somewhat limited. Either he carried on feeling more and more sidelined, getting more and more jealous every time she stepped out of their house, which in turn would piss her off further, driving her to eventually ditch him, or he did something radical, like this. This would demonstrate to her, and to himself, that he was a big boy and could move on without tears and tantrums. He spotted the pub sign ahead and tossed all that negative thinking over his shoulder and into the back seat. He was meeting this Malcolm bloke to size him up. Malcolm, he knew, would be doing exactly the same to him. Jay pulled into the car park. The wagon and horses was an old barn with a thatched roof. Inside there were various parts of old horse-drawn plows and cartwheels hanging on the walls, and of course, horseshoes dangling from screws everywhere he looked. He spotted Malcolm Wakefield pretty easily from Rana's description. Built like a wrestler, totally shaved bald, fat rolls on the back of his neck and a nose as purple as a heart attack. Jay went over to his table, which was set in a bay window, with a view of the A2 and a regular stream of trucks rumbling past in both directions. Malcolm? Jay asked. Malcolm turned from the window and studied him silently for a moment. Jay Turner? Yeah, that's me, Jay replied. Malcolm offered him his hand and Jay shook it. Malcolm Wakefield. Grab a seat, he said with a broad smile. Jay straddled a stool and elbow planted onto the table as he sat down. Thanks for seeing me, Mr. Wakefield. Oh, fuck the Mr. thing. Everyone who knows me calls me Mac. Right. Mac it is, Jay said. Mac pointed at the pint of bitter he just started. Can I get you one of those? He asked. No, better not, Jay replied. I'm driving. Plus, he felt guilty enough that he was pulling a sickie on McGuire today. Morning drinking somehow made it seem an even greater sin. Mac nodded. Sensible man. Maybe a Coke or something. Jay nodded. Coke'll do, thanks. Mac waved to the barman to catch his attention. I'll have a large Coke over here, thanks, he said. The barman nodded and proceeded to get a glass. This pub's my regular, said Mac. My place is just half a mile up the road. I used to stop here back in the old days when I was behind the wheel. On the way down and on the way up. Right? Trucking days, eh? Jay asked. That's right. Mac took a sip of his bitter. You came highly recommended to me by Ronnie Kirk. She said I'd like you. Really? Jay shrugged. That's decent of her. Mac nodded. Yeah. See, Jay, I like working with people I can get on with. People who not only speak plain, so don't try bullshitting me, but also speak a language I can bloody well understand. He laughed. I'm a working-class lad from Romford, okay? No Ponzi business degree, and no A-levels or O-levels come to that. I say fast, not expeditious, and short instead of truncated. You get what I'm saying? Jay nodded. You don't like wanky talk, right? Mac grinned. You get me. So, Mac, Ronnie didn't give me a lot of detail about the job, said Jay. Well, good, Mac replied, 'cause it's all a bit personal and private. What did she tell you? Jay started, hoping he wasn't about to throw Ronnie under a bus. She said something about you thinking your wife's cheating on you. And you want to get some evidence? Mac nodded. That's the gist of it, yeah? The barman came over with Jay's Coke. Mac paused as the glass was set down. As soon as the barman had gone, he continued, I've been a bit of a bloody idiot, Jay. I made my fortune, then married a woman a wife. Fell for. He shook his head. Lock, stock, and barrel. Stupid. I didn't think. I wanted to put a ring on her finger before she realized I was an ugly old mug and ran away. He shook his head and laughed dryly. He glanced down at his lap. I let little Mac do the thinking instead of Big Mac. Jay laughed. Yeah, that's all too easily done, mate. The thing is, the minute I put that ring on her finger, he said, shaking his head, she turned into a bleeding nightmare. There was no more affection. She wanted this, she wanted that. She wanted diamonds. She wanted top designer everything. She wanted her own bedroom, then her own apartment, a Ferrari, a yacht, a boob job, an arse job. He sighed. I've been a total mug, Jay. I married her for love. I thought it was for life. I thought she loved me. But now, I was just her meal ticket. He paused. You married? Nah, Jay said. I'm with someone, but it's not going so good right now for me. She screwing you over? Mac asked. Not really. Jay took a sip of his Coke. I just think we've run out of road. Pity. Mac sat back. Maybe this is good timing for you then, eh? A chance to make a new start? Jay nodded. He wasn't quite sure he was at the make a new start stage yet, but a few months apart from Sam might just help focus her mind as to whether he really was who she wanted to be with. The job's 3 months to start with, continued Mac. Did Ronnie tell you it would be in the States? She said it was in the US, yeah, Jay said. A thought occurred to him. Won't I need a work permit or green ticket or something? Green card? Mac shook his head. Nah. It's all off the books. I'll be paying you in cash. You'll need a tourist visa, though. And if I need you to roll on beyond 6 months, you can extend it for another 6. He smiled. The off-the-books bit made Jay feel uneasy. Can I ask why? Cash, he said. Mac looked at him as if he'd grown a clown's head on his left shoulder. You want to be a mug and pay tax? He asked. Go right ahead, mate. That's up to you. Jay shook his head. No, he really didn't want to pay tax. Plus, being on payroll would show you've been working in the U.S., Mac said. The IRS and their homeland agents would have your balls for that. So, it's best we keep this all off record. Then you don't have to hand half of what you make over to the tax man. And you won't have to spend 6 months getting a work visa and all that red tape bollocks. Mac smiled. That sound okay to you? Jay grinned. Sure. Good, Mac said. Now I've got a couple of questions for you, Jay. Honest answers only, please, 'cause I can check on these. And if I find you've bullshitted me, we're done before we start. I need a bloke I can trust. Right, Jay said. You an ex-con? Mac asked. What? Jay shook his head. Good. Are you an ex-copper? Nope. Jay shook his head again. Mac nodded. Good again. I find them a real pain to deal with. They're too used to box ticking, if you know what I mean. Jay nodded. Is that it? Mac laughed. That's all I need to know. So, Jay said, what's the job? Do you want me to watch her, follow her, what? I want you on her back night and day, Mac said. I want you following her around like... Her shadow? Jay said. Mac shrugged. I was gonna say stalker. But yeah, I want you on her like a bloody wretch, 24/7. He lowered his voice a little, even though the pub was virtually deserted. I know she's been cheating on me, shagging around. I just want to prove it. I want evidence. Right. So, if I get this evidence, what are you going to do with it? Mac finished. Jay nodded. I'm planning on divorcing the fucking bitch on the grounds of all the extramarital shagging around, and I don't want to lose any money to her in the process. Jay nodded again. Gotcha. He sipped his Coke. If I can get some pictures of her doing the dirty on me, then it'll make a settlement a lot quicker and a lot less bloody painful on my wallet. Mac looked at Jay. Is that something you can do for me? Jay nodded. I've done surveillance training. Good. Look, the more compromising the images you can get, the better. Mac winked. I mean, if you can get photographic evidence of some bastard actually doing her, then maybe I won't even need to hire a divorce lawyer, if you get my drift. Jay realized he was hinting at blackmail. You're not comfortable with that? Mac asked, studying Jay's face. Jay gave it a few seconds of consideration. If Mrs. Wakefield had been shagging around as Mac claimed and had only been his trophy wife for a few years, and presumably had been drawn to him by his money rather than his looks, then a little leverage to ensure she didn't take him to the Lily. Cleaners didn't seem to him to be all that wrong. All the same. I'm not sure I can give you anything, you know. Explicit, Mac, he said. The old man laughed as though he'd been joking. Nah, maybe not. There's laws and stuff about that kind of thing. He sipped his pint. But give me a bunch of pictures of her snogging some guy in a park or back of a taxi, and that'll be good enough for me. I'm sure I can do that, Jay replied. Mac smiled. Look, I like what I see, Jay. The job's yours if you want it. Yeah, sounds good, Jay said. When do you want me to start? Tomorrow, Mac replied. What? Jay exclaimed, his mind racing. May and the missus are going to be heading over to my place in the States in about 2 or 3 weeks. We'll stay there for a few months, then jump back to the UK for the summer. Then back again and so on. It's all about staying ahead of the tax man, you see? Jay nodded. But I want your eyes on her while we're here too, so you'll need to go where we go. I don't know if the bitch keeps her fuck buddy here or over there. If you're lucky, you might get what I need in the next few days and there'll be no need to follow us back and forth. And if I did get lucky? Jay asked. Mac laughed. Relax. You'd get your 3 months. He winked again. And maybe a bonus for doing it so fucking quick, too. 31. First of all, Okeke, please explain to me, as if I'm a complete idiot, why we're meeting out here in the freezing cold and not somewhere inside and warm, asked Minter. The blustery wind carving its way across the end of the pier was icy and scooping up painful drops of salt water, which lashed them as they stood beside the railing. He looked ruefully back down the wet decking at the beer garden pub. It's a copper's pub, Okeke replied tautly, and we need to talk confidentially. She watched his face scroll through several troubled expressions before finally settling on a rigid frown. Hold on. What's going on here, Sam? He asked. I think... She began. God, I can't even believe I'm going to say this. What? I think we may have dirty coppers in Hastings. Minter's expression remained steady. You'd better explain what's going on. You heard about Lucy freaking out and bolting from the station yesterday? She asked him. Yeah, I heard, he replied. I think everyone did. I believe she may have recognized the man or men who killed Martin Archer. Minter's rigid face slowly began to move, his brows rising, his eyes gradually widening. You're talking about Flack's books of mugshots? No, not one of the mugshots, Okeke said. One of our uniformed officers. Oh. Minter's eyes flickered as he pieced together the enormity of what she was saying. Fuck. Oh, yes. Okeke agreed. Fuck. She glanced over his shoulder at the warm pub where they could have been having this conversation. I didn't know who to take this to, she said. I spent most of last night in bed bloody stressing over that. How sure about this are you? I mean, how certain was the girl? Minter asked. Okeke explained what had happened in the stairwell. She ran screaming out of the building. I mean, like a bat out of hell. Minter nodded. I heard the ruckus. I thought some scrote had pegged it or something like that. Nope, that was Lucy. She took off like well, we chased her down to the front and I found her hiding beneath here. Beneath the pier. Yeah, huddled right underneath. Freezing fucking cold and soaking wet. I was worried she'd end up going into hypothermic shock and drowning if the tide was on its way in. So I climbed in and grabbed her. You? Yeah, I went in. Minter shuddered. That's when she told me she recognized him? The killer? She actually said that? Okeke blew out a breath. Well, not in those exact words, she admitted. What did she say then? Minter asked. She told me she'd seen the monster inside our station. On the stairs. Hair monster? Minter asked. Hair drawing one? From the tone of his voice, Okeke sensed a little skepticism. Lucy saw something, or I should say someone who scared the shit out of her. Okeke looked at him. I think she recognized the face of the person who killed Archer. Minter nodded. Okay, so did you see who she saw? I glimpsed 2 PCs, but I wasn't really paying attention, Okeke said. And the next moment I was chasing after her. But did you recognize the 2 you saw? Minter pressed. Okeke shook her head. I don't know them. But then I don't know many of that lot on the floor above. I do, Minter said. Describe them to me. There were 2 of them, Okeke began, both male. She puffed. One older with gray hair, one younger. I'd guess the older was a P's, the younger a PC. But I don't specifically recall seeing any stripes, so... White? Brown? Beards? No beards? White. Can't remember. Maybe. Okeke shook her head. It all happened so fast. I heard her scream. I looked down at her face. She was staring up the stairs, so I turned to see what she was staring at. I saw those two. Then she took off, and the next moment I was chasing her across the car park. "So, who else knows about this?" Minter asked her. "Marcus," she replied. "Dr. P and her psychiatrist, anyone else?" Okeke shook her head, because if she actually recognized a copper. Minter nodded. "No, right. You're right. If we're going down this road." "Last night," Okeke cut in, "I was thinking it might have been her simply seeing the handcuffs one of them was holding, you know. That detail triggering a flashback. But this morning I spoke to her again. And she specifically said, I saw his face." "Christ," he muttered. "I suppose we should run this past Flack." "Right," she replied, but... Minter looked concerned. "You seriously telling me you've got a but about doing that?" Oh. "You just what?" "Boyd told me something a while back," she said slowly. "About Flack?" Minter asked. She nodded. "About him skimming off expenses and..." "Oh, for goodness sake," he replied. "Come on. We all round things up a little bit, don't we? Is that it? Is that your reason for not wanting to tell him?" Look, if... And I admit this is a lot of unconnected speculation. If Archer was murdered by a copper, and Archer was one of Flack's cheese informers, then that's a worrying connection, right? I mean, depending on how you join up the dots." Minter grimaced. "There are a lot of ifs there, Okeke. Let's call them dots," she said. "And if you join them up, they start pointing in a certain direction." He shook his head. No. Come on. I don't see your ruddy dots pointing towards Flack. Maybe not to him specifically, but this isn't something we can just bum off and ignore. Lucy's an eyewitness, for fuck's sake. "Maybe," Minter said thoughtfully. "And maybe not." "What?" He shrugged. "We've said before. Maybe all she saw was the body? I mean, that'd be enough to give anyone nightmares, wouldn't it?" "And then what?" Okeke rolled her eyes. "She found the nearest bridge and jumped off it?" "Well, no." Minter shrugged again. "Maybe. I don't know. She's a troubled kid, right? She's not totally there in the head. Let's be honest." "She wasn't," replied Okeke. "Before. She was a bit of a troublemaker, maybe. A local pain in the arse, but not someone I'd say was going to throw herself off a bridge." Minter turned back to look out over the safety railings at the churning sea. They were standing not too far along from where he'd tried to talk Howard Crossley out of jumping. That incident had left scorch marks in his mind. Crossley had causally let go of the rail, disappearing into the darkness and into the sea. It all still felt pretty recent. Boyd had told Minter that he should see someone to help him process it all, to stop it becoming a problem for him down the line. He found himself wondering if his boss might be right. "She was chased by someone, Minty," Okeke said. "Chased. You've seen what she drew." He took a deep breath to steady himself. "Fine. But it's a ruddy big leap to say we should go behind Flack's back, mate. Why don't we just..." She trailed off and looked at him. "You want to take this to the boss?" he asked. She nodded. "I want to take it to Boyd." 32. Boyd jerked awake. It took him a couple of moments to realize that he'd been sitting on the toilet so long that he actually nodded off. His neck and back ached from the slumped posture he'd settled into, and his thighs were goose-pimpled and almost blue from the cold. "Dad, come on!" He heard Emma thumping on the bathroom door. "What's up?" He croaked sleepily as fumbled with his gloved hand for the loose end of the toilet roll. "Did you fall asleep in there?" she called. Thankfully, it sounded as though she was joking. "No. Nah, I'm fine," he said. "Just give me a minute." "I've got Steven and Sam down here," she told him. He frowned, still drowsy. Then his foggy mind put the names into plausible context. Okeke and Minter were downstairs. Great. It took him a couple of minutes to properly wake himself up. He sprayed some air freshener and checked himself in the mirror. His face was an oval plate of pale, featureless flesh. His eyes seemed impossibly tiny in it. He looked and felt like shit. He came out of the bathroom and took the stairs slowly down to the front hallway. He could hear Maggie chuckling and Okeke making the customary oogie-googly sounds as she played with her. Boyd stood in the open doorway of the lounge, watching Okeke on the couch in the bay window with Maggie on her lap, gently bouncing her on her knee. Maggie was having a great time of it. Minter was fussing with the logs in the fire grate, poking them around uselessly. "All right," Boyd mumbled. Minter straightened up. "All right, boss." He turned round. And on seeing him pulled a face. "Oh, you're looking a bit rough. Is this a bad time?" I've had better days," Boyd agreed. Has Emma sorted you?" "She's just making us a brew," said Okeke. "Good." He stepped back into the hall. "Ems? I'm making you one too," she called from the kitchen. He went into the lounge. "So, is this a social visit or something else?" he asked. "It's work," said Okeke, pulling a face. "Sorry." No. That's fine," Boyd grunted. "I could do with something to keep me occupied." 5 minutes later, they were settled in his study, the fan blower in the corner throwing out 3 bars of heat in Boyd's direction, while the other 2 had quickly shed their coats and were down to rolled-up shirt sleeves in an attempt to cope with fuggy warmth in the small room. "The victim was one of his informers," Boyd said. "Seriously?" Okeke nodded. "That's why Flack took the case out of Minter's hands, and Sutherland agreed." Boyd nodded slowly. "Well, that's as it should be. There will be all sorts of operationally sensitive information that he'll need to make judgment calls on. But this was one of his chiz list," said Okeke. "And you told me before that you had concerns over Flack." Boyd winced. He'd shared that in strict confidence, and she was the only person he'd told. "I said there may have been a little bit of dodgy goings-on in Rosper," he said, glaring at her. "And you also told me that a little quickly leads to a lot," she pointed out. "I said sometimes," he reminded her. Minter shook his head. "And I shouldn't have bloody mentioned it," Boyd added. "But you did mention it," Okeke replied. "And if he's skimming expenses, what else is he doing?" Boyd sat back. "He may have been rounding up expenses, Sam, but that's a long way off." "And inventing informers?" she prompted. "Providing incorrect code names? You told me that too." Minter suddenly looked pissed off. "Jesus. What else do you 2 like to keep me out of the loop on?" "I was pissed off at the time with him giving me the runaround," said Boyd. "And I shouldn't have shared that with Sam," he replied defensively. "It won't be happening again," he added for good measure. "Archer was cuffed to a chair," said Okeke. "Anyone can buy a solid pair of cuffs off the net," said Minter. She ignored him. "He was handcuffed to a chair. Sully thinks petrol was thrown over the poor bastard, and he was set alight." "Jesus," whispered Boyd. He shook his head at the image forming in his mind's eye. "It's not county line style," said Minter. "With the kids in those gangs, it's usually a shanking. Very occasionally a shooting. But this," he shrugged. "Nothing like this." "We have a witness," said Okeke. Boyd looked up. "To the murder?" She nodded. A girl. We think she was snooping around the crime scene when it happened. She told him about Lucy, taking the story. Up to the point where she'd been brought in to look at Flack's mugshots. Yes, we brought the girl in to look at them, said Minter. But she drew a complete blank. Then as she was leaving, he glanced at Okeke, tossing the revelation back to her like an unpinned grenade. Ah, she was leaving? Prompted Boyd. Okeke explained about the officers in the stairwell and Lucy's reaction. Christ, Boyd replied after taking a moment to absorb things. I agree that's not the standard reaction to seeing a couple of officers in a police station. Right, replied Okeke. I've never seen a kid so terrified. And she said what? Boyd asked. I saw the monster, Okeke replied. The monster? Or a monster? She said, the. I'm pretty sure, replied Okeke. She also said, I saw his face, and she wasn't talking about the photos. And you're sure about that too, are you? Asked Minter skeptically. Okeke looked at him scathingly. Yes, she replied. I saw his face. Not his picture. Boyd sat back in his seat. And you think it was one of those two coppers on the stairwell? Did you recognize either of them? He asked. Okeke shook her head. I didn't really clock them. She made me jump out of my skin, and then she was off like a greyhound, with me after her. Boyd stroked his face thoughtfully. Christ. So we're talking possibly bent coppers, then? Minter looked at him incredulously. You think this is for real, boss? Bent seems an understatement, said Okeke, given what they did. Let's keep the word if in this conversation, shall we, Okeke? Boyd said reproachfully, but then he paused and added, let's go with it. If it was one of them, what motive could they have had? For instance, did this Archer bloke have some leverage? Did he know something about them? Was he blackmailing them? Okeke nodded. That's what I've been wondering, she said, relieved that he was taking her concerns seriously. So, you think they killed him and tried to disguise their part in it by making it look as if someone was making an example of a snitch? Boyd guessed. That's exactly where me and Minty are, Gov, said Okeke. Only we weren't sure. Hold on a sec, Okeke. Minter cut in quickly. I definitely haven't said on there yet. She rolled her eyes. You'll get splinters if you don't get off that fence, Minter. She looked at Boyd. We weren't sure who to go to. I mean, it might not have anything to do with Flack, but if, like you told me, his hands are even a little bit grubby, would he want an anti-corruption unit brought into Hastings? Probably not. Boyd balled his fists, then rubbed his hands together. His fingers were giving him grief this morning. There were sharp electric stabs of pain in the very tops of each of them, making it almost impossible to touch anything. Okeke and Minter watched, waiting for him to say something, waiting for him to pass a verdict on whether they'd done the right thing in cutting a path around DCI Flack. With this kind of thing, if this is a thing, Boyd began eventually, it's rarely just one bad apple. Right, agreed Okeke. But Flack? Boyd narrowed his eyes and shook his head. I honestly can't see him being a part of something as horrific as that. Okeke leaned forward on her chair. He runs Rosper like it's his own club. The victim was one of his informers. No. Listen, Boyd said. He wouldn't be an active part of anything like that. I doubt I'd even be aware of it. And I can imagine that if he has a few secrets of his own to hide, an investigation involving any of his unit would not be his first choice. Well, at this rate, we won't know if that's true or not, will we? Said Minter. He looked pointedly at Okeke. We haven't given him the option. Boyd nodded. And I get why you did that, he said, addressing Okeke. I get why you came to me, but he took a deep breath. Minter might be right here, Okeke. You've got to run this up to Flack. He's your CO for this case. But he's dirty, Okeke said. Boyd shook his head. His inflated expense claims were idiotic. Clumsy as hell. But they don't make him a dirty copper. But it shows he can be corrupt, she pressed. Boyd shook his head again. Honestly, Sam, if Flack was up to his neck in anything dodgy, then being careless with his expense forms would be staggeringly stupid. I mean, there was enough with those expenses for me to call the ACU in. Minter seemed satisfied with that. Okay. Well, I think we should take this to him then, Sam. Honestly? Boyd nodded. I agree. I think you should. Fine. So what about the 2 uniforms? Okeke asked. What do you think ought to happen about them? Minter sighed. If only you could have hid them. Yeah, well, I can't. Like I said, there was a lot going on, snipped Okeke. Were they going out? Or coming in? Asked Boyd. She tried to rebuild the moment in her mind. Out, I think. They had kid-on talk vests, so I guess they were heading out on a shift. Their departure would have been recorded when they took their patrol car out. Have a chat with the transport manager, said Boyd. He shrugged. Just remember the station's a small place, and don't be surprised when they rock up at your desk, asking what the hell you're up to. We could take it to Sutherland, suggested Okeke. If you do, you'll be going over Flack's head, and you'll need to explain yourselves in detail, said Boyd. That's fine by me, replied Okeke. And then, Boyd continued, Sutherland will take it to Flack himself, and then you'll have a super pissed CO on your back. Minter hummed softly. Honestly, guys, Boyd told them, you're better off taking this to Flack directly. You needed to demonstrate in the action log that you've acted appropriately, because if there's anything in this, and if an anti-corruption unit comes in to investigate, they'll look at everything, trust me. They'll look at you two as well. Boyd shook his head and sighed. You're best off sticking to procedure. Okeke huffed with frustration. But look, Boyd raised a finger. If Flack doesn't act on your info appropriately, then that's something else entirely. 33. Okeke turned her key in the front door, stepped inside and flicked the hallway light on. It was just after 8:30. She dumped her keys, bag and jacket in the hallway and stepped into the kitchen to find a travel bag on the table. Unzipped and overflowing with pants, socks, and deodorant sprays, she could hear Jay rummaging around in the bathroom at the top of the stairs. Then a moment later, the herd of elephants thumping of his boots as he hurried down them. He entered the kitchen clutching an electric toothbrush, its charger and his passport. Jay, she said, a sinking feeling in her stomach. What the hell's going on? He looked startled, caught in the act. I'm off, he blurted. What do you mean off? Okeke could feel panic setting in. What the actual few? The U.S. job's mine, he told her. I start tomorrow. What? You're going to the U.S. now? She said. He shook his head. I'm going to Dover now. Where this bloke lives. But yeah, in a few weeks, I'll be heading over there. She watched him dump his stuff into the bag. Hold on, babes. I thought we agreed this was a dumb idea, she said, starting to feel annoyed. No, he replied. You decided that, he added pointedly. He zipped the bag shut decisively, catching the skin on the side of his thumb in the process. Shit, he grunted and shoved his thumb into his mouth. Oh, come on. Okeke softened her voice, stepped towards him and reached out. Hey, Jay, come on. We agreed to talk some more about it, didn't we? I've had enough, he snapped angrily. I'm done. She froze. I'm done being your pet, he continued. Because that's pretty much all I am, right? Your big, stupid, incapable, thick-headed fuck toy. Okeke found herself staring at him, mouth hanging open and no comeback to hand. Where the hell has all this come from? Jay sighed. You know, I could have probably carried on being your dildo with legs, your little well-behaved man-wifey, if I thought that's all you wanted. But clearly you're after someone with a bit more going on up here, he said, tapping the side of his head. Dr. Pienaar. Sorry, Marcus. What? She exclaimed. He laughed sarcastically. Oh, Jesus. Don't give me the big wide-eyed what? She huffed out a laugh. You think I'm carrying on with him? He shrugged. I don't know what to bloody think. Don't be so fucking ridiculous. He's just advising me on the case. Just advising you, eh? Is that what they call it these days? Yes, she shouted. There's nothing going on. So, where were you yesterday evening? He asked her, his voice suddenly calm. I told you, love. I was working late at the station. Of course you were. He shook his head as he pulled his phone out, thumbed the screen and turned it round to show her. She reached out to steady the phone because his hand was shaking. It was a screen grab from his Find My app. There on the screen was a location with her face attached to a pin, and the location was Marcus' house on Beulah Road. The time in the top right corner was a very unambiguous and condemning 8:4 p.m. in the evening. I checked the address. Before you say anything else, he told her. I know it's his house. Okeke's first instinct was to explode at him with some stinging rebuke about him stalking her, pathetically grabbing screenshots of her movements. But she realized, pathetic or not, he'd caught her banged to rights. And she remembered she'd come home in fresh clothes too. The ones she'd gone to work in were in her shoulder bag, no doubt still damp. Jay, baby. Don't, he snapped. Don't, baby. Me. This wasn't Jay. This was like someone else operating Jay as if he were some remote-controlled gadget. Jay, she tried again. This is totally crazy. If you just listen, I can explain what happened. Oh, I'm sure you can, he snipped. And I bet whatever bullshit story you try and throw me, you'll be able to get your buddies at work to back up. Jesus, Jay, will you just listen to yourself, she said. I had to chase a teenage brain-damaged interviewee who escaped the station. She had a psychotic episode. She thought she saw the monster who threw her off a bridge. I had to run all the way down into the seafront. I found her hiding under the pier and got soaked trying to get her. Then I had to take her back to where she lived, get changed into some dry clothes. At his house? Jay cut in. What? Wait. No. I had to go and buy some new clothes. Sam, he cut in. I don't need to hear a whole load of crap you've made up for my benefit. His voice softened slightly. It's okay. I've got my big boy trousers on now. I get it. You've checked out on us. What? No, I haven't, she said. Well, maybe I have, he replied. Maybe I've had enough of being your house pet. He held her gaze. I've been doing some thinking, and I guess I decided that I can either carry on sitting here like a mug, making your dinners while you go fucking around with someone more interesting. Or I can kickstart my life. Make some changes in... Jay, love, just listen. This isn't like you. This is you. A thought occurred to her. This is some kind of a midlife crisis thing. Maybe even delayed PTSD. I mean, you've not been right ever since. Then we had that thing with the Salakovs then. For God's sake, my six. It's all messed around with your head. Jay shook his head sadly. Is that Marcus's diagnosis? He picked up his bag and pulled out his car keys. I've got to get going. I'm late. 34. Sorry. You want to do what? Minter cleared his throat. Check the vehicle logbook, sir. Flack looked at him, and then at Okeke. Because, he prompted. Okeke stepped in. We need to ID the 2 officers who were standing in the stairwell with us when Lucy Coleman bolted. Flack frowned, looking genuinely confused. Minter explained their theory. The logbooks will tell us who they were, he concluded. Flack stroked his mustache thoughtfully. Finally, he nodded, which was not at all the response that Okeke had been expecting. If that's what you think we need to do, he began, then fine. But can I suggest that this is done extremely tactfully? If there's anything to what you're implying, anything at all, we need to be extremely careful about how this is handled. Of course, replied Minter. And can't just go wandering over to ask the transport manager if you can look at the logs. That's going to set tongues wagging. He shook his head slowly. Let me think about this. I could possibly come up with a plausible reason to have a chat with the manager and we can go from there. Thanks, sir, said Minter. All right, Flack said. Leave it with me. Okeke nodded. Flack turned to her and said, Look, Okeke, I'm really sorry about my blundering in yesterday. I'm sure that didn't help matters. That was an understatement to say the least, but she was relieved that Flack was offering them an olive branch. Lucy was extremely agitated as we left, said Okeke, and to be honest, it might just have been everything combined that set her off. Minter caught her eye. Obviously, she continued, I don't want these 2 officers to be unfairly tainted by any kind of implication. As things stand, she is our only witness, said Flack. And she responded in a very clear and unambiguous way. We'd be fools not to follow that up. Thank you, sir, said Okeke. Flack nodded. Let's start by finding out who those 2 chaps were and we'll take things from there, okay? 35. Okeke parked up in Weller Close, in front of the Coleman's house, then checked her phone. There was still nothing from Jay. This morning she'd awoken with a start and thought that maybe she'd heard him banging around downstairs in the kitchen. She'd got up and hurried into the kitchen, hoping he'd had the night to make his point, calm the fuck down, and had returned with a contrite expression on his face. But the house was empty. She checked her Find My app to see whether he had actually driven to Kent or merely camped out in his garage workshop, but it appeared that he'd turned off his location access. His PIN indicated the last place he'd been before he turned it off. Here, in the kitchen. Last night, she'd sent him a text. Baby, this is crazy. Come home. I miss you. She'd been tempted to send another longer text, explaining that she'd had the night to do some soul searching. That he was right. Maybe she was guilty of constantly patronizing him, taking him for granted, underestimating what he could actually achieve, and treating him like a 6-foot-tall, 200-pound child. But she hadn't. That kind of admission needed to come out of her mouth, not via screen. After taking a deep breath, Okeke grabbed her bag, climbed out of her Datsun, walked up to the Coleman's house and knocked on the door. It opened almost immediately. Lucy's mother must have seen her pull up and been waiting for her. Hello, Samantha. She smiled, clearly relieved to see it was just Okeke, and there were no other police officers in tow. Okeke held up a shopping bag. I brought Lucy a present, she said. It's those glow-in-the-dark loom bands. I nicked them from the interview room. She grinned. No one's going to miss them. Mrs. Coleman smiled gratefully. Come in, Samantha, she said, stepping back. How is she this morning? Okeke asked. Mrs. Coleman shook her head. I can't get her out of her bed. Can I go through and see her? Give this to her? Okeke asked, waggling the plastic bag. Please do, Mrs. Coleman said. Maybe that'll help. Okeke started down the hallway. You want a cup of Samantha? Mrs. Coleman called after her. Okeke stopped and looked back. She was hoping to spend the whole morning with Lucy. Yeah, thanks, she replied. White, no sugar. She stopped outside Lucy's bedroom door. It was ajar. She put her ear close to the crack to listen. It was silent, except for the soft, regular whiff-whiff-whiff of rustling material. Okeke knocked gently. Lucy, it's Samantha, she whispered. She waited for a reply. When there was none, she cracked the door a little wider to peer in. Lucy was curled up in the fetal position on her bed, lost inside her onesie and rocking gently from side to side. Can I come in? Okeke asked. I brought you something. Lucy stopped rocking. It's a present. Would you like to see it? Curiosity forced Lucy to push the hood back and peer out. Okeke took that as an invitation to step into the room. She walked over and sat cross-legged on the floor beside Lucy's bed. She delved into the bag and pulled out the Glow Girl Loom Band Kit. I thought we could carry on making our bracelets, she said. What do you think? Lucy uncurled, sat up, pushed her hood all the way back and stared at the box. What do you say? Okeke asked again. Lucy nodded, slid onto the floor and settled herself beside Okeke. She lifted the top off the box and immediately found her unfinished bracelet and took it out. When we've finished them, said Okeke, we could duck under your quilt and see them glow in the dark. That'll be cool, right? Lucy nodded. They sat in silence for a while, both picking out different colored bands and linking them. After a while, noticing that Lucy had become hyper-focused on her project, Okeke took a break and looked around the bedroom. She'd been wanting to gently press Lucy on what had happened the day before in the stairwell, but the various opening phrases she conjured up all sounded like a sledgehammer cracking an egg, too blunt and too direct, and would likely take Lucy headlong back into the thick of her nightmare. Okeke was about to try one of them when she spotted a shallow stack of crinkled sheets of paper in the corner of the room, surrounded by a scattering of felt-tipped pens. Lucy? She said. Lucy looked up from her work. Have you been drawing again? Okeke asked. The girl nodded. Can I take a look? Okeke said, careful not to make eye contact with her. She nodded again. Okeke crawled across the floor and sat down beside the sheets of paper, her back resting against the cupboard door. She picked up the top sheet and studied it. It was another drawing of the overpass. There beneath it was the ambulance with the stickmen, paramedics. But this time, they were drawn in green ink. Lucy had added a few more details too. One of the balloon-shaped heads had scribbles around its mouth that suggested a beard. Is she remembering more? On the bridge, looking down, was her monster. Only this time, instead of an indecisive swirl of flames, the two eyes had evolved into two separate heads, one of them sporting antlers. There was still a sense of symbolism to the drawing, the devil-like horns, but it seemed to Okeke that the monster had begun to take a more physical form. A more human form. Two human forms, in fact. Okeke put the drawing down and picked up the next one. Her heart jolted and she almost let out a whispered fuck. It was a picture of what were recognizably two stick policemen. Okeke selected another drawing. She found herself looking at a stick man sitting on a chair. The stick man's bubble head had a circle for a mouth and eyes drawn as slits. Standing over him were two stick men, possibly the same two from the previous drawing. One of them sporting horns. One of them carrying what looked like a square jug. Lucy had used a red pen and drawn dots on the floor. If Okeke was going to risk making a literal interpretation, then that had to be blood. Jesus. The scene, even as a crude rendering of wobbly lines, made her shudder. But it was the speech bubble coming from the stick man in the chair and the jagged letters within that really hit her. No baza please, please. 36. DCI Flack looked at the faces around the conference table. I said I wanted everyone in here before we break for lunch. Where the hell's Dece Okeke? She's over at Norman's Bay, seeing the girl, replied Minter. Flack sighed, then nodded. Okay, well, we might as well carry on without her. He looked at Warren, Rajan, and Yates. You lot, did you get any useful intel from the door-to-doors? I spoke to several of the Coleman's neighbors, Rajan began. She has a record of frequent truancy from school. She was a bit of a local nuisance by all accounts. Warren nodded. I got the same feedback. The neighbors weren't that impressed with her mom either, Rajan added. They complained that she was too lazy to care for her daughter and confirmed she was an alcoholic. Warren nodded again. Feckless was a word I kept hearing. One of them said they knew Lucy had got into the Salt Lane campsite, both vandalizing and nicking stuff. Was she doing this alone or with other kids? Flack asked. They both shook their heads. Apparently Lucy didn't seem to have friends, said Rajan. She was a loner, and a couple of neighbors were concerned about a girl of her age wandering around the area on her own, pretty much left to her own devices. All right. Flack nodded. He turned his attention to Sully and Magnuson. Any more on the forensic side of things? Sully shook his head. We come empty-handed, he said dramatically. Magnuson rolled her eyes. We're still waiting on the results of swabs we took from several locations around the amusement arcade, and on the bit of the fence that Okeke flagged as a possible touch location. Remind me where that was, said Flack. It was a section of barbed wire at the woodland side of the campsite, Magnuson told him. Right. Well, it's Alessi we're waiting on then, said Flack. Sully sighed. Everything is outsourced, overpriced, and out of the building. It's not the smartest way to spend the force's money. But then I'm just a lowly forensic technician. What do I know? He smiled. We'll give them a hearty nudge for you, DCI Flack. Flack leaned towards Minter, checking to make sure he was making notes on the action log. Yes, I'm just jotting that down, Minter replied without looking up as he scribbled away. Flack turned to O'Neill. What did you dredge up on Archer's past? Anything new? There's not much you probably don't already know, sir, he said. He checked his notes. He had a long history of substance abuse and an equally long history of minor offenses, committed mainly to sustain the habit. He was based in Hastings for 20 years or so. He knew all the dealers, was very well connected, and was prone to switching between them to get the best price. Flack nodded. Robo was a very useful source of intelligence, but he was also in the habit of squeezing dealers a bit too hard in a bid for that better deal. You think he pissed someone off, Gov? Asked O'Neill. I'm sure he pissed most of them off, O'Neill, Flack said. They don't like it if you switch, believe me. Sully smirked. Dealers. They're worse than broadband providers. Minter set down his pen. Sir, I wonder if Archer maybe thought he could leverage his role as an informer? What are you suggesting? Asked Flack. Maybe he let slip he was in with the police and tried to leverage that piece of information for a better price with someone, said Minter. Flack shook his head. Robbo was a chancer, but he wasn't an idiot. That really would have been an incredibly stupid thing for him to do. Flack shook his head again. Not even a desperate addict would announce he was an intel source. Talk about drawing a huge bloody target on your head. Well, what was his situation the last time you met with him? Asked Minter. I mean to say, was his habit worsening? Could he have been pushing his luck a little more than usual? The last time I saw him, replied Flack, there was nothing that struck me as not normal for him. I mean, he was trying to get a little more out of me. But then they all do that. He sighed. Whatever. The poor bloody man didn't deserve what happened to him, that's for sure. The incident room fell into a long, uncomfortable silence. Minter finally spoke up. So, we're still no closer to understanding how he ended up in that campsite, are we then? All of a sudden, Okeke burst through the door. Oh God. I'm so sorry. Did I miss? Relax, Okeke, Flack said. I just wanted to give everyone a quick update before lunch. Come in. Okeke held up a fistful of crinkled paper. Sir, I think we might have a name. Flack gasped. What? I was just with Lucy, Okeke explained. She's been drawing, more detailed ones than before. This time she wrote a name on one of them, Baza. Flack's eyes rounded. Okeke glanced at the gathered team and then back at her CO. Does that name mean something to you, sir? She asked. Flack's mottled pink face had turned ashen. Okeke, stop right there. Do not say another word. He looked at everyone at the table, all staring his way. Okay, everyone. Out. Right now, I need the room. I need the room. His team began to rise in silence, pushing their chairs back and gathering their things. Come on, snapped Flack irritably. He watched them file out of the room, stopping Minter as he headed towards the door. You and Okeke can stay, he said. He waited until the last of the team had gone and closed the door. Right, Okeke. He looked at the drawings in her hand. What the hell have you got there? She placed the drawings on the conference. Lucy drew these yesterday. Minter and Flack leant over and studied them briefly. Oh, my bloody God, whispered Minter, staring at the seated stick man. That's the actual ruddy crime scene. Is that blood? That's what I thought, Okeke said. She looked at Flack. Does Baza mean something to you, sir? Flack continued staring at the drawing for a while before finally nodding. I took a look at those vehicle logs. You said the time was about 3:30, said Okeke. Right, he muttered quietly. And at 4:20, the next vehicle assigned out of the pool was driven by one police sergeant Neil Bamford, accompanied by police constable Owen. Minter glanced his way. Bamford was one of the two in the stairwell? You know him? Asked Okeke. Not well, but I know he uses the same gym as me, he said. Oh, Christ. Thinking about it, yes. I've heard some of the lads upstairs call him Baza. What about the other one? Asked Okeke. Flack was still staring at the drawing at the stickman in the chair, pleading for his life. Seer, she prompted. Give me the address, he said finally. Whose? The girl's. Lucy Coleman's. What's... She frowned. Hold on. Why, sir? Now, Okeke, give me your bloody address. 6 Mueller Close, blurted Okeke. Flack turned and strode towards the door. Seer, Okeke called after him. What are you doing? He paused with the door half open and looked at them. Some of the color had returned to his face and flushed it pink. I'm going to show her Bamford's bloody photo. That's what I'm doing. Seer, no! Wait, Okeke cried. The door slammed shut behind him. Shit, she muttered. Jay watched the traffic whiz by on the A2, just beyond the slip road, as his McDonald's coffee slowly cooled to drinking temperature. The paper wrap of his McBreakfast, 2 sausage McMuffins, and 2 hash browns, cluttered the table before him. He would have ordered a 3rd McMuffin and hash brown if they'd still been serving them. He checked his phone again. There, still unanswered, was the text from Sam. Baby, this is crazy. Come home. I miss you. XXXX. Each time he read it, he felt a wave of desperate sadness wash over him, leaving him with an almost irresistible urge to call her and tell her he was on his way home. But that would only put him right back where he'd been a few days ago, angry, suspicious, and behaving like some paranoid twat. Quite literally proven to Sam that she'd be better calling time on them. He reminded himself that the options were binary. Either he went groveling back to her with his tail between his legs, which really would be the beginning of the end for them, or he demonstrated to Sam that he wasn't just a deadweight around her neck. More to the point, he proved to her that there was so much more to him than a dumb bit of arm candy. That is, if she hadn't moved on in the meantime to someone more stimulating. As he stared at her text, another one came in from an unknown number. "Your groceries delivered?" And that was Malcolm Wakefield. Mac? He told Jay which Travelodge to book and had said that he'd leave an intel pack on his wife at the front desk for Jay so that he could make a start. Jay felt a tickle of adrenaline flood his veins. The waiting was over, and the game was afoot. He got up, scooped the rubbish into one hand, and tossed it into the recycling bins. He grabbed his coffee and left, crossing the windswept forecourt toward the Travelodge. Jay Turner, P. Dwight Boy. Jay Turner, man on a mission. He managed a fleeting smile. He was beginning to feel like the real deal. Jack Reacher had had nothing on him. 37. DCI Flack shoved his ID in front of Mrs. Coleman's face. "I need to see your daughter, right now." She held the door ajar but didn't open it any further. "I'm sorry, I was told not to let you in," she said. "Who told you that?" he spat. "Dr. PR," she replied. Fuck's sake. This is a goddamn murder inquiry." "I don't care," she replied firmly. "I'm not having you scare the shit out of my daughter again." Flack gritted his teeth angrily, then delved into his jacket for something that usually opened doors when presented. He pulled out a folded and dog-eared piece of paper, an old warrant certificate with the Sussex Police's logo emblazoned across the top and a magistrate's signature at the bottom. Embedded in the middle of a lengthy paragraph of dense legalize was a typed address, now smeared, faint now, and barely legible. It had served him well in the past at gaining access to all manner of grotty drug dens and cuckooed apartments. He waggled the paper. "I've got a warrant, love. If you want me to kick this bloody door in, then I'm more than happy to do so." Mrs. Coleman backed away from the door and let it go. Flack pushed his way inside. "Where is she?" he snapped. "She's in her room, but..." "Wait, please," Mrs. Coleman pleaded. Flack strode down the hallway to the door at the end, which bore Lucy's name in adhesive letters, surrounded by star and heart stickers. Flack rapped his knuckles on the door. "Lucy, it's Jeff Flack. We met at the police station, remember?" He waited barely a moment before pushing the door open and stepping into her room. She was on the floor, assembling another bracelet. She gasped at the sight of him, looming large, and scrambled onto her bed, pulling her quilt completely over her, as though it was some kind of force field. "I need to talk to you," Flack implored. He knelt down beside the bed as Mrs. Coleman came in behind him. "Please, Mr. Flack, please don't shout at her," she said. Flack softened his voice just a little. "Lucy? Please, this is very important." The quilt flexed with her heavy breathing, quivering gently as she trembled beneath it. "Please," he said again, dropping his voice to the closest thing to a soft, soothing murmur as he could manage. "I just want to show you something." Mrs. Coleman looked down over his shoulder to see that he was holding an ID photograph of a man. "Is that who did it?" she asked. He ignored her. "Lucy, come on now. Come on out." Mrs. Coleman peered more closely, noting the man's collar, tie and epaulettes. "My God, is that a policeman?" Flack decided he'd waited for the girl long enough. He grabbed the quilt and jerked it aside to reveal Lucy tucked into a tight ball. "Lucy," he snapped angrily. "Look at this photo. She shook her head, eyes closed tight. "Is this the man who did it?" he pressed, his voice rising again with frustration. "Is this the one who hurt the man in the chair?" Mrs. Coleman stepped around Flack and sat on the side of the bed. She started stroking her daughter's hair. "Lucy Lou, sweetheart, just look at the man's photo. Then I'll make sure he leaves you alone," she said pointedly at him. Flack nodded. "That's right. Take a look, and then I'll go." Lucy slowly opened her eyes and turned her head towards him. "Good girl," he cooed softly. "There's a good girl." Then Flack glanced at her mother. "I need you to give us a moment, Mrs. Coleman." "What?" "Please." He nodded at the doorway. "Just while I show her the picture." "Why?" He tried to find a convincing answer. Procedure. No undue influence over her answer. "Please." He nodded again. "Just give us a moment, will you?" Mrs. Coleman got up off the bed. "One moment," she repeated, then stepped over to the doorway. Reluctantly, she pulled the door towards her, though didn't completely shut it. Flack turned back to the girl. "Now just stay calm, okay?" His voice was little more than a hoarse whisper. "I'm going to show you 2 pictures, sweetheart, and you're going to tell me if you recognize either one of them, all right?" Lucy nodded quickly. Flack pulled out another sheet of paper from his pocket. It was a cropped photograph of a man's face. Slowly, he held both images in front of her, side by side. Her eyes darted from one to the other, and then suddenly rounded to become 2 dilated dots of horror. "This one?" he said, waggling his hand slightly. "Is this man Baza?" A moment later, Lucy screamed, and then wet herself. 38. Okeke strode through the gap in the partition wall into Rosper territory, fuming. She couldn't give a flying fuck about asking for permission to step through, nor did she give a damn at that. The eyes of the entire Rosper team were darting between her and their CIO. She ignored the raised voices, calling for her to stop and calling out to Flack that they had an invader marching past their messy desks and cork pinboards displaying sensitive intel. She was pissed off with herself as much as with that stupid fuck Flack. She shouldn't have let Minter persuade her to stay. COB damned, she should have followed Flack and stopped him from grilling Lucy. Her glare honed in on Flack at his desk, headphones on and tapping away at his keyboard, his attention firmly locked on the screen. Good, because she was going to give him the bollocking of his life, and she was going to do it right there in front of his whole fucking team. She drew up in front of his desk, and he finally looked up, lurching in his seat when he realized who was before him. He pulled his headphones off. "Okay, what the?" "Congratulations, you fucking idiot," she barked. Lucy Coleman is currently under heavy sedation, and Dr. Piener is right now, ringing in around and trying to find a place in a psychiatric unit with round-the-clock suicide monitoring. For a brief moment, Flack looked as though he was going to grab her by the scruff of her neck and frog march her off the floor. Then his expression softened slightly. "I'm sorry, Detective Sergeant. But I did what needed to be done. What you've done is guaranteed shall be no good to anyone," Okeke fumed. "I needed an answer," he replied. "We may never get another bloody word out of her." "I had to try, Okeke." He lowered his voice. "You got a name from her. You managed to get her to talk, for Christ's sake." "No, I didn't. She didn't tell me the name. She'd written it down in a drawing, which, thanks to you barging in like that, may be the only way she ever communicates again." Flack pushed his chair back and stood up. "I got a result," he replied quietly, "which is what we were after." She wasn't done with him just yet. She had plenty more where that had come from. But curiosity got the better of her. "And?" she asked. Flack lowered his voice further still. "It's a no, I'm afraid. She didn't recognize Bamford, nor Owen. She didn't. The answer surprised her. According to Marcus, when he'd turned up to turf Flack out, Lucy had been rigid. She'd gone into shock. Flack let out a heavy sigh. I'm sorry, Okeke, but I had to lean in hard on her. We've had enough of this monster nonsense. I needed a clear yes or no from the bloody girl. Once and for all. You interrogated her? Okeke pressed. He shrugged. I asked her to forget about her stupid bogeyman and take a good look at the pictures. Jesus. She closed her eyes for a moment before opening them again. Please tell me that Mrs. Coleman was there with you. Of course, he nodded. So, it's done. Understood? We've wasted enough of our bloody time chasing after this nonsense. Whatever you think triggered her little freak out in the station, it wasn't coming face to face with our killers. But that name, she almost said Baza out loud. And Flack quickly threw a finger to his lips to stop her. That name, Okeke continued quietly, is a critical piece of evidence. Flack leaned forward on his desk. Okeke, this girl is completely unreliable. All we have is a brain-damaged child's delusions. You've got to be fucking kidding me, Okeke snapped back. Flack raised a fist, extended a finger and wagged it in her face. Now you listen very carefully, Okeke, he said in a low voice that simmered like boiling water. This is the only spoken warning you'll get from me. He stood up. If you ever talk that way to me again, you'll be written up. Do you understand? She stood stock still, refusing to nod. Now you are going to fuck off back to your side of the floor. If you think that name is so fucking important to this case, then why don't you do some proper fucking police work for once and help O'Neill, Warren, and Minter trawl through the alias database? Yes, sir, she muttered finally. He watched her turn, march back to the gap in the partition wall, and weave her way through the bullpen to her desk. He could feel the adrenaline in his veins making his right hand shake. He tucked it beneath his desk in case anyone was watching him. 39. The front door's heavy brass knocker triggered both Ozzy's window-rattling baritone bark and Mia's wince-inducing falsetto yap as they raced each other out of the lounge. It also triggered Maggie to stir from her sleep, and she started grizzling in her rocker. Emma, looking very much like the recently deceased, freshly dug up and propped up on an armchair opposite Boyd, groaned, "Oh, for God's sake, I literally just got her off to sleep." Boyd was lying flat out on the sofa, head on Charlotte's lap and wrapped up in a thick quilt. Even though the fire in the grate had been pumping out a steady glow of heat all afternoon, Charlotte had been absently stroking his forehead as they'd watched Bake Off. "I'll go and see who it is," she said, lifting Boyd's head off her lap and stuffing a cushion underneath it instead. She got up. "If it's one of your work buddies, Bill, there'll be hell to pay," she said, only half jokingly. "It could be Danny," he croaked at Emma. Emma shook her head. "He's got a gig in Wales," she said. "Besides, he'd know better than to knock. It's more than his life's worth these days." Boyd sighed inwardly. It was great that Danny's band was doing so well, but there was going to come a point when a gig in wasn't really going to cut it as far as he was concerned. If Danny wanted so badly to be in Emma's and Maggie's lives, he'd need to actually be present at some point. The front door opened. There was a murmur of voices followed by footsteps in the hallway. Then the lounge door opened, letting in a cold draft of air. The two excited dogs, and Okeke. Charlotte followed behind her, pulling a rather flat smile over Okeke's shoulder that suggested she wasn't exactly thrilled to bits at her arrival. Boyd sat up. "Sam, what are you doing here?" "It's a bit late for a social, isn't it?" "Can we talk?" Okeke replied, wincing slightly over the sound of Maggie mewling for her feed, and Emma muttering weary profanities as she knocked something off her armchair while looking for Maggie's unfinished bottle of milk. "In your study?" she added. "Shall I make 2 coffees?" sighed Charlotte, resigned. "Thanks." Okeke turned and grimaced. "And sorry." "He's not that bad, Sam," said Boyd. "He's a complete tosser," she replied. "An absolute thick-headed, tunnel-visioned, insensitive, heavy-handed, lead-footed prat." She sipped her coffee. Lucy's going to be a basket case now that Sussex police are finally done with her. "Are they done with her?" Boyd asked. Okeke nodded. Flack seems utterly convinced that the corrupt cops theory is a dud. "Well, if she didn't recognize the photos, then there's not much more he can do with her," replied Boyd. "Seriously, Sam, other than traumatize the poor kid further." "Lucy saw who killed Archer," Okeke said stubbornly. "Maybe she didn't," Boyd argued. "She saw who killed Archer," Okeke repeated. "And she saw him again in the station. You can't fake a reaction like the one she had, Boyd. This isn't some child seeking attention. Son?" "I didn't say it was," Boyd replied calmly. "But if she couldn't ID the photos Flack showed her, then maybe she didn't get a good look at their faces." He sighed. "You said it yourself. The sight of those handcuffs could have triggered a flashback of whatever happened with Archer." "She was chased by someone," Okeke reminded him. Boyd shrugged. "Or maybe she just ran away. Maybe what she saw was too much. Maybe a sound spooked her. We don't really know, do we? Look, come on, Sam. If she can't ID the killers, Flack's got no choice but to try another angle, another theory. I mean, what else has been suggested?" "That Archer was outed as a snitch, made an example of," she replied grudgingly. "Okay." Boyd narrowed his eyes. "It seems a particularly brutal example, but..." She turned to look at him. "Does the name Baza mean anything to you?" "Baza?" he repeated. She cocked her head. "Do you recognize the name?" Lucy heard Archer say that name. She heard him plead for his life. Okeke described the drawing, the one with the name scrawled on it. Boyd closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment, because it did ring a bell. A faint one. Somewhere in his foggy, drug-pummeled head, 2 neurons were desperately reaching out for each other, trying to make contact. He closed his eyes and pinched the top of his nose. "I've seen that name somewhere," he said finally. "What? When?" She leaned forward. "An alias? On leads? No. Handwritten." "Where? Where?" He tried again. It was definitely someone's scrawl. Loopy, Ziz written like 3s. The capital BB slightly smeared at the bottom. "Maybe a whiteboard somewhere." Okeke frowned. "At the station?" Boyd hesitated. Where else would he have seen a whiteboard? Nice, probably. It must have been. "The incident room?" she pressed. He shrugged a maybe. "We've not had any Bazas in the cases we've handled since I've been down here, have we?" She shook her head. "So then it's more likely Rosper-related?" He nodded. "What did Flack say about the name?" "One of the coppers on the stairs was called Bamford. Minner said he heard people call him Baza." "But the girl didn't ID him?" Okeke shook her head. Flack showed her Bamford's photo. He said he got nothing from her. Boyd sipped his coffee, savoring the bitterness. It was the only flavor that seemed to cut through the permanent metallic taste in his mouth. Another of the lovely side effects of the oxalate he was being bombarded with. That name was niggling him. Not only could he remember seeing it on a whiteboard, he also had a vague recollection of typing the name on his keyboard. Sam. I'm pretty sure I came across that name when I was standing in for Sutherland. "What?" she asked. "I was picking my way through Flack's Rosper expense claims. Specifically, interactions with his various chiases. Baza is another informer," she exclaimed. Boyd tried to recall the list of names that Flack had reluctantly handed him. He could remember a couple of them. Rabba, a monster, he grimaced. I'm pretty sure I came across it while sorting out his expenses. Okeke's eyes widened, and he could imagine just where she was going with this one. Sam, be careful. For Christ's sake, don't jump to conclusions. My memory is really hazy around this. I'm not, but... Shit. Come on. Where did you see that name? She asked urgently. He clenched his eyes shut again. It was a messy room. A withered spider plant on a windowsill. New faces all around him. He remembered feeling nervous. First day back nerves. Wiping it off, he said. When? Jesus! He opened his eyes again. Back when I first started. Our first case. When Sutherland kicked Flack's team out for us to set up and run the Knicks case. You sure? She asked. He shook his head. Damn it, not completely. Look, Sam. Gov, come on. You remember coming across it, right? Boyd shook his head again. I don't think... No, I know Basil wasn't on Flack's chiz list. He held her gaze. I'd need to come in and check the notes I entered on the financials I was working on. She looked him up and down. Okay. Are you well enough too? He wasn't really. He felt like shit. I can try coming in tomorrow, he said. 40. What do you think, Dad? Jeff Flack hadn't noticed that his son had placed the Frau drawing beside his plate on the dinner table. His troubled mind had been far, far away, pondering various unsettling possibilities. His eyes focused on the paper that was now being held up in front of his face. The drawing was of a blocky all-black character, little more than a creepy silhouette, with long thin arms and legs and smoldering red eyes floating in what appeared to be a flaming depiction of the lowest layer of hell. What's that? He asked, startled. That's a Minecraft Enderman, said Callum. They're creepy baddies. They'll burn you to death with their laser eyes if you stare at them for too long. Right, he replied disinterestedly. Then, realizing Callum had been hoping for a bit more than that, he flicked his son a smile. That's a very good drawing, Cal. He ruffled the boy's sandy hair for good measure. Clever boy. You're not hungry, love? His wife asked. Flack glanced from Callum's picture to his dinner. Sausages, baked beans, and Bubble and Squeak. It was one of Ellen's midweek regulars, and one of his favorites. You've hardly touched it, she said. Sorry, I guess I'm not feeling that hungry this evening. She tilted her head, concerned for him. Work stress again? He nodded. Geoff. Love, you're too soft. You give the force far more hours than they pay you for. It is what it is, he said absently. He looked at his daughter, Grace, who was finishing her dinner while swiping away on her phone. Ellen had promised Grace new tack for her 14th, and she'd been constantly scrolling through images of various saddles and saddle rugs since. Lucy Coleman was about the same age as Grace. In actual fact, they were both in the same school year. At different schools, of course. But whereas Grace had begun to reach out beyond the walls of their home, to after-school clubs and online, Lucy's world had shrunk to the confines of her bedroom, and she'd been reduced to a permanently near catatonic state by the trauma she experienced, by the ongoing terror she was living with every day. God, he'd done that to the poor, wretched child, him and the others. They'd broken her, almost certainly forever. There'd be no pony saddles for Lucy, or friends, or school, or hope, or boyfriends, or parties. The future for that girl would be the inside of one institute after another. Flack got up, took his plate to the sink, and headed for the back door. Where are you off to, love? Ellen asked. I've got to make a work call, he said. She smiled sadly, with genuine sympathy. Don't let them keep you out there in the cold for too long, love, hmm? He nodded, then pulled on his garden jacket and stepped out onto their patio, sliding the door shut behind him. He clenched his eyes shut and recalled his visit to Lucy Coleman earlier today. He pulled out another sheet of paper from his pocket. It was a cropped photograph of a man's face. Slowly, he held both images in front of her, side by side. Her eyes darted from P.S. Bamford to the other, and then suddenly rounded to become two dilated dots of horror. "This one?" he said, waggling his hand slightly. "Is this man Baza?" She nodded at the second photograph. "Now, are you sure about that, love?" he whispered. She nodded again, pointing at the one that wasn't Sergeant Bamford. Flack felt his stomach gurgle, the unsettling tickle of adrenaline surging into his veins, the gravity drop in his gut, and the realization that she'd seen enough to be a problem. He leant in close until his breath caused the loose tresses of her hair to flutter as he spoke very softly. "Well now, Lucy, you see, that monster is very, very close by, and if he hears you've been telling tales on him or drawing in any more of these silly pictures, he'll be coming for you next. Do you understand?" Her jaw slackened. He could hear the fear bubbling in her throat, slowly rising up to her wide-open mouth. A moment later, Lucy screamed, and then wet herself. Flack fished in his trousers for his burner phone and pulled it out, tapping in the number from memory. It rang several times before there was an answer. "It's Flack," he began. "We need to meet." "Why?" "I'll explain. The three of us need to meet up tomorrow afternoon, 3 p.m., the usual place." "What? But I can't just disappear for several hours without a fucking reason." "It's important," snapped Flack. "Find a way. What's happened?" "The girl," he replied. "She started talking." 41. Boyd had literally had to fight his way past Emma and Charlotte to get out of the house this morning. They joined ranks in the hallway, locking shields like Spartan warriors, determined to obstruct him in his bid to step outside. The weather had taken a turn overnight and dipped below freezing, frosting the windscreen on his car, and had to layer up with a jumper, cardigan, a coat, scarf, woolly hat, and gloves. "And for God's sake, Bill," Charlotte had exclaimed, "you're in the middle of your course. Your immune system's completely wiped out." "I'll be careful," he replied. "I'll keep a distance from everyone." "Dad," chipped in Emma, "you're a wreck. Why do you have to go in today?" "I'm fine," he grumbled. "I'm just putting in a couple of hours." "That's all," he said, reaching for his key fob. Charlotte could read him. They weren't going to be able to stop him. "Well, if you absolutely insist on going, let me drive you." "All right," he conceded, relieved. He wasn't sure his foggy head would be able to cope with things like traffic lights and junctions. "Thanks, love." "And I'll pick you up mid-morning," she added sternly. "No later than." "Why don't I call you for a lift when I'm ready?" he replied. She raised a brow. "You're not doing a whole morning, Bill. I won't." He smiled. "I promise." Boyd rapped his knuckles on Sutherland's open door. The detective superintendent glanced up from his keyboard, and his eyes immediately goggled at the sight of Boyd standing there. "Bloody hell, Boyd, what are you doing in? I thought you weren't going to be match fit for another few weeks," he said. "I got bored," Boyd replied lamely. "Bored? You look ruddy awful, like something a dog just dug up," Sutherland told him, looking him up and down. "I look worse than I feel," Boyd assured him. Sutherland frowned skeptically. "Well, bored or not, we don't need you in right now," he said. Actually, Boyd had been pretty sure. I got bored wasn't going to cut it with Sutherland. Something's been playing on my mind. "What's that then?" Sutherland asked. The work I did for you on the CED expenses last year," Boyd said. Oh, for goodness sake, Sutherland actually laughed. That's all been signed off by accounts. What the hell are you worrying about that for? We're in a new financial year now anyway. It's not so much about the numbers, Boyd said. I just want to make sure I didn't leave anything sensitive lying around my workspace. No one's going to go snooping around your desk, Boyd. Don't you worry. No, I mean, my digital workspace. What's going on, Boyd? Sutherland said suspiciously. Boyd realized that, oh, I forgot something story wasn't going to fool him either. Look, he said. I've heard what's going on and I know what Flack's investigating. Jesus Christ. Sutherland's face tightened. Who told you about that? Boyd remained silent. Okeke? Boyd didn't reply. He didn't need to. Oh, 4. If that woman ran like her mouth, she'd be in good shape. No, look. She came to me for advice, Boyd said. Boyd, if she's got concerns, that's what our CIO is for, Sutherland pointed out. We talk, said Boyd. Hey, the pair of you talk too bloody much, Sutherland sighed resignedly. How much has she shared with you? The murder up near Pevensey, Boyd replied. I know it was one of Flack's informers. Sutherland shook his head. Christ alive. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Given what's happened, I want to make sure I didn't leave any sensitive data in any files that aren't encrypted, Boyd said. He knew what he was suggesting was plausible, and that he was pushing Sutherland into a corner. I'm pretty sure I left things tidy, but... Bloody hell. Just get on with it, replied Sutherland quietly. Have a quick look and then piss off home. I don't want to see you back in this building until your first shift back. Understood? Boyd nodded. Thank you, sir. Boyd briefly greeted the others on the main floor. This time around, there were no embarrassing double takes at his hairlessness and weight gain. Minter made some clumsy attempt at disarming humor by saying he'd forgotten that Boyd had a chin hidden away under his permanent thatch of bristles. But that was it. Boyd met Okeke's eyes as he sat down at his desk opposite her and logged on. She knew why he was in and what he was up to. She gave him a brief conspiratorial nod, then resumed what she was doing. He glanced around the CED floor to make sure Flack wasn't roaming freely, and then clicked on the folder in which he'd stored the scans, notes, and spreadsheets to do with Operation Rosper's dubious and messy expense claims. He ran a search on the various files, but Baza failed to produce a hit. Which he'd expected. He knew he'd thoroughly redacted all of the names that Flack had given him, ending up with harmless expense numbers for the accounts department to process. He huffed with irritation and settled back in his seat. That was as much as he could do. And in the process, he'd thrown Okeke under the bus and made himself look sloppy in front of Sutherland. Great. Nero. But damn it. He remembered wiping the bloody whiteboard clean. He remembered thinking, 2 years and some change ago, that if those were operational code names he was wiping off the board, whoever had left them up should have been reprimanded. He closed his eyes again. Insert image, a Sharpie scrawled Baza. It had been in a short list, tucked over on the left-hand side of the whiteboard. And now, as he concentrated his mind, he recalled the scruffy lines and arrows, coming from the names on the left side and pointing across the board to the names on the right. His heart hammered against his chest. Fuck. He opened his eyes and looked over his monitor to see if Okeke had been watching him, if she'd seen his face flicker with sudden realization. But she had gone. 42. Okay, so now he's just being childish, Okeke muttered under her breath as she ended the call. That was the second message. She'd left Jay. She'd left one first thing this morning, and she hadn't received a text in response to say that he'd listened to it. Or was alive, even. She got the point he was clearly attempting to make, that he could stand on his own 2 feet, that he didn't need her, and that when he was done demonstrating his machismo, he'd come back home. Bloody idiot. She reached into her bag for a cigarette. Okeke. She turned to see Boyd's head poking out of the station's front door. He looked relieved to find her alone. There you are. Thank God. We need to talk, he said. He stepped out to join her. Wrapped up well in his thick coat, scarf, and gloves, she put her packet of fags back in her bag. Gov, we should talk inside. In the warmth. No, this needs to be away from everyone, he said. Needs to be? In my car, then, she offered. He regarded her beat-up old Datsun for a moment, then nodded. Sure, though I'm not sure how much warmer it'll be in there. They hurried over and climbed in. Okeke started the engine and ramped up the blower to warm up the car as quickly as possible. So, what's so urgent? She asked. That isn't a chiz, Boyd replied. What? Who is he then? She asked. Okeke noticed Boyd glancing up at the scaffolding with its flapping protective orange sheeting. At least no one in Sid would see them chatting in her car. Gov, she prompted. He's one of the Rosper team. What? It's an alias for one of the team to use when meeting up with informers. Okeke felt her guts drop and her scalp prickle. She gasped. Right, he said. That was my reaction too. I'm pretty shaken up, to be honest. She nodded. She felt the same. Badza is somebody on our floor. He turned to look at her. He's somebody we know. And that Burke Flack left something as critical as that in plain sight for all to see. Where? How? Okeke asked. It was 2 years ago, Sam. The first time we kicked them out of the incident room. The idiot left a bunch of code names on the whiteboard. He looked at her. Bazza was one of them. The blower was slowly but noisily clearing condensation from her windscreen. 2 clear spots slowly widened across the foggy glass like eyes peering in at them. Okeke began to fumble in her pocket for a cigarette. Somebody on their floor? Somebody they knew. Somebody they must have shared a pint with at some point had done that. Who? She asked. He shook his head. I can't remember seeing anything more than that. I was too busy trying to remember everyone's names and faces at that point. Someone we know tortured and burned a man to death. They chased after Lucy and had, presumably, thrown her off the bridge, intent on killing her too. Oh my God, she wheezed after a few moments. I actually think I'm going to be sick. You'd better have that fag. She nodded, and as she put one in her mouth and tried to light it, she realized that her hand was shaking uncontrollably. You're going to need it, Boyd continued, because I think I know who it is. 43. Jeff Flack leant against the pebble-dashed concrete safety wall and peered over its damp lip down onto the open ground between Cherry Orchard Tower and Fair Green Tower. Once, upon a time, this particular Silver Hill estate had been his entire world. That area between these 2 derelict towers had been a playground with swings, slides, and climbing frames. He had vivid childhood memories of clambering onto the frames and dangling from the monkey bars. Next to it was a fenced court where, as a slightly older lad, he'd played five-a-side foodie and basketball. Beyond that was the jungle. A small green area of bushes and stunted trees that the older kids used to hide in as they puffed on an illicit cigarette or swigged a can of cider stolen from some parent or other. Now, all of that had been reduced to a sodden, muddy mess of tracks left by diggers and trucks. He could see piles of broken-up tarmac and rusting rebar. His childhood kingdom between the 2 looming blocks of council flats had been reduced to a work-in-progress building site. The Lakeland Court estate was being repurposed in phases. Eventually, the carcasses of both 5-story blocks would be stripped back and remodeled as single-occupant apartments for young professionals. The communal space between them to be paved for parking. His entire childhood, lived out in that small area below, would be erased. Flack sighed and let out a rolling cloud of his own breath to join the brittle gray sky and the persistent freezing drizzle. Maybe it was no bad thing. He stepped back from the low wall and into the open doorway of the flat that had once been his childhood home. Gutted now. It was just concrete floors and walls flayed back to the plasterboards. A few jagged teeth of old faded wallpaper clung on here and there. The Lakeland Court development site had been mothballed for now, pending an argument with the local council over the allocation of social housing. So it was a good place for them to meet, deserted, and with no CCTV. Against the incessant tack-tack-tack of dripping rainwater nearby, he heard the soft purr of a car pull up on the tarmac below, and waited for the inevitable echoing rasp and scrape of labored steps coming up the stairwell. A few moments later, a figure cast a shadow through the open doorway into the flat's small entrance hall. "All right there, Fleck." "I've been better," he replied. "You better come in. We've got things to discuss." D. Fox ran a hand through his floppy wet hair, slicking the long tresses back from his brow, leaving a looping curl either side above his ears like stubby horns. He stepped inside, relieved to be out of the drizzle. "Numbnuts not with you?" asked Flack. Fox shook his head. He's making his own way over. He swiped his wet hair back again, smoothing away the horns as he did so. "So then, how serious are things?" "They found the body." Fox shrugged. "We knew that was going to happen at some point," he said, unconcerned. Flack nodded. "The girl has recovered. Enough to talk." Fox's facade slipped for a split second. "What?" "They said she'd be a fucking vegetable for the rest of her life." "They did. But here we are," said Flack. "She's recovering. And now she's communicating." Shit. Fox's swagger was gone. Oh shit. He glanced at Flack. "Who's psyoing this?" "Boyd?" he asked, sounding worried. "No, it's me," Flack told him. Fox blew out a cloud of air. "Thank fuck." He managed to grin. "Okay. Well, that's good. Right? No need to get our knickers in a twist, then." Flack was sorely tempted to grab the lanky, cocky bastard by the scruff of the neck and throw him over the low wall outside. "The problem is, Fox," Flack said, "the girl has hid you. She saw your bloody face." "What? That's bullshit. That's impossible. It was dark, for fuck's sake," Fox exclaimed. Flack shook his head. Obviously not dark enough. He turned to look at him. "She also heard Robbo use your code name." He saw a fleeting moment of panic flash across Fox's face. "Why the hell did you have to turn it into some barbaric fucking ritual?" Flack shook his head. "I told you, quick and quiet. Just make him disappear." "To scare the shit out of the others," snapped Fox. "That's why," Flack huffed out a dry, humorless laugh. "We needed Robbo to be a warning. A big fucking red flag to anybody else thinking about grassing us up." Fox spat. "All you needed to do was make him vanish." Flack glared at him. "And the girl, for fuck's sake. What the hell was that about?" "She was there. She saw a stranger being torched by two other strangers. If you hadn't gone after her, we wouldn't be in this shit. She wouldn't have seen your face. We'd have had the campsite crawling with police the next fucking day, though, wouldn't we?" Fox hissed. Flack turned his back on him and took a couple of steps away to give himself a moment to calm down, to start working through this problem with a cool head. "We need to decide what we're going to do now," he said finally. He turned round to glare at Fox. "I can try and steer this case into the long grass, but God help us if forensics manage to get any more from the scene. It was 6 fucking months ago." "Well, that's not going to save your arse if they find something. Is it?" "I'm off the database, aren't I?" Flack nodded. He had made sure that Fox's file had been removed from the elimination database the moment he'd transferred to Brighton. So then we're good. If they manage to find anything, we're good, yeah? Flack wasn't so sure. Fox's DNA record would normally have had to remain on the database for several years after transferring. If anyone looked too closely, they'd see he'd been prematurely removed, and that it was Flack who had actioned it. So, said Fox more calmly, who knows about the girl hearing the name Baza? Okeke, Minter, the team, Flack said. No, I mean, who knows it was specifically my code name? No one, yet. So, as far as they're concerned, it's just the alias of some random scrote? That's fine, mate, Fox said, looking relieved. He turned to Flack. Anyway, how did you find out she'd seen my face? He asked. I needed to know what she'd seen, whether, if she continues to recover, she'd be able to pick your face out. So I showed her your photo. Fox's face froze. What the fuck did you go and do that for? Relax. I showed her a doctored image, neck and shoulders only, no uniform. She doesn't know she had an actual copper, Flack said. It's not as if you're still wandering around Hastings City. Fox buried his face in his hands. Okay, well, that's it. She needs to be dealt with, and properly this time. Flack reached out and grabbed Fox's shirt. Now you listen to me. She's out of the investigation, all right? We've moved on. We're looking at other leads. The last thing we need is for you to do something stupid and stir things up. Fox stared back at him defiantly as he began to peel Flack's fingers from his shirt. You need to calm down, Flack told him. We're all in this together. He let go. The three of us will decide, together, what needs to be done next, if anything. Fox pushed past him and wandered over to the doorway, staring out at the heavily gray and threatening midday sky. I can't believe you showed her my fucking picture. Just calm down. She's not going to be talking to anyone anytime soon. I put the fear of God into her, all right? I told her she was looking at the face of her monster who's out there, somewhere, still looking for her. Fox turned round. What? He asked, confused. Listen, her head's completely messed up, Flack said. What she remembers are fragments and they're all jumbled up like some kind of mad dream. To her, you're the big bad wolf. She draws pictures of monsters, and that's all the others have to work with. So, like I said, calm down. Just then, they heard the faint sound of a car door slamming below. He's here, said Flack. Finally. I bet you didn't show the girl his photo, did you? You were the idiot who chased her down, Fox. You were the one who threw her off the bridge. She saw you. Not him, Flack retorted. Fox shook his head angrily. He did fuck all that night. He was next to useless, as per. They waited in silence until they heard the light tap of footsteps approaching. A silhouette appeared in the doorway. You took your bloody time, growled Fox. 44. Okeke watched the rain drum heavily on her windscreen, droplets racing each other to the finish line at the bottom. Fox? She said finally. You're serious? Boyd nodded. Flack likes to use code names that involve a little bit of word association. He wafted Okeke's smoke away from his face and cranked the window down on his side a couple of inches. I reckon Baza is short for Basil. Basil Brush. She looked at him. Who's that? A kid's character. A glove puppet, he said. He shook his head. It was kids' TV back in the day. Basil Brush was a fox. She stared at him. Oh, come on. Look. Fox dropped out of Flack's team. About the same time Archer was killed. Boyd pointed out. Just after, in fact. She nodded, now looking a fraction less skeptical. Yeah, and he transferred out of Hastings not long after, she added. Boyd smiled thinly. The timeline fits, right? He opts to leave the Rosper team and requests a transfer to a new place. It stacks up, she whispered. It's not much to go on, I know, he added. But if we're looking for a theory, Fox was a contact and officer. Robbo was his chiz. If Fox was getting kickbacks or had some other dirty things going on and Robbo, say, knew about that. Maybe he tried to blackmail Fox. Okeke filled in. Boyd nodded. But hold on, said Okeke. What? There were 2 people involved. How do you know that? Boyd asked her. Lucy, she replied. In her most recent drawing, she drew 2 men. He pulled a face. Okay, how literally are you interpreting this girl's artwork? She gave us a pretty accurate rendition of the crime scene, remember? The cuffs on the chair. That's a detail she couldn't have known about unless... Go on. There were 2 perps and Archer, cuffed to his chair, added Okeke. 2 bent cops? In other words, Fox and another? She shrugged. I don't know. If it helps, Sully seems pretty sure the 2 people were involved. He reckoned it would have taken at least 2 to restrain Archer, especially if he'd got an idea of what was coming his way. Christ. Boyd leant back against the headrest. That didn't bear thinking about. It had been struggling frantically, she said. Imagine if you saw a Petrolkin coming for you. You'd panic. You'd do anything you could to break free, wouldn't you? Boyd shuddered. Right. So Fox +1. Maybe someone pretty strong too, he added. Strong enough to wrestle a struggling man into a chair and cuff him there. She spun in her seat to look at him. I'm still not sure about Bamford, she said. You said Flack cleared him, Boyd said, turning to face her. Because the girl couldn't ID him. Okeke blew smoke out of her window. I know, Gov, but I don't know. Something's not sitting right for me. But maybe it was the cuffs that set her off and not Bamford. Okay, so what about the other one? You said there were 2 cops on the stairs, Boyd said. PPC Owen? He's new. Still on probation, I think, she told him. Did Flack show his picture to her? Boyd wondered. I don't know. I presume so. He pushed her hard. She sucked air between her teeth. He was too heavy with her. I don't think we're going to get much more out of her now. Boyd let his head drop back against the headrest. He suddenly felt dizzy. Nauseous. Actually, could you put that fag out? He asked Okeke. I think I'm going to be sick. Okeke lowered her window and tossed it out. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. Don't sweat it. It's your car. But, look, I think I'm done in for today. I need to lie down. Is Charlotte giving you a lift? She asked. Uh-huh. He glanced down at his watch. Actually, she should be here any moment now. All right, said Okeke. But before she turns up, what are we going to do with this? This Fox, Bamford thing? Nothing, replied Boyd. Yet, let's sit on it for a while. It's a shaky theory at best. Sit on it? Okeke exclaimed. He nodded. You've got nothing solid, Sam. And if you blast it out there and you're right, or you're wrong, you're going to be in some pretty deep shit either way. Jesus, I hope we're wrong, she muttered. Let's hope the second man's not a cop, she added hopefully. Where there's one, there's usually another, said Boyd, crossing over the red line's a big step to take all alone. She ground her teeth. Fox, I can imagine. I never liked the bastard, but corruption tends to trickle downwards at this level, said Boyd. If Fox is bent, then someone above him has made it possible. Her head clunked back against the headrest. Please don't say it. I don't want to say it, he replied. He really didn't. He'd caught Flack out indulging in some pretty small beer corruption, but damn it, he'd actually started to like the bloody man. Okeke glanced his way. Flack was pretty quick to accept the idea of a dirty copper. He didn't hesitate to look into Bamford and Owen, she said. A distraction? A smokescreen? I don't know. Boyd thought for a moment. Were you with him when he showed Lucy their photos? He asked. She shook her head. He shrugged. Well, there we are then. We don't know what happened when he showed her the photos, do we? Anyway, let's not get carried away with this. It's very flimsy. It's not even circumstantial. But Baza, she said, you've put Fox right in my head now. Let's just keep it there for now. Okay? He said. This stays between us, Sam, unless something more concrete comes up. Can I tell Minter? She asked. Boyd shook his head. No, not even him. He tapped her dashboard. Ah, there she is. Charlotte drove Boyd's capture into the car park and came to a halt just in front of Okeke's Datsun. His phone buzzed and he answered. I'm here in the car park, Bill. Are you ready to come out? I'm already out. I'm right beside you, he said. He saw her twist in her seat and looked their way. Through the two patches of clear windscreen, he waved at her. I'll be with you in a sec. He hung up, pocketed his phone, and turned to Okeke. You sit on this, okay? Okay. And keep me in the loop, all right? She nodded. And be careful, Sam. If there's one thing more dangerous than a murderer, it's a copper who's a murderer. 45. Okeke took her lunch break away from the station. She spent it alone in a Greg's with a vegan sausage roll and a cup of coffee. She hardly touched either as she watched shoppers enter and exit the Priory Meadow shopping center across the road. Boyd's last words before climbing out of her car kept circling round her head. A copper who's a murderer. She played with the idea. She'd Googled Basil Brush and actually thought there was a slight resemblance to Fox there. His departure from Hastings had been suspiciously hasty, and Boyd had caught flack, dipping his hand into the expense trough. But she cautioned herself. It was all too easy to fall into a pattern of cognitive bias. It was tempting to try to make everything fit the narrative. She'd never liked Fox, and had thought he was a sleazy piece of shit from the first day she joined Sussex Police. He'd eyed her up in her skirt and winked. That didn't make him a murderer, but she'd never worn a skirt to work since. And Flack? The idea that that crusty old sweat was anything more than a bumbling, leaden-footed prat who was simply running an ineffective covert operation seemed inconceivable. Except, if he could take one step over the red line, could he take another? But murder? Were either of them really capable of that? Okeke returned to the station and entered the SEAD floor to find Minter and the others migrating towards the incident room, coffees and unfinished sandwiches in hand. Oh, there you are, Okeke, said Minter. Where have you been? Lunch, she replied. What's going on? Flax called a meeting. Has something new come in? She asked. Minter shrugged. I guess we'll see in a few minutes, won't we? She followed Minter and took a seat beside him, flackening. Sutherland entered with Sully and Magnuson flanking him. Sully was looking very pleased with himself. Okay, everyone, said Flack. Settle down, please. He took his place at the head of the table, standing in front of the whiteboard. Ooh, I've had our first bit of luck this morning. Sullivan. Sully picked up the sheet of paper in front of him. Alessi come back with a couple of DNA profiles, he said. He gestured towards Okeke. They were from a sample taken from that section of barbed wire you marked for us. Magnuson smiled at her. Good shot, Sam. Sully handed the paperwork across the table to Okeke. "One for your evidence log," he said. "Thanks," she replied. "One of them is from the hair that was caught in the wire," continued Sully. "The other came from swabbing a section of the wire itself. We have two different profiles." Flack took over. "I've already run them through the end and at." He shook his head. "I'm afraid both drew a blank, but the hair may well be a match for Lucy Coleman." He looked at Sully and Magnuson. "We'll need to get a swab from her." Sully nodded and made a note on the pad before him. "The other profile," continued Flack, "the one taken from the wire itself, may well belong to our killer. But I think we also have to be mindful that it's been 6 months. And as we know, kids in the area have been getting into campsite. Rooting around, so we do need to keep an open mind." He shrugged. "However, given the location of this sample," he said, glancing at Okeke, "it fits with your theory that Lucy was chased by someone. And the route they took was indeed via that wire fence and through those trees to the bridge. So, if the hair sample is a match for Lucy, I think we do have to give this other DNA profile our full attention." The various theories that Okeke had mulled over during her lunch break were beginning to feel vaguely absurd. If Flack was in any way involved, he seemed to be hell-bent on steering the investigation towards them finding that out. Minter raised a hand. "Have you run the sample through our elimination database?" "There were a lot of our uniformed lads wandering around the campsite," he said. Flack nodded. "Yes, I did. And I'm afraid we drew a blank there too." "So we're back to square one then, Gov," said O'Neill. Flack nodded. "We're back to looking at theory that Martin Archer was outed as an informer and dealt with by a person or persons unknown." "Is there a theory B?" asked DSI Sutherland. Flack scratched at something beneath his mustache. "I'm open to suggestions, sir," he said. "Is there a possibility that this isn't drugs related?" asked O'Neill. "Could it have been something else?" Flack tried to suppress a patronizing smile. "Unlikely, but what do you suggest, O'Neill?" I don't know," O'Neill floundered. "Maybe Archer was rummaging around there with another druggie and they got into a fight over something." Flack looked as though he was fighting an eye roll. "Go on." O'Neill shrugged. "Maybe one of them found a gold ring," cut in Magnuson. "And they fought each other over the precious—" Warren snorted with laughter, then had to wipe his nose. "And where does Lucy fit into this?" asked Okeke. O'Neill pulled a face. "I don't know. Same deal, I guess. She saw what happened. Then she was chased by the druggie, and you know the rest." "I still reckon it could have been local kids," said Rajan. "Archer was already dead and they came across his body." "And they burned his corpse for what? Shits and giggles," said Minter. "I've seen bored kids do worse," replied Rajan. "I'm just saying." "All right, Cut and Flack. I think we're wandering too far off the likely path." He glanced at Sutherland. "I think our best way forward, sir, is to pull this case back into Operation Rossborough. I've got a team of officers who know all the players in the area. We've got a ton of intel we can sift through. Archer had a lot of known associates. Bizarre as it sounds, I think O'Neill might be onto something. Robbo was on Spice last time I saw him. And quite honestly, I've seen firsthand how screwed up that can get you. If he and an associate were both out of their skulls at the time." Sutherland nodded. "Fine. Let's do that. And dissolve this team, sir?" Flack asked. Sutherland nodded again. "There's no point continuing until you can come up with something worth chasing down." He looked at Okeke, Minter, and the 3 DCs. "Which frees up you lot to return to the main floor." 46. Okeke felt a stab of guilt dialing Boyd's phone. She'd watched the poor bastard shuffle over to Charlotte earlier before collapsing in the passenger seat of his car. She guessed he'd be pretty much out for the count for the rest of today. Charlotte, bless her, had been more than accommodating the last couple of times Okeke had dropped by his house unannounced, but Okeke suspected that well of goodwill was beginning to run dry. All the same, she tapped his number. The phone rang a dozen times, and she was ready for it to roll over to Boyd's. Curt answered phone message when there was a click, a rustle, and a grunt. "Boyd," she uttered. She thought she heard him sigh. Then finally, "Yeah? I'm sorry, Gov. Please tell me I didn't wake you up," she said. "You did." His voice sounded thick and syrupy. "I'm presuming there's been a development?" "There has," she replied. "The investigation team's been disbanded. Flack's folding Archer's murder into Rosper." Okeke heard more rustling and imagined Boyd propping himself up on his sofa. What was the reason for that? Basically, he thinks it's possible Archer was whacked by someone in the trade. Maybe even another druggie. We've just been throwing ideas around, and Sutherland went with Flack's theory. "So he's dropping the bent cops approach?" Boyd asked. "Yup," replied Okeke. Sully lifted some DNA at the campsite, Alessi processed it, and Flack ran it through the NAD and the elimination database. Said there were no hits. "So, no Fox?" Boyd clarified. "Or Bamford? Nothing," Okeke said. She heard Charlotte, or it might have been Emma, in the background asking if he wanted anything. "Yeah, I'll have a cuppa, please," Boyd replied. Then he turned his attention back to their conversation. "And you said Flack ran the DNA checks?" "Yeah." Okeke was standing outside her house. She fumbled in her bag for her key and unlocked it. "Hold on. Are you thinking what I think you're thinking?" "I don't know what you're thinking," he replied, "but since we've started down this road." "You think he's fudged the search?" She stepped inside and closed the door. Any residual hope that Jay might be home and waiting for her vanished. There were no lights on anywhere. She heard Boyd. I mean, how would he do that?" she asked. "Surely if he got a hit, there'd be a record on the system of a search request made and a positive result." "Easily," replied Boyd. "He didn't do a search at all." "But he must have. Otherwise, Minter would have questioned why a search result hadn't pinged across to the action log." "True. In which case, Flack could have run the search but refined it to exclude Fox and Bamford," Boyd suggested. "How?" "Maybe he excluded recent transfers," Boyd said. "But Bamford's not a recent transfer," she pointed out. "Maybe not, but Fox is," he said. Okeke flicked the hallway light on and stepped into the kitchen. "You're right. He wouldn't be on the database anymore." "Well, actually, he should still be," replied Boyd. "You're meant to remain on, I think, for at least a couple of years after transferring." She flipped the kettle on. "Maybe I should have a go at running the check," she said. He groaned. "Are you okay?" she asked, concerned. "Not really," he said. "I feel like I'm being punished with the world's worst bloody hangover." "Look, listen, Sam. You don't want to run a check yourself," he told her. "Why not?" "Because it'll ping across to Flack as CO, you muppet. He'll know you're checking up on him." She nodded. "Right. Yeah, of course." Any search of the NDNAD and, more importantly, the elimination database would require her to enter the case number, and that meant that the search attempt and the result would automatically update the action log. You could do it under another case number, though. "But there aren't any other similar cases on the go right now," she said. "Use an old one of ours," Boyd suggested. "The last one, the Adam Cocker case?" she asked. "Christ, no. Definitely not that one. I imagine anything to do with that's going to trigger an 'Are you behaving? Visit from His Majesty's Spook Force,'" he sighed. Let's not give them a reason to come knocking again." "Fair," she said. "What about the Colin Holmes case?" he suggested. "But that's closed and archived," she pointed out. "Yes, but I'd be the one to get the notification if anybody was taking a second look at it." She heard him huff. "And I'm not going to shop you, am I?" "Okay," she nodded. "Okay, that's a good shout." The kettle began to burble. "I'll text you the case number. I've got it in my study. But, Sam, be careful when you run the search. I know your monitor faces the Rosper team. You don't want to be fannying around in the elimination database when Flack's wandering around." "I'll wait till he's out, on a lunch break or something," she assured him. "Thanks, Gov." He hung up, and she was about to set her phone down on the counter when she noticed she'd finally got a text from Jay. She surprised herself with how frantically she fumbled to unlock the phone to see what it said. She really wished he was back home with her. She needed someone to talk to about what was going on, someone to keep her company, someone to wrap an arm around her shoulders and reassure her that the prickling sensation of paranoia she was starting to feel were a little premature. "Hey, working at EM. We'll catch up with you later if you want." She quickly pecked out a reply. "That would be good." She was about to send it, paused, then added, "Nis you edx door and down dust. Nis you Ajax." Okeke grabbed some hummus and a pita from the fridge and took her supper and coffee through to the lounge. She found herself lingering in the doorway after she'd turned the light on, just to make sure there was nothing nasty waiting for her. "Get a grip, girl," she scolded herself. She sat down on the sofa, clicked on the telly for company, and started on her supper while she waited for Boyd's text to arrive. The chase was on one side, pointless on the other. She picked the latter in the hope that Alexander Armstrong's questions might draw her mind away from Flack and Fox. But visions of the arcade kept flashing back to her, the two footprints in the puddle of human fat. Lucy's sketch of a stick man shackled to a chair with an unhappy face, pleading for his life. What if Flack and Fox? The thought lingered in the air, unfinished. She'd already crossed the "what if Flack and Fox did it" line. What if Flack and Fox are on to me? She reached for the remote and dialed up the volume on the TV. She couldn't imagine how Flack might be suspicious of her. As for Fox, he'd been gone from Hastings for months. He was over in Brighton now, and doing whatever it was that gave him his kicks after work. She tried to assure herself that when she ran her DNA search tomorrow, she would come up with the same nil result as Flack had. Then she could go back to thinking of him as merely a leaden-footed, heavy-handed prat of a copper, and that would be the end of it. She barely noticed that her eyes were growing heavy. 5 minutes later, the coffee, pita, and hummus sat forgotten on the coffee table, and she was fast asleep on the sofa. Okeke jerked awake, kicking a cushion onto the floor. The TV was still on, now showing Phil Mitchell's surly mug staring across Albert Square. She wondered whether he'd thumped something or someone, and the sound of that had roused her from her sleep. Then she realized that if EastEnders was on, it was after 7:30 p.m. She'd been asleep for a couple of hours. It took her a moment of head clearing to recall that she'd been waiting on a text from Boyd. She pulled her phone out and there it was. It had come through only 5 minutes ago. "Sauce for delay. Took me a while." Beneath was the case number he'd promised. She sat up and took a slug of her cold coffee to flush away the last of the grogginess. "Right," she announced to the empty room. "Get your shit together, girl." She had the means to run her own search, and given what Boyd had said about doing it when she wouldn't be seen, now seemed as good a time as any. The only people likely to be in this evening would be Di Abbott and a couple of the new DCs. 47. Okeke found a spot easily in the station's practically empty car park, hurried through the persistent drizzle to the main entrance and ducked inside. "Evening," she said to the desk sergeant as she flashed her lanyard and headed for the security barrier. He looked at his watch curiously. "It's a bit late for you, isn't it?" he noted. "Left something at work," she lied. "It's a shit night for that," he replied absently. She pushed through the barrier and hurried up the first flight of stairs, pausing halfway up, on the very same step that Lucy had been standing on as she'd looked up the stairs and screamed. Again, Okeke tried to recapture that moment in her mind, tried to rebuild the scene, but all she could recall were the two figures at the top, Bamford and Owen. There was no one else in the stairwell that she could recall. It was then, as she looked back down the steps, that she noticed, for the first time ever, that there was a small CCTV camera mounted on the ceiling just above the barrier, pointing up the stairs. "Shit," she muttered softly, astounded at her own stupidity. She turned around and headed back down, through the barrier, and turned left to find the desk sergeant tapping away at his monitor. "Get what you forgot?" he asked her. No. Not yet, but a not yet question for you," she said. He lifted his brows to indicate he had a moment to indulge her. "There's a security camera on the stairs," she pointed out. He smiled. "Well done. It's not you who monitors it, is it?" "Monitor's a big word," he said. "I suppose I look at it every now and then." "Were you on the other day when that teenage girl threw a fit on the stairs?" He shook his head. "I heard all about it, though," he said. "You'd have a recording of that from the camera, wouldn't you?" He nodded. "I should think so. Remind me of when it was." 3 days ago," Okeke said. "Around 3:30. "You want to look at it?" he offered. When she nodded, he shrugged and said, "I suppose I can dig it out for you." She smiled. "Thanks, I can wait." "I'd rather you didn't," he replied. "I've got to work out how to... Look, what's your internal email address?" She picked up a pen and jotted it down on the desk pad for him. "I'll send it to you when I found it. I think it'll be a 2040-hour file," he told her. "I'm happy to scroll through that." She tapped the counter. "Cheers." The sergeant puffed. "Not exactly crazy here this evening, is it?" "Ooh, don't say that," she cautioned. He rolled his eyes. "Too late. Jinx." Okeke cut the stairs again and pushed through the double doors and entered the SID floor. She looked around and spotted D. Abbott dutifully at his desk, tucking into a pot noodle. D.C. Yates was faffing about with the photocopier. There ought to be 3 on the night shift, so the other would almost certainly be the other noob, D.C. Wade. That was one of the many consequences of being a fresh face in the department. She headed to her desk and Abbott threw her a disinterested nod as she sat down. "Working late?" he asked. "No. You're fast asleep and this is just some weird dream," she replied tartly. Yates sniggered. Abbott frowned, arriving late to the gag. "Oh, right. Very funny," he said. She logged into her terminal and immediately hopped across to her internal email account. The desk sergeant hadn't sent her anything yet. She checked the floor quickly to assure herself that no one had eyes on her monitor before flipping across to the Sussex Force Resources tab and clicked on the link for the internal DNA database. The tab expanded to fill the screen, the header an unsettlingly large and easy-to-read white font against a dark blue banner. This was the very first time she'd had reason to access this particular page of LEDs. She scanned the fields she'd need to fill in. Case number, officer ID, reason for search. She pulled her phone out to find the case number that Boyd had given her. She entered her ID code and the reason, elimination of personnel, as discussed with COL. LED seemed happy enough with that and granted her access to the search page. Okeke then opened a new tab to access the evidence log. She typed in the evidence number for the barbed wire swab from the paperwork that Sully had given her earlier. From the evidence record, she copied the DNA unique identifying code number before switching back to the elimination database. The DNA data returned by Leslie yesterday would automatically be added to the NDNAT as a matter of routine, But for Okeke, it would have been like hunting for a needle in a haystack if she'd tried to find it that way. The number of DNA markers added to that database from forces around the country every day had to number in the hundreds. "Hey, what you up to?" She spun round to find O'Neill standing level with her monitor, a mug of coffee in one hand. "What are you doing in?" she asked him. "Flack booked me in for nights since I'm now a spare part," he replied flatly. His eyes flicked to her screen. "What's got you in so late?" She minimized the window as quickly as she could, just doing some catch-up on my outstanding cases. O'Neill lingered beside her desk for an awkwardly protracted moment, before finally saying, "I've got my transfer date through for Kent." "Oh, yeah," she replied limply. She'd forgotten about that. He was off to somewhere more interesting. "It's in 4 weeks' time," he told her. "Right," she smiled, trying to appear relaxed and not too keen to ditch him. "Cool. Gonna miss you lots." "Not." "Aha!" He returned a wry smile. "So I've not got much on." He looked again at her screen. "Want any help with your stuff?" "Nah," she replied. "I'm good, thanks." "Okay." He clucked his tongue a couple of times before finally turning away and heading back towards his desk. She inwardly sighed with relief, waited until she heard his chair creak with the weight of him settling down onto it, then maximized the database window to resume her search. Right before O'Neill had turned up, she'd entered the DNA code number, and the search button was green and ready to go. She clicked it, knowing that she was in for at least a minute's wait. Just then, her email pinged with the desk sergeant's promised reply. She opened the attached file. A black and white view of the stairwell appeared on her screen, already playing but looking exactly like a static photograph, except for the timestamp in the corner ticking through from midnight. She fast-forwarded, catching the whizzing ghosts of movement on the stairs. A trickle of people going up and down for the first 7 hours, quickly becoming a flood around shift change. Then everything quietened down again through the morning hours. At 14:39:24, she recognized Lucy with Marcus and Mrs. Coleman being led by herself up the steps. She paused. Lucy was ahead of a head. Her mother and Marcus. She recalled the girl had actually seemed a lot less anxious about stepping into the police station than she'd expected, and the frozen image seemed to suggest that not only was she not terrified, as Marcus had cautioned she might be, but she seemed intrigued, almost excited by the visit. Okeke carried on with the playback at double speed, watching officers and civilians coming and going, until finally she spotted the SID's double doors open, and herself, again, leading the way. Lucy emerged with Mrs. Coleman holding her hand and Marcus bringing up the rear. This time round, Lucy looked unhappy, distinctly keen to leave the station, glancing behind her as the doors swung closed. This was moments after Flack had stormed in and harangued her with his barked questions. She was already pretty shook up, Okeke noted. They started to descend the stairs, with Lucy taking nervous steps behind Okeke. Then P.S. Bamford and P.C. Owen appeared on the SID landing, coming down from the stairwell above. Neither of them seemed to have noticed Lucy as they chatted with each other. Bamford had his cuffs in his hand and seemed to be showing them to Owen, who nodded and unclipped his own from the ring on his tactical vest. At that moment, Lucy stopped, turned, and looked up the stairs at them. Then suddenly all heads flipped towards Lucy. In the next frame, she was a grainy blur, hurtling down the steps and out of shot. Okeke disappeared after her a couple of static frames later, then Marcus. Bamford and Owen had stopped chatting and were watching the drama unfold, bemused. They certainly didn't seem alarmed, though. Okeke stopped the video and rewound to a few seconds before Lucy's reaction. She ran it again. Why did she look up at that particular moment? Why did she look up at that particular moment? Was it the sound of the jangling cuffs? A voice she recognized? Had she recognized Bamford's voice? Just then, Okeke noticed that, in the background of the video, The doors to see it had swung open, and a figure had appeared in the fair open doorway. She knew those doors squeaked loudly, and Lucy's head must have turned just as they'd open. Lucy was looking up, not at the two police officers discussing handcuffs, but at the figure standing in the doorway. The figure had frozen too. His mouth was dangling open. It was O'Neill. Okeke paused the video, then quickly glanced his way. He was watching her. He nodded slightly, the kind of awkward nod that follows the unintended meeting of eyes. Okeke turned back to her screen, to the image of O'Neill paused in the doorway, his face frozen into a rictus of horror. Lucy had recognized him, and he had recognized her. Okeke felt her heart thumping behind her breastbone as if it was hammering to get out. Fuck. She minimized the tab and glanced again to see if O'Neill was still looking her way. He was. But this time there was no causal nod. This time his gaze was a little more intense. For a moment she wondered if she'd muttered, "Fuck" out loud. Abbott's head was still tilted down at his screen, so maybe not. O'Neill got up and began to walk towards her. Shit. Trying to not look panicked, Okeke quickly closed all her tabs, clicked, shut down, switched her monitor off and stood up. O'Neill stopped beside her. "You okay there?" he asked. She nodded. "You look like you've just seen a ghost, mate," he said. "I just remembered something," she said lamely, her brain working overtime to find something to say next. I forgot I was supposed to pick Jay up 10 minutes ago." She grabbed her coat from the back of her seat. I'll finish this tomorrow, I think." She lingered by her terminal, pretending to fuss in her bag for her keys until the monitor light blinked off. "Right," she said, holding taut. "Them up like some kind of trophy. I'm off. See you tomorrow." She made her way across the seated floor, tipping a nod at Abbott and Yates on the way out, and trying to look as calm as she possibly could. O'Neill watched her go, then, still lingering by her desk, he casually reached over and pressed the monitor's power button. It winked on, and the computer stirred back to life. There was an error message in the middle of the screen. "You have left a LEDS app open. Cancel shutdown, or close app to shut down." He hit cancel, and the dialog box vanished, leaving LEDS up on her screen and a tab minimized at the bottom. He clicked on it. The results of a DNA elimination search popped up. There was one positive result. His name. Okeke hurried down the stairs, glancing up at the camera as she passed beneath it. The other day, Neil must have been popping out for a ciggy break when he'd emerged from the SID floor. He must have had the shock of his life when Lucy clapped eyes on him and screamed. As Okeke hurried outside, she remembered she'd forgotten to check on the results of the DNA search. "Shit," she hissed, hesitating outside the main entrance. She should have checked that before frantically bailing out. But he'd been right there standing beside her desk, far too curious as to what she was up to. Or suspicious? She tried to banish that niggling thought. There was no way he could know she'd suddenly discovered he might be a prime suspect. And even glimpsing his shocked face caught on camera, she couldn't be certain that the chance encounter and Lucy's reaction was evidence she could take to the bank. He could reasonably argue that her scream had simply startled him, and that any number of trigger sights, sounds, smells, could have set her off. No. She needed to calm the fuck down. All she had was his ugly mug on a couple of frames of CCTV. And his odd lingering behavior just now. And his transfer out of Hastings, just like Fox. But the hard proof, if there was any, was upstairs in the search she'd just aborted. She decided she'd better not dawdle any longer. O'Neill might decide to pop down and join her for a fag, and she wasn't sure she could trust herself to fake a casual exchange with him. She hurried across the wet tarmac and jumped into her Datsun, quickly looking back to see if he had emerged from the entrance. No. Oh. Thank God. She wondered if her behavior had been overly suspicious. Had she logged off too quickly? Bailed out too frantically? As she started the car up and pulled out of the car park onto Bohemia Road, her mind drifted to an even more chilling line of thought. Was O'Neill really capable of doing something so fucking horrific? Thinking that Fox might have been involved had been bad enough. But when Neil... She pulled up at the traffic lights beside the White Rock Theater and quickly dialed Boyd, anxious to tell him what she'd just witnessed and to get his take on it all. But there was no answer. It was gone 9. She guessed he'd be sleeping, spent for the day. Tomorrow, she muttered to herself as she ended the call. I'll get in early, and I'll do that search again. The lights turned green, and she turned right, heading home to an empty house. She wondered if she'd get any sleep at all tonight. 48? Flack heard both cars pull up in the muddy building site below. A few moments later, he heard footsteps echoing up the concrete stairwell of Cherry Orchard Tower, and the soft exchange of muttered voices, his dim-witted minions plotting their next moves, no doubt. At last, they both appeared in the doorway of his childhood flat. Flack snapped on his torch and aimed it on them. No one seemed interested in wasting time with greetings or small talk. It was Fox who spoke first. O'Neill just caught her running a DNA search on us. Okeke? Flack asked. O'Neill nodded, and she's got CCTV footage from the station's stairwell. His voice was fluttering with anxiety-spiked adrenaline. My face is on it? She saw the girl looking right at me? Flack raised his hands to settle them down. Look, lads, we need to stay calm. He glanced at the young DC. He was visibly shaking. O'Neill, when she ran the search, did she get a hit for you? Well, of course she fucking did, O'Neill replied. Where is she now? Flack asked. Is she still at the station? O'Neill shook his head. She said she had to pick her other half up. He bit his lip. But she was lying. I'm pretty sure of it. What am I gonna do? He wailed. I'm fucked. We're both fucked, muttered Fox darkly. Flack realized he needed to take the lead here. When Neil looked as though he was on the verge of tears, Fox, on the other hand, appeared menacingly cool about the whole thing, as though he already had the solution to their problem in mind and was ready to put his plan into action. Now listen, Flack said. No one's fucked, all right? Okeke's got nothing. She's off the case. She's ease. If she's running her own searches out of ours, then she's on to you too, Jeff, said Fox. What she suspects and what she can prove are two very different things, Flack replied. And what she suspects I bet she'll take to Minner, said O'Neill. Or worse, Boyd. O'Neill knuckled his forehead. My DNA's at the fucking crime scene. Flack. Cutting Fox. You should have had O'Neill out there straight away when the body was found. Then there'd have been a reason why his DNA was present. Fox was right, of course, and Flack knew it. That had been a stupid mistake. You screwed him right over by not doing that, continued Fox. And you screwed me over when you showed the girl my picture. Lucy Coleman is no longer a problem, snapped Flack. She's a bloody basket case. I've made sure of that. Fox shook his head. For how long, huh? How long until she feels better and starts opening her mouth again? Just hold on, Flack said. Calm your jets, both of you. It's my case now, and the girl is not a lead I'm going to pursue. What if Okeke talks to Boyd, and then Boyd fucking well talks to Sutherland? Whined O'Neill. He smacked the wall with his fist. You've stitched us right up. We need to deal with Okeke, said Fox calmly. Tonight. Before she talks to anyone else. Now wait a second, Flack began. No, barked Fox. No more waiting. If we let this slide until tomorrow, she'll become a bigger fucking problem than she is. Already. What the hell are you talking about? Flack spat. Okeke's going to have an accident, replied Fox. In fact, while we're at it, why don't we sort both of them? The girl could do herself in too. What the hell is wrong with you? Flack said, aghast. You said it, Jeff. The girl's a basket case. She's totally fucked in the head. Who's going to ask any questions if she goes for a walk in the middle of the night and throws herself off that fucking bridge again? Or in front of a truck, if that's easier? No. Flack shook his head. Don't be a fucking idiot. Control yourself. Everything else is already out of control, you stupid old bastard, Fox sniped. O'Neill nodded frantically. Me and Foxy have got to sort this tonight, Gov. Or, Jesus Christ, we're both gonna do time. It won't just be us, mate. Fox glared at Flack. If we end up in the shit, you're coming down with us too. Go. Flack could see he had lost any residual control over Fox. The die was a ticking time bomb. A dangerously out-of-whack flywheel that was about to shake itself loose. Fox had seemed like a safe pick, back when he'd first needed a wingman. Unflappable, reliable, competent, and most of all, greedy. The ideal mix. When Neil had been Fox's suggestion to groom and recruit for very similar reasons. He thought he might be able to keep O'Neill on side, however. He turned to the young man. Now listen, son, he said. This is my operation and... Operation? Spat Fox. Fucking joke. It's a mess. He stepped towards Flack. You should have had O'Neill at the campsite. You should have shut that girl out of the investigation. Shut up, Flack snapped. You're the one who fucked up. Fox suddenly grabbed Flack by the throat and slammed him hard against the wall. Flack felt the back of his head crack hard as it hit the damp concrete. I'm dealing with this now, Fox snarled. O'Neill will do Okeke, and I'll sort out the girl. He turned to O'Neill, right? Neil nodded hesitantly. Then I'm pissing off back to Brighton, and we're never fucking communicating again. His grip tightened around Flack's fleshy jowls, and for a moment, Flack thought the D was going to strangle him then and there. In the gloom, he caught a flash of something bright. Fox had whipped a penknife out of his jacket pocket, and Flack felt a sudden tickling on the skin beneath his chin as Fox held the blade to his throat. And, Jeff, you better make sure you have scrubbed anything in Rosper that still points my way. Is that fucking clear enough for you? Flack had little doubt that if he didn't agree, then that blade was going into his neck, all the way up to the handle. He nodded. Fine, Noin. 49. Okeke dropped her phone on the couch beside her. Minter wasn't answering either, so that was Boyd, Jay, and Minter. All three of them were about as useful as tits on a snake. Despite promising to chat later, it seemed as though Jay was still playing silly buggers and refusing to talk. Minter was no doubt hitting weights in the gym, and Boyd was dead to the world. She considered giving Warren a call, but to say what exactly? That she had a hunch his mate was a murderer and a bent copper? It was 10 to 12, but she was too wired to go to bed. To be honest, she was too spooked to take herself upstairs. Let's call it what it is, paranoid. She looked at Jay's baseball bat on the cushion beside her. It was both a reassuring sight and an unsettling one. The fact that she'd felt the need to go upstairs to fetch it indicated the degree of her paranoia. O'Neill doesn't suspect anything, she kept telling herself. It's going to be fine. She thought it through. Again. O'Neill doesn't know a bloody thing. She tried to convince herself of that. He was too gobby, too cocky, and too much of a big-mouthed twat for Fox or Flack to want to recruit into their little gang. If she was being realistic about the situation and not swinging her bat at shadows, O'Neill's face on the yield. CCTV image had to be pure chance. A coincidence, as was his transfer out of Hastings. And his weird, overly curious lingering, she could put all that down to her paranoia. She put the TV on for distraction, although she kept the volume low just in case somebody attempted a muffled break-in through her back door, or tinkered with the lock on her front door. She didn't want to be surprised. If she heard anything out of the ordinary, she'd be ready with Jay's bat, and ready to swing it hard. She'd done it before, defended herself. Not so very long ago, she'd swung a long blade into some Georgian thug and killed him. She could do it again if needed. Jesus, get a grip, Sam, she muttered to herself. She finished the dregs of her coffee and got up to get another one. She'd resigned herself to the fact that she'd be up all night, and first thing tomorrow morning she was going to head straight into work and run that DNA search. If either Fox, O'Neill's, or even Flack's name popped up, then Sutherland would be her first port of call. The D-Sup could decide the next steps then. And if none of the names popped up, well, she'd happily accept that she'd been jumping at nothing and no one other than Boyd ever needed to know about that. Okeke went into the kitchen and slapped the kettle on. As she spooned coffee granules into her mug, the front doorbell startled her. Fox. No. Come on, Sam. Really? All the way from Brighton to murder me. Could it be Flack or O'Neill? She shook her head. Get a grip. Hastings' answer to Baldrick? It could be Jay. It had to be Jay. She felt a sudden flood of relief. The daft muppet had finally decided to return home. He no doubt thought he'd surprise her by quietly letting himself in and climbing into bed with her. Except he'd... what? Lost his keys? It wouldn't be the first time. She left the kitchen and walked past the lounge to the front door, heart thumping. She slid the latch and cracked it open a couple inches. It's about time, she began. All right? Her blood instantly froze. O'Neill was standing outside in a drizzle. He grinned. You gonna let me in or what? He asked. What? What the fuck are you doing here? I need to talk to you, he said. His breath was a rolling cloud of steam that spilled in through the gap in the door. About what? She replied. It's gone midnight, for God's sake, O'Neill. It's really urgent, he replied. He sounded scared. She could see he was trembling. It was probably from the cold, she reasoned, but there was a frantic edge in his voice, to his fidgeting manner. What's this about? She demanded. I think I know who did it, he said. Who did what? She asked. Killed Archer? He nodded. Who was it? Fox, he replied. His voice dropped down to a fluttering whisper. I think it's Fox. A shiver ran down Okeke's back. O'Neill didn't just look frantic. He looked utterly terrified. I think he's a bent cop. He glanced over his shoulder, then back at her. I think Archer tried to blackmail him, and I think he killed Archer to cover his tracks. Fox, God damn it. She'd been right. I'm fucking freaking out, Sam, said O'Neill. I mean, really. Scared. 'Cause there's more. What more? I don't think he's the only one. When I was on Rosper, I heard things. Dodgy things. Okeke pulled the door open. You'd better come in, she said. Neil stepped inside out of the rain and she quickly closed the door behind him. What things? She asked. About Flack, he replied, his voice trembling. About the whole fucking team. What things? She repeated. Taking bribes, kickbacks, returning seized drugs. There's loads. What? Okeke waved him to follow her into the kitchen. And this is the whole team. He nodded. I got pulled aside by Flack. She gestured for him to sit down. Go on. He said to me, Wanted to know if I was the right sort. O'Neill shook his head. I didn't get what he was saying. He chuckled nervously. They're the words he actually used. The right sort? What do you mean? O'Neill chuckled again. What do you think I mean, Okeke? He wanted to know if I was in. In, as in he tried to recruit you, she replied. O'Neill nodded. Okeke turned to the counter and flipped the kettle on again. She was right. Tonight was definitely going to be an all-nighter. Where's Jay? Asked O'Neill behind her. Is he on one of his special ops? Okeke nodded as she pulled a mug out for him. The question seemed oddly out of place. Why do you? She froze at the sound of a chair leg scraping across the kitchen floor. 50. Lucy knew she'd been a very different person. Before. She remembered old Lucy being fearless, stronger, a hard nut. She'd been a handful, as Mom liked to say. Old Lucy used to play truant. The bus ride to school wasn't much fun. The three witches of 9A always sat directly behind her, and she'd hear them sniggering about her second-hand uniform, her Primark shoes, her alcoholic mum, and her dumb Nokia. So, instead she'd walk, with the bus money in her pocket. And of course, most days she never quite made it to school. There were so many ways to fill the hours until home time. A truck stop cafe off the A259, where the only customers seemed to be bored men more interested in their phones than in reporting a girl in uniform absent from school, and where her hot chocolate could last most of the morning. The parade of shops in Pevensey, Waverly Gardens, where a surprising number of forgotten coins could be found beneath the weathered wooden benches where the oldies often sat. And Salt Lane Holiday Camp, and Aladdin's Cave, a treasure trove. Old Lucy knew her way around Norman's Bay and Pevensey like the back of her hand. She enjoyed her time roaming the streets, and if some old busybody happened to have a go at her and try telling her that she should be in school, well, she was more than capable of telling them where to go. Lucy sorely missed being that person, the girl who could look after herself, the girl who regarded the local area as her own little kingdom to explore at will. The girl without a care in the world. Then the monster had arrived. The monster had brought with him his helper and a human sacrifice. A wretched old man who wouldn't stop screaming and crying. Lucy had been in the campsite's amusement arcade one evening when her mom had been passed out home, carefully trying to reach for treasure in the grabber machine when they'd appeared. She'd hunkered down and stayed hidden, thinking that they might be security men with some pikey they'd caught foraging for scrap metal. At first, when they'd cuffed him to the chair, she thought that he was going to get a stern telling off. That it would be over in a few short minutes, and he'd be sent on his way with a thick ear and a final warning. But it hadn't happened like that. They'd started off with a murmured conversation. Then it had become much louder and angry sounding. The taller of the two men seemed to evolve as she glimpsed him through the scuffed glass of the booth, growing taller, bigger, angrier, scarier. She got a good look at his face as a torch beam settled on it. It was a bony face pulled into a vicious snarl, with eyes that glinted with malice, and greasy blonde hair that he kept sweeping back from his sweating face. She caught a glimpse of his helper, too. He looked like a frightened mouse, all wide eyes and open mouth, fidgeting and grimacing. Mouse Man tried to be brave and stand up to the sweaty one, only to be snarled at. He'd gone back to cowering in the background. The sweaty one was nasty. He poured a bottle of liquid over the man in the chair, and within seconds she could smell it. That petrol station smell, but so much stronger. And that was when the man in the chair had started screaming. Baza, Baza, please. No, no, no. When the fire had erupted around him, and he'd started thrashing in his chair, the arcade was suddenly lit up, shadows dancing, every surface glistening with reflected flames, and the tall man and his helper finally emerged from their human disguises to reveal what they really were: dancing, howling beasts. Monsters, demons, devils who'd erupted from the deep down to claim, cook and eat their latest victim. That's when she'd screamed, and those glinting red eyes had swiveled her way. And she'd run. As she'd emerged outside, she'd realized the evening had gone, that she must have been in there for hours. She'd run through the dark. The only light she could see had been the hazy orange glow of distant lights. She knew what they were, the tall lights that loomed over the big road. The one the truckers used. The road they pulled off to park at that truck stop cafe. She'd run towards it. As Lucy lay in bed, listening to the tapping rain, she watched raindrop shadows from the window dart across her low ceiling. She watched the branches of the overgrown bush just outside her room cast monstrous horns and claws across the old swirls of cross plaster. They swayed and flexed, stirred by the wind outside, making them look like witches dancing around a bubbling cauldron. She knew they were just shadows. Dr. Marcus had explained over and over that shadows couldn't hurt you. Sometimes they made scary shapes, but that was all they could do. And monsters weren't real, he'd told her. Certainly not the type with antler horns on their heads and hooves for feet. Creatures like that existed only in horror movies and fairy tales. She'd just begun to believe Dr. Marcus when she'd seen the helper man, not far away, peering out of those doors like a curious rat, sniffing after her, following her scent like a predator. And then that man with the hairbrush mustache and bad temper had stormed into her room and shown her a picture of the actual monster's face. He'll be coming for you next. 51. Okeke was dimly aware that she'd been smacked hard on the back of her head. As her senses returned, she also became aware that her hands had been bound together with tape. A stocking shoved into her mouth, kept in place by more tape over her lips. She could feel the vibration of an engine and heard the faint thwup 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 of windscreen wipers. She opened her eyes to smeared, bleary tunnel vision. She was looking ahead into total darkness, with only a flickering of illumination at the periphery. It took her a moment to realize she was strapped into the front passenger seat of a car and they were on a winding road. She recognized the fluffy pinata dangling from the rearview mirror. It's my car. Her eyes flicked to the right. Who's driving? You're awake, yeah? It was O'Neill. She couldn't piece together why she was in this bizarre scenario with him. She'd been making him a coffee. Don't you make a fucking sound, he snapped. He'd come round to hers at nearly midnight. That was it. He'd come to tell her. I'm sorry, he said abruptly. I really am, Okeke. It's just that. I don't have a choice, mate. It was Fox, she suddenly remembered. O'Neill had come to tell her that he was the murdered. But, she realized, she'd been right to be wary of O'Neill. He was in on this too. O'Neill struck the steering wheel with his fist. No. Fuck it. No. I'm not sorry. He glanced her way quickly, then his eyes snapped back to the road. It's basically you or me. It's as fucking simple as that. Okeke tried to make a noise, but the best she could muster was a gagging sound at the back of her throat. Just shut it, he snarled. Then he drove in silence for a while, taking them along a tunnel of bare trees, their branches looming over either side of the road like giant antlers. You know, he began, speaking at last. I didn't want to torch Archer. It wasn't my idea. His eyes flicked to her for a second. We were just meant to do him quickly and quietly. It was Fox's idea to, Neil shook his head. To do that to him. He turned left off the winding road, past a woodland parking area. He drove Okeke's Datsun carefully into the wood itself, the car bouncing precariously as it made its way over the leaf-covered hummocks of roots, until finally, almost completely out of view of the car park, he stopped, pulled the handbrake on, and switched the engine off. O'Neill twisted in the driver's seat to face her, and the girl, I said to Fox we should leave her be. She wouldn't have been able to make us, I fucking told him that. Okeke tried to speak again, and again O'Neill shook his head. I'm sorry, Okeke, this isn't up for debate. He placed a hand on her lap, but I'm not gonna be a cunt about it. He tried to reassure her with a smile. I'm gonna make it easy. He reached around to grab something from the back seat. Okeke frantically tried to twist to see what it was. He held a host beep and a roll of tape for her to see. It's suicide, mate. The phone record's going to show you got a call from Lucy, a teary goodbye, and that pushed you over the edge. Eyes wide, Okeke stared at the hose and understood his plan. She started struggling against the tape on her hands. This won't hurt, he said softly. You just go to sleep. That's all it's gonna be, yeah? Falling asleep. 52. These latch locks are so fucking easy. Fox gently slid the tip of his flick knife down the narrow gap between the front door and its frame, and the lock snicked. Gently, he snapped on a pair of nitrile gloves, then slowly pushed the door and stepped inside. He switched his torch on and panned it around. He was in a small hallway. To one side was a lounge. Ahead of him were several doors. One was open and he detected the edge of a bathtub. The one at the very end had Lucy's room spelled out in stickers. The other door had to be her mother's room. Do it quickly and quietly. He stepped lightly down the hall, cracked the mum's door ajar and listened. Above the drumming sound of rain against the prefab's thin walls and roof was the steady purr of her snoring softly. Fox panned his torch down to the floor to check there were no obstacles that he might trip over. Then he made his way to the side of the woman's bed. Quickly and quietly, he held the tip of his blade above her rising and falling chest, aiming it just below the pronounced ridge of her collarbone. Her exhaled breath was sour, and he noticed a can of budget no-brand cider at the foot of her bedside table. I'm doing the drunk bitch a fucking favor. Using the palm of his free hand, he punched the blade down like a mallet, as though he was staking a sleeping vampire. His knife sank effortlessly into her flesh, right up to the hilt. The woman's eyes bulged open and she gasped. Fox shoved his hand over her mouth and threw the weight of his body onto his knife hand. Shh, he whispered. Give it a moment, love, and it'll be all done. Her eyes met his and he grinned at her. Easy now. Just let it happen. It's all right. She flailed for a few moments before her arms eventually flopped down beside her. There, he muttered. Told you it would be easy. He pulled the blade out of her chest and watched her blood, as black as ink, ooze out of the puckering wound, roll down over her collarbone, over her shoulder, and soak into her pillow. The girl had a psychotic episode, a complete meltdown. She killed her mother in her sleep, and then she called OK. Told her what she'd done, said she couldn't cope, and then the girl went and topped herself. In the gloomy moonlight, Fox realized I'd have to arrange a plausible forensic narrative. That would involve a trip to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife, then back here to inflict some defense wounds on the woman's hands. Then maybe he'd smear some of her blood onto the house phone. He could just imagine that effeminate twat Sully building the scene in his mind. She got the knife from the kitchen and attacked her mother as she slept. Mrs. Coleman woke up and tried to fight her off, but she was already bleeding out from the stab wound in her chest. Then, it seems after that, Lucy made a call to Okeke. To confess, perhaps? To say her goodbyes? It was a very sad story of a vulnerable girl, dangerous to herself and others, who should have been in proper care, properly supervised and sedated, and her unfortunate mother, who just couldn't cope with her deeply troubled daughter. The underfunded mental health care system had let them both down. Questions would need to be answered. Lessons needed to be learned. But at first Lucy needed sorting out. Okeke could hear O'Neill peeling lengths of tape from the roll and tearing them with his teeth as he worked to create an airtight seal for the hose that he'd inserted into the car's exhaust pipe. The light of his torch cast shifting beams and dancing shadows into the interior of her Datsun as he struggled outside in the rain. She wriggled in her seat, with her hands taped behind her back and the seat belt holding her firmly in place. It wasn't easy. She squirmed until the seat belt finally allowed her to sit almost sideways on the seat, her knees pointing towards the passenger side door, her back and hands close to the handbrake, and, more importantly, her bound hands within fumbling distance of the seat belt's clip and release button. Her fingers fumbled for the button and eventually found their target. She pressed hard, and with a soft clack, the seat belt's straining tension suddenly gave way. She could now move more easily. Okeke paused again to listen. O'Neill was still noisily tearing tape. She checked the passenger side door. The lock peg was down. The only way out was to shuffle over the gear stick and handbrake to the driver's side. But she was sure the movement would cause the car to wobble on its suspension and bring O'Neill back to the front to see what was going on. If she could just get the tape off her mouth, she could spit out the stocking and use her teeth to lift the peg up. Then she could hook a toe under the handle lever to open the door. She looked around the dark interior for some edge to scrape her cheek, and her mouth along in a bid to catch a corner of the tape and work it loose. She spotted something that might work: the other end of the seatbelt and the clip holding it, which was just behind her left shoulder. She turned her face, presenting her cheek to its hard plastic edge like a reluctant child to an unwanted kiss. She rubbed her cheek along it, catching the edge of the tape on the second go. She frantically moved her mouth against the clip, slowly working the loose edge into a longer and longer flap until, at last, there were several inches dangling from her left cheek. If she'd had her hands in front of her, she could have ducked her head down to grasp the loose tape and pull it away. She looked at her lap and realized she could try a similar thing with her knees. She dipped her head down, twisting to the right so that her left cheek was pressed hard against her knees, then closed her legs. She jerked her head back, hoping that the flapping end had been clasped vice-like between her knees. With relief, she felt the tape tug against her skin and it came loose. She repeated the maneuver, and this time the tape peeled painfully off the left side of her lips. One last tug, and the tape was mostly free. Enough for her to push the stocking out with her tongue. It fell into her lap, damp from her spit. Once again, she paused to check for O'Neill. The sound of tearing tape had ceased. In the rearview mirror, she could see him standing up and stepping back to check the seal looked good. Now, this is it. I have to go now, or I'm fucked. She squashed her face against the window as she tried to get a purchase on the peg with her teeth. She managed to get a purchase, and, clamping her teeth hard, she slid her face up the glass. With a heavy click, the peg came up and the door was unlocked. Seconds later, O'Neill made his way back to the driver's side, uncoiling the hose as he did so. He pulled the door open, wound the window down a couple of inches, and shoved the pipe through the gap at the top. Okeke kept her face turned away from him. He glanced at her quickly as he fed several yards of hose through. "It's gotta be this way, mate," he muttered. "I'm not going to prison. I can't." He wound the window up until it pinched the hose in place, then considered the remaining gap for a moment. "It's gonna leak out there in it," he mused as he sat in the driver's seat. Another sound. More tape being pulled and torn. He was trying to seal the gap either side of the hose. Try now, or wait. Now. Well, he's still busy. Okeke couldn't decide. She couldn't know if the bastard was going to start the car and wander off, or whether he'd hang around and watch to see that she was gassed to death properly. She decided to go with now. Without hesitation, she hooked the toe of her shoe under the door handle and pulled it up. The door clunked open noisily, and Neil spun round in surprise. "What the?" he yelled. Okeke kimbled out of her Datsun, face first onto the ground. Fox paused outside Lucy's door, checking whether he could detect her snoring too. But the drumming of rain made it hard for him to hear whether she was sleeping fitfully or was awake, aware that someone was inside the house, perhaps even on the phone and quietly murmuring to some 999 operator that there was an intruder. Fox pushed the door open and cautiously aimed his torch into the room. The beam picked out an empty bed with a quilt tossed messily to one side. He quickly aimed the beam at the window and saw that it was closed. Thank God. She's here, somewhere, hiding under the bed, in the cupboard in the corner, behind the door. He peered round the bedroom door to find a fluffy dressing gown hanging from a hook. "Lucy," he murmured softly. "Come on out, sweetheart, it's the police." He ducked down and peered under the bed. There was no sign of her. The cupboard it is, then. As he approached the cupboard, his suspicion was confirmed. The pulsing rain outside suddenly paused, and in the perfect silence he could hear her ragged breathing coming from within. He felt a burst of adrenaline in his veins that forced out a giggle of excitement. There was no more need to play the nice policeman. He had her. It was time for some fun. Time for his big bad wolf voice. He reached for the cupboard door and swung it open, swinging his torch down onto the girl, who was tucked up into a trembling ball. "I have come to get you, little Lucky. Big bad Boz has come to cook and eat you." Okeke ran blindly into the darkness. The only light she had was the rapidly receding glow of her Datsun's headlights, and the occasional stark splash of light from Meal's flailing torch, giving her shutter frame images of the way ahead. She narrowly missed a tree trunk, and as another flicker of illumination lit up the ground in front of her, she realized a heartbeat too late that she was going to trip over a gnarly root. She crashed to the ground, and within seconds when Neil landed on top of her back, knocking the wind out of her. "Fucking hell," he panted. He flipped her over, sat on her chest, and shone his torch into her face. "You don't make it easy, do you?" Some instinct at the back of Okeke's mind shrieked that this was the last possible opportunity she would have to save her life. "You're an idiot," she rasped with what was left of her breath. He slapped his hand over her mouth. "Shut up!" She jerked her head to one side, her mouth escaping his hand. "Forensics are gonna fuck you over." In an instant, O'Neill grabbed her jaw and pulled her face round to look at him. "What?" She took another couple of rapid breaths. "My kitchen, my car. You're all over them." She gasped for air and decided to chance a lie. "I've got a doorbell cam. You'll be on that too." She could see frustration written all over his face, and something better, a fleeting uncertainty. Whose dumb shit idea was this? She sneered. "Yours? Fox?" Neil bared his teeth. "Shut up." "Think Boyd'll buy a suicide," she snarled back. "It was his idea. I ran the fucking DNA search." His vice-like grasp loosened slightly, and she tugged her jaw out of his grasp. "Yeah," she said. "He knows what I know." He straightened up, and Okeke tried shoving him off her to no avail. "You're lying," he snapped. "Time to double down, Sam. Double down." "He's been on a fox," she went on, "and flack, for months, when his eyes widened. Fuck." "Oh, you so are," she huffed. He scrambled off her and she sat up, leaning back on her elbows. She watched him as the anger drained from his face, to be replaced with a growing panic. Shit, shit, shit. "Now what are you gonna do?" she said. "Kill me?" His eyes locked on hers with what looked like a flicker of hope. "You want me cut in?" he asked. No, she didn't. But it was a lever she could pull right now. Something to jiggle, if only to get him to cut her hands free and give her a bit more of a chance. "There's fucking shitloads to be made, Sam," he whispered. "Double, triple what we get paid." No. She sensed he was testing her. If she said yes, he'd know he couldn't trust her. And Neil, she was sure, was dumb enough to kill her in that instant and then figure out he'd screwed up later. "Don't be a problem," she told herself. "Be an answer." "That would be stupid, wouldn't it?" she replied. "I can't believe you let yourself get talked into this." He shook his head. "It wasn't me," he whimpered. "I didn't kill Archer. Was it Fox?" He nodded. "I thought we were just meant to be scaring the shit out of him." "So Fox did it? He torched him?" O'Neill nodded again. "And the good girl. He said we had to grab her? Did Fox throw her off the bridge?" Okeke asked. He shook his head. She jumped. Fox reached into the cupboard and grabbed Lucy's left wrist. She screamed as he dragged her out and across the floor, then threw her down and clamped a hand over her mouth to shut her up, pressing her against the floor. The rain had started surging again, drumming on the window and the roof. He hoped it was as loud in the neighboring prefabs. Her screams were piercing and there was every chance they'd be heard. He leaned over her until his nose was almost touching hers. "Little wriggling fish, he taunted. "Oh yes, I could eat you. I really could." He chuckled as she screamed into his hand again. "But I'm afraid there's something else I've got to do to you instead." He held the tip of his knife in front of her face. Her eyes goggled at the blood smeared down the blade. "Lucy Coleman, that poor mental little girl," he said softly. "She went mad, you see. She went batshit crazy. She killed her mom in the middle of the night then." He grabbed her left arm and pinned it to the carpet with his knee. Then she couldn't believe what she'd just done, right? He let the blade rest on the soft, pale skin of her wrist. "See? Cutting across? That's what troubled little souls do. Lightly, of course. Sometimes several times. Just enough to draw a bit of blood and get some attention. But those who really mean it, Lucy, they do it the other way." He twisted the blade round so that it ran along her arm. "And they do it once, and they do it very deep, because they want to be very sure." The monster's fiery eyes glared down at her. The very same unblinking lava-red coals of spite and horror that had drifted towards her along that bridge. The last thing she remembered was looking down at the road below, bathed in pools of nighttime amber, and it had seemed a much less horrific alternative. Falling to her death would be far better than the fate experienced by the man in the chair. And here it was again. The monster had finally found her, as she always knew it would. Its long claws wrapped around a knife, slime dripping from its rows of rotting needle-sharp teeth as it hissed something unintelligible at her. Then, suddenly, there was chaos. A gigantic beast emerged from nowhere, all flashing teeth and heavy hooves, bulk and anger. It barreled into the monster holding her down, and instantly both creatures were entangled in a baying, roaring exchange of claws and teeth and thrashing limbs. Lucy scrambled to her feet and ran for her bedroom door, expecting at any second to feel the monster's claws grab her by the ankle and pull her back. But then she was through the door and into the hallway, the braying and snarling of those two hideous creatures filling her ears, her room, her home. She ran to the safety of Mum. Mum would know what to do. "It found me! It's here!" Lucy screamed as she stumbled into Mum's room, slamming the door shut behind her. Mum was in bed, her eyes on the open door and on Lucy. It took a couple of seconds for Lucy to register the blood-soaked pillow, and that Mum's eyes might be wide open, but she wasn't seeing or hearing anything. The monster had visited her first. Lucy collapsed at the base of the door, pulling her knees up to her chin. The only thing she could think to do was clamp her hands over her ears, clench her eyes shut, and wait. And wait for the sound of the monster's hooves to clunk up the hallway, for the monster to come and finish her. 53. Okeke's Datsun arrived at the Coleman's house seconds after the first patrol car. As she pulled up, 2 police officers emerged from their vehicle, checking each other's stab vests. She jumped out of her car into the drizzle, 1,000 dashes of frozen rain caught in the strobing light of their blues. Behind her, another patrol car arrived. She reached into the boot for her stab vest, threw it on and ran to the open front door. "Police!" she shouted as she aimed her torch into the hallway. There was no answer. The first 2 officers joined her at the doorway. "Shouldn't we wait for the Aru?" asked one of them. "You do that then," she replied before stepping inside. "Lucy, Mrs. Coleman," she called out. Silence. A powerful and inevitable sense of dread was building up inside her. The open door, probably forced, indicated that Fox had got here first, and he could still be here. "Fox!" she shouted into the dark interior. "It's over. O'Neill's shot you and Flack. We know you did, Archer." She held her breath, hoping to hear something in the silence, a scrape of a foot, or, best case, Lucy's faint voice calling for help. But there was nothing. "I've got backup, Fox," she added. "I'm sure you can see the lights. If you're here, you better step out before the armed response lot arrive." She lingered for another few seconds before deciding she'd been cautious enough. There was a chance that Lucy and her mother might still be alive, or if they'd been abducted, the sooner that message was passed on, the better. She hastened down the dark hallway to Lucy's room at the end. The door was slightly ajar. Holding her breath, and dreading what the cone of light from her torch was going to pick out, she aimed it into the room. The first 2 things she noticed were that Lucy's bedside lamp had been knocked over and her quilt had been half pulled off the bed. She swung the torch around and almost jumped out of her skin. In the corner of the room, the beam picked out the treads on the soles of a pair of boots that were pointing her way. These were followed by a pair of legs in dark jeans, a leather jacket, and a head face down in a wide dark smear that she realized was blood soaked into the carpet. Beyond the body was a built-in wardrobe, the door wide open and toys spilling onto the floor. She finished her sweep, then hurried over and squatted down beside the body. She recognized his greasy blonde hair immediately. It was Fox. "In here," she called out, and was joined a moment later by an officer. "Is that our man?" She nodded. "Any sign of the victims?" "Not yet," she replied, standing up. There was still a glimmer of hope. If Fox was dead, then perhaps Flack had taken them. And if he had, then there'd be a reason. Maybe he wanted them as bargaining chips. Or, better yet, there was still the possibility that Lucy and her mother had fled, and were right now sitting in a neighbor's kitchen, drinking heavily sugared tea and telling them what had just happened. She stepped out of Lucy's bedroom and noticed a slither of light emerging from beneath a door on her right. The bathroom, maybe? Mrs. Coleman's room? She grabbed the door handle, pushed it cautiously, and immediately heard a muffled scream from the far side. The door was locked or obstructed. "Lucy?" she called through the thin plywood. 2 officers entered the hallway, both making far too much noise as their equipment belts jangled, and they began to ask what she'd found. She raised a finger to shush them, then turned back to the door. "Lucy? Open the door, love. It's me. It's Sam." Shadows flickered beneath the door. Okeke tried it again. This time there was no resistance. She slowly opened the door. Mrs. Coleman lay on the bed, clearly dead. Her head and shoulders were surrounded by a halo of blood. One of her hands draped lifelessly over the side of the bed. And curled up in a pitiful bundle beside her on the floor was Lucy, her face buried in her knees. Okeke hurried over and knelt down in front of her. She reached out to hug the girl, who flinched and let out another muffled scream. "Lucy!" "It's Sam," she said as she gently pulled the towel. Struggling girl towards her, wrapping her arms around her and pulling her into an embrace. "It's over. It's over," she whispered as she stroked the girl's matted hair. "The monster's gone. Love, the monster's dead." 54. There's a place beyond East Hill, Hastings, where the town peters out along Barley Lane, just past the Sheer Barn Holiday Park. There you'll find a narrow gravel lane off to the right, a track that G.F. Flack knew rolled downhill and ended at a patch of beautiful woodland called Fairlight Glen. But if you turned off to the right, before you arrived at the glen, you'd find yourself on beautiful sloping downs. Just gorse and wild grass. There was nothing to obscure the view of the English Channel below. It was an untarnished, unspoiled blanket of green that draped over the southern edge of England. He'd brought Ellen and the kids here to picnic several times over the years, parking a long way back from the cliff edge and warning both Callum and Grace to keep well away from it. It was a little piece of private heaven, away from all the DFL tourists who swamped Hastings through the summer. Flack looked out through the spots of rain on the windscreen of his car and watched as the brittle darkness of night slowly faded into the gray stain of pre-dawn. Ellen and the kids would still be fast asleep. She was used to his irregular and inconvenient hours, the long nights and early starts. He wouldn't be missed for a while. He regarded his big, clumsy copper's hands that Ellen had refused to allow near the crockery or glassware. She'd learned early in their marriage that when it came to loading the dishwasher, it was less expensive for her to take over. Both hands were smeared with the dark streaks of Guy Fawkes' blood. That mattered. It mattered to him whose blood he was staring at. He thought. Fawkes, not the girls. It mattered not because it would buy him any lenience in the eyes of the law, but because it might mean something to Ellen, to Grace and Callum, when they looked back with shame on what their dad had been. A bent copper, yes, but not a child murderer. He was done. He'd intervened and saved an innocent life. That was something the courts would take into consideration, but he'd been complicit in the brutal murder of a drug addict. He'd also taken tens of thousands of pounds in bribes over the last few years and falsely logged drugs hauls, returning huge amounts of product back to the marketplace instead of ensuring its destruction. He'd do serious time for his crimes, he knew that, and time inside for a copper was much harder than it was for a con. He'd put away enough hardened criminals over his 30-year career to be sure that a friend of a friend of a friend with a life sentence and nothing to lose would soon corner him somewhere, probably with an improvised shank, and they'd take their time using it on him. Saving the girl from Fawkes wasn't going to save him. Flack watched a pair of seagulls dipping and rising beyond the edge of the cliff. There was undoubtedly a nest just out of view, and both birds were taking it in turns to feed their offspring regurgitated scraps from rock and ore. You do what you can, don't you? For the kids. He reached for the handbrake and released it. His car began to roll gently downhill through the grass towards the gulls and towards the edge of the cliff. Epilogue. The ongoing investigation into allegations of corruption within Sussex Police, triggered by the murder of Detective Inspector David Fawkes and the apparent suicide of Detective Chief Inspector Geoff Flack. A spokesperson from the IOPC confirmed today that a third officer from the same department has been suspended and is currently under investigation. In other news, with the election date finally announced by the Prime Minister, the campaign machine for Boyd muted the TVEA. That's it, said Charlotte. That's all there is on it. He shrugged. The force will want to keep this under wraps until they know fully what they're dealing with. Anyway, he nodded at the footage on the TV screen. The Conservative MP for Hastings and St. Leonard's was busy buying a 99 flake from an ice cream van parked outside Pelham Arcade and glad-handing potential voters in the queue. There's bigger local news to report, eh? Charlotte shook her head. But My goodness, but what happened was a huge thing. Boyd shrugged. For us, sure. For the rest of the world, it's yesterday's chip paper, as they say. Emma was busy bouncing Maggie on her knee. I can't believe we actually had that toe ragging Neil at our house, she said. Boyd glanced her way. Yeah, but Em's... Just be super careful bandying his name about, eh? Nothing? Even to Dan. Not a word. Okay? Right. She nodded. Sorry. He'll go down for his part in it regardless, he added. No matter how much he cooperates with the investigators. Prison? Asked Charlotte. Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. He shook his head. And that won't be easy time for him. A copper and a nick. He sighed. That's every copper's worst nightmare. Do you think you'll inherit Flack's drugs team when you start back? Asked Emma. Boyd ran his hand across the short bristles on his chin. Some of his hair was just beginning to come back, thank God. He was done looking like a giant pink potato. I don't know, he replied. I suspect they'll disband the team and bring in some new faces. Start the whole operation again from scratch. He knew that all the folks in Rosper would now have a cloud of suspicion hanging over their heads. As he'd told Okeke, the rod always seeps downwards. He suspected that most of the currently suspended Rosper team would probably transfer out to get a new start somewhere else. Even if they were found to be clean, it was no fun coming into a workplace where everyone you encounter sees you as something worse than a common scrote, a traitor. How's Sam coping at the moment? Asked Charlotte. He'd shared a couple of pints with her the other day. She booked some leave and was thinking of heading up to London to spend time with her sister and her kids. She told him she'd never really been convinced that O'Neill had had the bottle to go through with it, to kill her. But Boyd wondered whether there was a sliver of bravado going on there. She'd said that she regarded Wheel as an easily led wimp, the kind of man-baby she could wrap around her finger. That said, though, she'd had the look of someone who was going through a lot of self-evaluation. He had the sense that there was a lot going on in her head right now. He'd asked her if she was also thinking about a change of scenery. You mean a career change? He'd nodded. Piss off, mate. It's the only thing I do well. Boyd smiled as he recalled the indignant expression that had quickly spread across her face. Ash is doing all right, he replied. She's tough as bloody nails, that one. Okeke lifted her ID for the deputy manager. You're here to see Lucy? Okeke nodded. I spoke to Sally Hatton. The deputy manager nodded. I'm Vicky. Sally let me know you were coming over this morning. This isn't a police-related visit, is it? Okeke shook her head. Just a social one. Dr. Pinar told me that he managed to get Lucy a bed here over the weekend. That's right. He was very lucky with his timing. We've only got capacity for 2 high-dependency rooms in Ashwood House, and one became free last week. Marcus hadn't been lucky. He'd been persistent. She knew he'd been ringing around for the last fortnight trying to get Lucy transferred from Conquest Psychiatric Unit in Eastbourne to somewhere more suitable. Ashwood House was a charitable foundation, and she strongly suspected he guaranteed the funding for her care package until the local authority caught up with things and stepped in. How is she? She asked. Vicky gave her a tight-lipped smile. She's on Lurasidone. That's an antipsychosis. I know what it is. How is she doing on it? Okeke asked. She has some muscle dystonia and a bit of dry mouth, but she's doing well. Is she on any sedation? Vicky shook her head. Only at night, and she's on very low dose. Do you want to see her? Okeke nodded. She led Okeke out of the small reception, entered a code into a keypad on the wall, and pushed through the security door. They took a flight of stairs upwards to a brightly carpeted hallway. The 24-hour watch rooms are here, said Vicky. Okeke noticed chairs placed just outside 2 of the doors, and both doors had small observation windows embedded in them. Vicky rapped her knuckles gently on one of the doors before opening it. Sue, I've got that visitor for Lucy. The carer waved Okeke in. She was on day watch, Vicky explained. We have another senior staff member on nights. Okeke smiled. That's good. She looked around the room. It was cheerfully decorated with pastel colors, but bare to the point of being Spartan. Lucy was sitting in an armchair beside a window. Her muscle contractions were noticeable. There was an almost constant jerking of her shoulders. Vicky looked down at the carrier bag in Okeke's hand. Gifts? She asked. Okeke nodded. Some chocolate, a coloring book, pens, and some loom bands. She stepped over to the window to join Lucy and sat down on the spare stool. Hey there, love, she said. Lucy's eyes remained resolutely on the view outside. It's Sam. Still no response. Okeke wondered what Lucy was seeing. Trees? Or something else? Was the luracidone doing her any good? Drawing her back to a neurotypical reality? Or was she gazing at some unseen hellish landscape out there? Watching, waiting, to see if her monster was coming over the horizon, returning to get her again.